Hello guys, how's everyone doing today? I'm back with a brand new manhwa, so without wasting any time, let's jump straight into the story. The story begins in Inoa City, where we see a luxurious Grand Gion Hotel, a top-tier, 5-star hotel that screams wealth and power. The scene shifts inside one of its rooms. Inside the bathroom, a woman is taking a shower. Meanwhile, in the bedroom stands a man named Fong Chao. Slowly, shamelessly, he lifts the woman's dress and inhales its scent deeply. An evil smile spreads across his face, as he mutters to himself, "Jaya, no matter what, you'll become mine." Just as he's drowning in his filthy thoughts. Ding dong, the doorbell rings. From outside a voice calls out, "Sir, your food delivery has arrived." Annoyed, Fong Chao clicks his tongue and walks toward the door. "I'm coming." The door opens. Standing outside is a delivery boy. And that delivery boy is our main character, Yi Chen. With respect, Yi Chen says, "Sir, your food delivery," but before he can finish, his eyes drift inside the room. At that exact moment, the bathroom door opens. One Jia steps out wrapped in a towel, her wet hair clinging to her shoulders. She looks at Fong Chao and asks casually, "Fong Chao, did you take my clothes?" Then her eyes land on Yi Chen. She freezes at the same time. Yi Chen's mind goes completely blank. His hands loosen, the food package slips and hits the floor. Fong Chao explodes in anger. "Hey!" But before he can continue, Jia Yu suddenly blurts out, "Honey." Fong Chao pauses, confused. "Honey?" Then it clicks. He looks Yi Chen up and down, a mocking smile curling on his lips. "So this is your useless husband, a food delivery guy?" He laughs, proud and amused. "I can't believe I ordered food from one Jia Yu's trash husband." That's when Yi Chen finally snaps. He looks straight into Jia Yu's eyes, his voice trembling with pain. "Wang Jia Yu, I stayed in your Wang family for 3 years. I cooked for your family 3 times a day. I cleaned dog shit, I fed the cats. I won't say it was hard, but I treated you sincerely." His voice grows heavier. "In these 3 years, you never even let me touch your hand." A flashback appears. Jia Yao coldly pushing him away. "Don't come near me, sleep on the floor." Back to the present. Yi Chen shouts, tears burning in his eyes. "I thought you were a woman with principles. But today you're enjoying yourself with another man." He asked desperately, "Why did you do this?" Jia Yu doesn't feel even a hint of shame. Coldly she replies, "Why? Because my husband is just an ordinary food delivery man." She proudly gestures toward Fong Chao. "Do you know who he is? CEO of an investment firm. Young master of the phone family, one of Yinuo's first-class families, with assets worth hundreds of millions." Then she looks at Yi Chen with disgust. "Only men like him are worthy of me, not poor trash like you." Seizing the moment, Fong Chao puts his hand on Jia Yao's shoulder and smirks at Yi Chen. "Since you're her husband, I won't file a complaint. Just consider the food fed to dogs." Then he adds mockingly, "If you kneel and apologize, I'll even give you a 5-star rating." Inside, Yi Chen thinks, shameless just because you're rich. Fong Chao leans closer to Jia. "Don't worry about him, we." Before he can finish, Yi Chen lunges forward and grabs Fong Chao by the throat. "Stop right there, you animal." Fong Chao struggles, gasping, "It hurts, let go." Instead of helping Yi Chen, Jia Yao screams at him, "Yi Chen, how dare you touch him? Get out right now or I'll call security." Seeing his wife protect another man completely breaks Yi Chen. He releases Fong Chao and can only whisper one name. Wang Jia Yao. A memory flashes. His grandfather saying, "She's the fiancée I chose for you." Back then, Yukin thought he could live a happy life with her. Now he realizes it was just wishful thinking. Before leaving, he gives her one final warning. "One, Jia Yao, I hope one day you won't regret this." He turns and walks away behind him. "Jia Yu, Screams hysterically, my biggest regret in life is marrying a useless husband like you. Outside, Yi-chen sits on his scooter. His phone rings. Hello. Tan delivery on the other end. An old man speaks calmly and respectfully. Third young master, your 3-year character trial as a living son-in-law has officially ended today. Yukin falls silent. The next trial is a business trial. Old master has already acquired washing group. Everything is arranged for you to become its chairman. At that moment it becomes clear. Yi-chen was never ordinary. He was a billionaire heir merely undergoing a test. His expression settles. I understand. The old man hesitates. Old master also wants to know. Should young madam be formally accepted into the family? Yi-chen's face turns ice cold. No need, she's not worth it. He hands up at 8 p.m. In the Shingang residential community, Jia stands on one side. Yi-chen packs his luggage on the other. She sneers, running away over such a small thing. Yi-chen turns. You think cheating is a small thing? Jia shows no shame. So what? You expect me to apologize? You eat our food, drink our water, live in our house. Even if I did something wrong, you should tolerate it, that's it. Yi-chen explodes. I tolerated your Wang family for 3 years. Your parents insulted and beat me publicly. I never fought back. Your relatives bullied me. And you all pretended not to see. I respected you because I cared. Then he says clearly, one GIL. Let's get a divorce, she snaps. How dare you ask for a divorce? After divorce you won't live in luxury or drive an Audi. Yi-chen laughs coldly. I don't need any of that. Her ego shatters. My one family is near first class. With billions in assets you were never worthy. She screams, fine, divorce. I don't know what Grandpa was thinking, marrying me to a loser like you. Yi-chen replies calmly, tomorrow morning. Civil Affairs Bureau. She pauses. Not tomorrow, it's my grandma's 80th birthday. I need to discuss this with my family. Do it fast, Yi-chen says. I'll wait for your call. He walks out. Rain pours heavily. His phone rings again. Young master, the car is waiting at the corner. He turns. A convoy of black Rolls Royces stands silently. In the rain, black-suited bodyguards bow in unison. Welcome, young master. A guard offers an umbrella. No need, Yukin says softly. The rain helps clear my mind. At that moment, another bodyguard steps forward and gently drapes an expensive coat over each hand, shoulders. The instant the coat settles on him, his entire aura changes. His presence becomes heavy, oppressive, unmistakably dominant. In a deep, commanding voice, he gives only one order: let's go. As soon as the convoy starts moving, the people standing nearby are left completely stunned. Voices erupt from the crowd. Whoa, Rolls-Royce. Are those all Rolls-Royces? What's going on here? From an apartment window above, Jia Yao hears the commotion and leans out. To look down, she frowns in confusion. Why are so many Rolls-Royces leaving from here? Did some important person come? She has no idea that the so-called important person is the very man she just kicked out of her house. At the same time, we're introduced to Yi-chen's family. The world only knows about mysterious families, like the Rothschilds, DuPonts, and Morgans. But the most mysterious family of all is actually his. A family with assets exceeding 100 billion. Yet they live in extreme secrecy. You won't even find their name on any rich people ranking list. Scene change. Yi-chen arrives beside a helicopter. A bodyguard gestures respectfully. Young master, this way. Here we learn how this family trains its heirs. From the age of 3, next generation candidates undergo strict screening and trials. By 5, they study martial arts, piano, and foreign languages simultaneously. By 18, they've already completed a 4-year American university business curriculum. But academics aren't enough to shape character. The family elders assign special trials. This makes Yi Ching recall. 3 years ago inside the family estate, his grandfather had ordered him Yi-chan. I'm arranging your marriage into the Wang family, a second-class family in Yunzhou. You will live as a common man. You will not reveal your identity, and you will complete this test successfully. Back then Yi Chen had replied calmly, "Yes, Grandpa. I understand," returning to the present. Sitting inside the helicopter, Yi Chen thinks to himself, back then I accepted this trial willingly. But now it's finally over. Soon after, the helicopter lands in front of a palace-like mansion. The guards bowed deeply. "Young master, welcome back." And just like that, Yishin returns to his real home and his real identity. Looking at the mansion, he murmurs to himself, Yishin, I'm back." Scene shifts to the next day. 10 a.m. at the Yunzhou Shishin Villa area. The Wang family's old madam's birthday celebration is in full swing. Happy birthday, Grandma Mom. May you live for 200 years. Suddenly someone in the crowd asked Yahello, "Hey, didn't that loser Yi-chan come?" Yahello hesitates before replying. He probably went to work. Hearing that, Wang Xiaoye and Wang Weian burst out laughing. "Work delivering food?" Wang Xiaoye snorts angrily. "He's a stain on our Wang family. Once he bumped into one of my business partners. I didn't even dare tell my friends he's our relative." Hearing this, old Madam Wang explodes in anger. "Call him here right now. That boy has no manners at all." Panicking Jaya blurted out, "Grandma, he didn't come today because we're getting a divorce." Old Madam freezes. "Divorce? Who gave you permission to divorce? Have you forgotten that your marriage was arranged by your late grandfather?" Yahello immediately starts acting. She drops to her knees crying, "Grandpa, I would never dare go against Grandpa's last wish." But Yukin crossed the line. He's having an affair with another woman outside. Inside, she thinks they can never find out that I cheated first. If he wants to abandon me, then flipping the game is better. Hearing this, old madam becomes even angrier. "That animal. We gave him a mansion to live in for 3 years. Luxury cars to drive. And he still couldn't stay loyal to you." At this moment, Wang Xiaoye cuts in. "Yahello, don't take it the wrong way, but your elder brother has to say this. You're partly at fault too. 3 years of marriage, yet you never let him even touch you. No wonder he went looking for another woman. Or were you saving your purity so you could divorce him and marry some rich man later? That idiot probably didn't even realize it." Instead of calming down, old madam's anger intensifies. No matter what Yahello did, Yi Chen had no right to look for another woman. "Bring that animal here immediately. Today I'll show him what justice of the Wang family looks like." Terrified, Jia nods repeatedly and dials Yi Chen's number. The call connects from the other side. Yi Chen asks calmly, "What is it?" Jia replies arrogantly, "Grandma wants you to come here." Yi Chen responds instantly, "I'm not coming." Click. The call ends. Yahello stands there shaking with rage. "How dare he hang up on me?" She reports back, He's not coming." Old madam completely loses it. The status of a living son-in-law isn't even worth a dog, and he dares throw tantrums. "Zijia, go bring him back to me by force." Zijia grins excitedly. "Got it. Perfect chance to beat Yukin again," he thinks as he leaves. After Zijia leaves, old madam addresses everyone. "I called everyone early today for a reason. Yesterday Huashan Group appointed a new chairman. No one knows who he is or where he came from. We're currently negotiating a 70 million financing deal, but the contract isn't signed yet. You all know Dingqing Real Estate has always collaborated with Washington Group, so building a good relationship with the new chairman is critical for the Wang family's future." Meanwhile, scene shifts elsewhere. Yukin stands quietly. A bodyguard looks at him puzzled and asks, "Young master, why are you still wearing career clothes?" Hearing this, Yichen replies in a calm, steady tone, "Today is the last day of my career contract. I want to finish what I started." Inside, he thinks to himself, "It's not time to reveal my identity yet. It's easier to see the enemy clearly when I stay in the dark." Just then, his phone suddenly rings at the same time. We see Wang Xiaojia sitting in his car, calling Yichen. "Hello. Yichen, this is Wang Xiaojia. Where are you? Let's talk." Yichen answers without fear, completely calm. "I'm delivering food at the Liwan residential community." Wang Xiaojia lets out a cold laugh. "Oh, I'm coming there right now. Wait for me." A short while later, Xiaojia drives over at full speed. He slams the brakes right in front of each, and rolling down the car window, he says arrogantly, "Get in the car. Grandma wants to see you." Ekin replies instantly without hesitation, "Even if your grandma backs 1GIL, it's useless. I'm getting this divorce no matter what." The moment he hears that, Wang Ziya explodes. "Are you crazy? My grandma is backing you. She wants to give you family justice." Yichen asks calmly, "Family justice? On what basis?" That question makes Ziya even angrier. He points at Yichen and shouts, "On what basis? You found another woman outside." "No matter what, Wang Jiahao is still a member of the Wang family. You wronged the Wang family, so you deserve to die." Hearing this, Yichen slowly removes his helmet and asks, with genuine surprise, "I found another woman? Did Wan Jia say that?" The next second, he can't hold it in anymore. He bursts out laughing loudly. Seeing this, Ziya snaps, "What are you laughing at?" Suddenly, Yichen's expression turns completely serious. Inside, rage surges. Wang Jiayao, even bullying has a limit. That shameless woman has gone too far. As Yichen's aura shifts, a trace of fear creeps into Zijia's heart. What's going on? Why did his expression suddenly become so scary? Like a superior looking down on everyone. But Ziji quickly reassures himself. No way, I must be imagining it. How could this useless trash have such an aura? Regaining his arrogance, he orders coldly, "Trash, get in the car first. Kneel at the hotel entrance. After the birthday banquet ends, accept your punishment. Then listen to grandma's instructions about the divorce." Hearing Ziji's nonsense, Yichen refuses directly. "I already said I'm not going." Xiaojia opens the car door and steps out angrily. "Looks like your skin is itching again." He moves forward, raising his fist. "I'll beat you before his hand can come down." Iken turns around and delivers a powerful kick, straight to his face. "Ah!" Xiaojia screams in pain and stumbles back. You trash, how dare you fight back?" As he shouts, he pulls a knife from his pocket and roars, "I'll execute family justice for grandma. I'll cut you to death." He lunges forward, slashing wildly. Swish, swish, swish. But Yichen effortlessly dodges every attack. With a precise strike, he hits Zijia's wrist, knocking the knife to the ground. Immediately after, Yichen rains down punches, smashing Xiaojia's face mercilessly. In just a few seconds, Xiaojia collapses to the ground, screaming in pain. "Ah!" Looking down at him, Yichen gives a cold warning. "Go back and tell the Wang family I'm not their dog anymore. I won't come when they call, and I won't leave when they wave. Unless I choose to, no one can order me around." Lying on the ground, Xiaojia roars angrily, You live in son-in-law, just you wait." Scene shifts, we see the Manhwa hotel. Old Madam Wang is waiting. Soon Zija arrives. Seeing him, she smiles happily. Zija is as efficient as ever, but the next moment, Zija staggers out of the car, crying, "Grandma." Seeing his swollen face, old Madam is shocked. "My good grandson, who did this to you? Who dared to hit you?" Zija cries and complains. "Grandma, it was Wang Jiayao's useless husband. He beat me." Hearing this, Wang Jichang Xiaoji's father turns red with rage. That useless thing dared to hurt you. I want him dead. Zijia heard the ads. Call the police. Old madam immediately refuses. No. This is a family matter, don't worry. I'll make sure he gets the punishment he deserves. If we call the police, this shameful matter will spread easily. She then turns to Wang Jichang and orders coldly, Jichang, I know you have some friends in the underworld. Let them teach that animal a hard lesson. And bring him back to me. Jichang nods immediately yes. Half an hour later. Scene shifts to another residential community. Yichang is walking calmly, when two large thugs block his path. You're Yichang, right? Come with us. Yichang instantly understands. The Wang family sent you again, right? Today is my last day delivering food. I'm not going anywhere. One thug sneers angrily. Refusing a toast just to drink a forfeit. Break his hands first, then we'll talk. Both of them charge at each. In the next moment only screams echo through the area. After beating them down, Yukin checks his delivery bag and exhales in relief. Luckily the food isn't damaged. Just then one thug gathers his courage and tries to attack from behind. Stop. Without turning around, Yi Chen throws a powerful backhand punch. The thug is sent flying and crashed to the ground, completely knocked out. Yukin checks his bag again and nods. Luckily the takeout is fine. He gets on his scooter and rides toward the next destination, muttering calmly, just one last order left. After that the scene shifts to the Wanghao Hotel, where the Wang family's grand party is in full swing. At that moment Wang Jichang, looking completely panicked, rushes to his mother and says, Mom, the professional goons I hired, they were all crippled by Yi Chen. Hearing this, old Madam Wang is instantly shocked. Anger flashes across her face as she coldly asks, is there really no one left who can handle this animal? The moment those words leave her mouth, the guests standing nearby are stunned. They start whispering among themselves. My God, I really didn't expect this. Could that useless, living son-in-law actually be a martial artist? Just then, an old man standing nearby speaks up respectfully. Old Madam Mr. Makan, the general agent of one-to-one delivery in Yunzhou, has come to wish you a happy birthday. The moment he hears that name, Xiang immediately turns to his mother and says, Mom, isn't Hichen's boss? I have a great idea. In the next scene we see Makwin, the general agent of one-to-one delivery, entering with an expensive bottle of wine in his hand. He walks forward politely and says with a smile, Old Madam Wang, I heard you enjoy drinking. This is a 1990 Romani County specially prepared for you. Happy birthday, I wish you a long and healthy life. Old Madam Wang accepts the gift, but her expression remains gloomy. In a low voice she says, Thank you, President Ma. Seeing her mood, Ma Qian becomes slightly concerned and asks, Old Madam Wang, what's wrong? You seem a bit upset. Old Madam takes a deep breath and replies, Boss Ma, I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself in front of you, but our Wang family is currently facing a very serious family problem. Before she can continue, Jichen cuts in and says, Do you remember Yi Chen, the living son-in-law from my younger brother's family? Hearing this, Makan is slightly surprised and immediately asks, Are you saying that living son-in-law not only cheated, but also injured your young master? Inside, Makan thinks to himself, how did that trash dare to provoke the Wang family? Then in a regretful tone he says, It's unfortunate I don't have many connections in you, Joe, otherwise I would personally teach that ungrateful bastard a lesson. The moment he says this, Gikyang hurriedly replies, No. No, Boss Ma. You're too humble. You can actually help us in this matter. He then leans forward slightly and says, That bastard is your employee. He works at one-to-one delivery. Hearing this, Makwon is completely shocked. What? Yi Chen is an employee of one-to-one delivery. Once the truth is confirmed, a confident smile appears on his face. President Wang, leave this matter to me immediately. After Makun takes out his phone and makes a call. Hello. Little Kai. Check this employee ID and his current location. Then with a sinister smile, he gives another order. Good. Assign him an order immediately. Location Manhwa Grand Hotel. 15 minutes later, we see each other arriving outside the hotel. On the phone he says, Mr. Ma, your food delivery has arrived. I'm at the entrance of Manhwa Hotel from the other side. Makun replies coldly, bring it inside. Looking at the hotel, Yichin becomes suspicious. Inside his mind he thinks, Manhwa Grand Hotel. This is Yunjo's top birthday banquet hotel. The entire Wang family must be here. He then politely replies on the phone, according to hotel policy, delivery drivers are not allowed inside. Please come out and collect it inside the hotel. Makun, standing beside old Madam Wang, replies calmly, fine. Wait at the entrance. He hangs up the phone at that moment. Standing outside each, and suddenly hears multiple footsteps approaching. He immediately understands, damn it. This is a trap. Soon after, Makun, old Madam Wang, and the entire Wang family walk out together. Makun respectfully guides old Madam Wang forward. Old Madam Wang, this way. Then Makun walks straight up to Yichen, looks down on him arrogantly, and orders, take off your uniform and your work badge right now. A confused Yichen asked, what do you mean? Mocking his confusion, Ziya bursts into loud laughter, idiot. Do you know who this is? This is your top boss, Ma Qian, the general agent of one-to-one delivery. Ma Qian then threatens coldly, if you don't believe me, I can have the manager call you right now. At that exact moment, Yichen's phone rings. He answers it, and the manager screams from the other side, how did you offend President Ma? You're already fired. Hearing this, Yukin's anger and disappointment explode together. Inside his mind he thinks, I wanted to end my delivery career peacefully, but this bastard ruined everything. Makun then shouts, hurry up. Take off your clothes, you're fired. Strip, take everything off. Angrily, Yichin removes his jacket. Seeing this, Zijia starts recording a video while laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. You look just like a dog. Then Ji Chang steps forward and mocks him, trash. Where did all your arrogance go? Now you dare to hit my son. Didn't you ignoring them all? Yichen calmly says, Boss Ma, I heard that your agency contract with Tong1 delivery expires this year. Hearing this, Makun is both shocked and furious. How does he know that? But on the surface, he maintains his attitude and says, what does that have to do with you? Then Yochin declares, there's no need for you to go to the capital to discuss renewal. You won't be an agent anymore. The moment he hears this, Makun explodes with rage. What do you think you are? You say I can't be an agent, and suddenly I'm not one. Do you know how tight my relationship with the CEO of Tan1 Delivery is? At that moment, old Madam Wang interferes. Screaming angrily, Yichang kneel down. She announces in front of all the guests today, in front of everyone, I will execute family justice on you. First you cheated and wronged Jal. Then you injured my grandson. But Yichen refuses outright and replies coldly, old thing, keep dreaming. Why should I kneel seeing his insolence? Old Madam Wang reminds him of the past. 3 years ago when you married into the Wang family, you personally made a promise. I ask you now, does that promise still count? If you ever harmed the Wang family, you would accept the Wang family's justice without fear. Yichen straightens his chest and says, every word spoken by me. Yichen naturally counts the moment she hears this. Old Madam Wang immediately orders, bring the Wang family's joint dragon ruler. Understood. Zhang replies instantly. In the next moment, a shining golden dragon ruler is brought out. It's explained that even a single strike to the face with this weapon causes 3 days of intense pain. A few more strikes, and the face would be completely ruined. Filled with anger, old Madam Wang orders, hit him 20 times holding the ruler. Shi Chang replies yes. Just then Wang Jifen, Jia Yao's father, steps forward and says, "Mom, this was my fault. I failed to discipline my son-in-law properly. Please let me teach him a lesson personally." But at that exact moment Jia rushes in, snatches the ruler from her father's hand, and says, "Let me do it. He is my husband, let me hit him." The atmosphere was completely heated. Jia Yao, burning with rage, gripped the joint dragon ruler in her hand, clearly intending to teach Yi Chen a lesson. But watching this scene, Yi Chen appeared to be in an entirely different mood. A sarcastic smile slowly formed on his face, as he directly attacked Zhao's hypocrisy. Mockingly, he said, "First you cheated, then you framed me for cheating. Wasn't all that enough? Now you even want to slap me in the face." He didn't stop there. Instead, he raised his sarcasm to another level. In a bitter tone he said, "Wow. What a good wife, I really married a good wife. One so rare, she only appears once in centuries." Hearing this harsh truth, Jia Yao's anger flares up. She turns her face away in fury. But the very next second, to satisfy her ego, and to show her power in front of everyone present, she loudly declares, "He is my husband. If anyone is going to hit him, that right belongs to me alone." While justifying her actions, she thinks to herself, "After all, Yi Chen is my man, how can I let others hit him? If someone else does it, it would indirectly be a slap to my own face." Just as Jia Yao is busy convincing herself, the situation suddenly changes. Out of nowhere, Zijia, who had been standing nearby, lunges forward without any warning. He violently snatches the dragon ruler from Jia Yao's hand. His anger is completely out of control now. Turning red with rage, he roars at Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, you bastard dog." The moment the weapon enters his hand, Ziji's confidence skyrockets. He charges toward Yi Chen with all his strength, threatening him, "How dare you hit me today? I'll completely ruin your face." He swings the ruler through the air and attacks Yu Chen, but before the ruler can land, a twist happens like lightning. Yukin grabs his wrist midair. Before Zijia can even understand what's happening or react, each encounter attacks. Smack! A fierce slap lands squarely on Zijia's face. The slap is so powerful that Zijia screams in pain. Seeing this scene, all the guests are completely shocked. No one can believe that the Wang family's living son-in-law actually dared to hit the Wang family's own grandson. Whispers erupt everywhere. "Oh my God, what just happened?" Seeing her grandson getting beaten, old Madame Wang's anger reaches its peak. She screams, "Do you even realize how many bureau chiefs and directors are present here? They can have you arrested on the spot and thrown into prison despite such a massive threat." Ichin remains completely relaxed. Calmly he replies, "I believe all the guests here saw it clearly. It was Wang Xiaojia who attacked me first. With a weapon, I was simply acting in self-defense." At that moment, a guest steps forward from the crowd, deliberately complicating the situation. "But didn't you just say you were willing to accept the Wang family's justice? Now that punishment has arrived, you suddenly back out." He judges Yi Chen and questions him. "Do you really think being this unreliable suits a man?" Others quickly echo his words. That's right, he doesn't stand by his word. Hearing this, Yi Chen interrupts them and states his condition. "I am willing to accept the Wang family's justice, but only if I have actually done something wrong." The moment she hears this, old Madame Wang explodes with rage. "You look for women behind Zhao's back, and you beat my grandson, isn't that enough?" At this point, Yuchen finally loses control. With absolute determination, he reveals the truth in front of everyone. "For the past 3 years, I loved Wang Jia with my whole heart. I never once strayed." Then he shouts, exposing the real truth. "The one who cheated was your granddaughter. Just yesterday she booked a hotel room with Fang Chao. You can check the room records if you want." The moment that name is spoken, chaos erupts in the crowd. Feng Chao, the second young master of the Feng family. Someone else adds, "I heard long ago that the Wang family was looking for a phone family man as Zhao's next match, so it was true. Gossip spreads rapidly. The Wang family and Fung family really are a perfect match. But shouldn't he have gotten a divorce first? Cheating while married isn't right, is it? Some even mockingly laugh. Looks like Yunjo's so-called no one beauty isn't as pure as the legends say. Seeing her reputation collapse, Jia panics and immediately tries to cover it up. Don't listen to his nonsense, she says urgently. I only met Fang Chao yesterday to discuss business. She continues desperately. You all know, Dingchen Real Estate is raising capital recently. I went to discuss financing with young Master Feng. Yukan immediately counters and asks coldly, did you need to rent a hotel room just to discuss business? Did you need to wear a bathrobe just to talk? Pointing at the crowd, he says, do you think everyone here is an idiot? As the atmosphere continues to heat up, people suddenly shout toward the entrance, hey, young Master Feng is here. Another man laughs, perfect timing. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Feng Chao arrives and asks what's going on here. The moment Zhao sees him, she rushes over, acting pitiful. Young Master Feng, our living son-in-law, is forcing false accusations on me, claiming I had an affair with you. Please tell everyone yesterday. I really came to you only for business discussions. Hearing this, Feng Chao boils with anger inside. This soft rice-eating trash actually exposed my matter with Wang Jiayao in front of so many people. But on the surface, he remains calm and addresses the crowd. Please don't listen to this useless man's nonsense. Jiayao and I are innocent, he explains confidently. She only came to deliver a document yesterday. Then, full of arrogance, he turns to Yichen and challenges him. You claim I had an affair with Jia. Do you have any video or photo evidence inside? Feng Chao is delighted. All evidence has already been erased. And you didn't take any photos or recordings yesterday. He then fabricates a new story to strengthen his position. Friends, he's spreading this rumor for another reason. Maybe you don't know, but the Wang family's live-in son-in-law works part-time as a food delivery driver. He continues lying. Yesterday I ordered food. And coincidentally, he was the delivery boy. Who knew his attitude would be so terrible? He threw my food on the ground. That's why I gave him a 1-star bad rating. That's the real reason he's angry. To prove his words, Feng Chao immediately points at Ma Qian. And coincidentally, Boss Ma, the agent of Tiaowen Delivery, is also here. Boss Ma, please check his delivery records from yesterday. McCune takes out his phone, checks and confirms young Master Feng is correct. He did receive a 1-star bad rating yesterday. The reason, extremely poor attitude. He threw the delivery on the ground. Hearing this, the guests look at each other with disgust. Wow, what a filthy mindset exactly. People from the bottom are all like sewer rats. So this was just revenge for a bad rating. How low class, listening to everything. Yichen looks straight at Jia Yu and asks, why did I throw that delivery on the ground? Won't you help explain that? But Jia Yu immediately shifts the blame onto him. That happened because you're not hardworking. Your tolerance is too weak. Hearing this, Yichen bursts into loud laughter. Wow. Not hardworking, weak tolerance. Inside he feels bitter. What expectations do I still have from such a selfish woman? He then turns serious and asks everyone, you say I looked for women outside. Do you have any evidence? Old Madame Wang looks sharply at Jia Yu. Terrified, Jia Yu shakes her head in denial. With no evidence, old Madame Wang changes the topic. Fine. Since there's no proof, we'll end this matter here. But you beating my grandson, this won't end so easily, Yichen responds calmly. He attacked me with a knife at the entrance of Liun residential community. There are cameras and the security can testify. I was simply defending myself within the law. He then directly challenges her. If you want to pursue this further, let's call the police if I go in. I guarantee you won't escape either. Hearing this, old Madame Wang trembles with fury. So after eating the Wang family's food for 3 years, you've become quite capable, haven't you? She sneers. After hitting my grandson, is your next step hitting me? Yukin replies calmly, old Madam Wang. I have always respected you. I promise as long as Wang Xiaojia doesn't provoke me. In the future I won't touch him. Then he states his final request. I only have one request. I hope you allow Wang Jiayao and me to divorce. Hearing the word divorce, old Madam Wang sneers angrily. Good, very good. She announces loudly. Everyone here knows that 3 years ago, the Wang family accepted this living son-in-law. This marriage was arranged by my late husband. She continues. Although Jaya was unhappy these past 3 years, her parents asked me many times for a divorce. I refused every time. To fulfill the last wish of an elder, the guests whisper among themselves. She then declares proudly, my granddaughter, Wang Jiayao, is known as Yanzhou's #1 beauty. Who is worthy of whom I don't need to explain. Finally she announces her decision today. Yichen hit my grandson, and slandered my granddaughter, and a friend of the Fong family. I have decided. I will no longer honor my late husband's last wish, she shouts from this moment on. Yichen is no longer the Fong family's son-in-law. He is expelled from the Wang family immediately. The moment this is said, Yichang orders the waiters serve drinks to everyone. The atmosphere instantly changes. Wine is served and, as expected, the guests congratulate the Wang family. Enthusiastically, congratulations. Old Madam Wang, congratulations. Jiayu laughter fills the hall. Good riddance to a useless man. Now you can finally find someone worthy of Jiayu. It's clear. They never truly considered Yukin part of the family. Amid the celebration, Jiayu's mother, Sulin, steps forward and grabs attention. Thank you, everyone. Actually, I have good news to share. Proudly she announces. Jiayu and Yichen have slept separately for 3 years. He has never even touched her hand. She emphasizes loudly Jiayu is still a virgin. Hearing this, Jiayu turns red with embarrassment. Mom. But Yichen thinks calmly, this is nothing but business. He understands clearly. Z is being treated like merchandise, evaluated so she can be sold to the highest bidder. They are flaunting her virginity to increase her market value. Yukin picks up a wine glass, but not to drink. He extends it toward Jiayao and makes one last sarcastic remark. Congratulations, Wang Jiayao. You can finally find a man who is worthy of you. Hearing this, Jiayao regains her old arrogance. She believes Yichen is still afraid of losing her. If you kneel down right now and beg me, she says coldly, maybe I'll ask Grandma to delay the divorce. Yukin responds with fury and hatred. You betrayed me, and now you want me to kneel and beg you. At this point, Jia, you has lost all dignity in Yukin's eyes. He flips the wine glass over, pouring the wine onto the ground. A direct insult. Then he says coldly, you're not worth it inside. She screams. Yichen, this low, worthless man. Has he gone insane? He's openly rebelling. Burning with rage and humiliation, she starts to shout but suddenly stops herself. She turns sharply toward her grandmother. She knows where the real power lies. Grandma letting him go with just a divorce would be far too merciful. She complains we can't let him off so easily. He humiliated our family standing nearby. Ziji, who already hated Yichen, seizes the opportunity and nods vigorously. Sister Ji is absolutely right. We must teach him a lesson. Just look at my face. This isn't just my injury. This is an attack on the Wang family. Seeing her grandson wounded and her granddaughter disgraced, old Madam Wang's resolve hardens completely. For her, this is no longer about divorce. This is about the Wang family's honor. Don't worry, she declares. Coldly bullying the Wang family is not that easy. Then she raises her voice and addresses all the guests present. Everyone here, listen carefully. This man Yichen wasted 3 precious years of my granddaughter's youth. Not only that, he beat my grandson and betrayed our trust. She continues, her voice heavy with authority. My Wang family has been established in Yujao for many years. We have reputation and dignity here. If we let him leave unpunished, people will think we've grown weak. Then she makes her demand. All of you are influential figures from different industries in Yeoju. I ask for your help. Cut off every possible source of his income. Let him understand the consequences of crossing the Wang family. As soon as she finishes, whispers erupt throughout the hall. So the Wang family wants to destroy his livelihood. That means they want him starving in Yeoju. This is a direct strike at survival itself. Some shake their heads. A mere living son-in-law disgraced the Wang family, and even asked for divorce. Of course they're furious. Others hesitate, but he's just a nobody. Isn't this like using an entire army to hunt a rabbit? Before the discussion can continue, a man steps forward, Fang Cha. Unwilling to miss this chance to curry favor, he announces loudly on behalf of the Fang family. I fully support the Wang family. The crowd immediately recognizes him. The eldest son of the Fang family. The largest affordable luxury hotel chain in Yujao. His support is massive. Fang Chao steps closer to Yichuan and threatens coldly. I guarantee that from today onward, no hotel below 4 stars in Yujao will allow you to check in. You won't even have a place to sleep. He smirks, darkly, hatred burning in his eyes. In the future, I'll sleep with your wife and make you crawl and beg me. He thinks I'll show you your place. As if competition has begun, another man steps forward. Everyone listen, I'm Joey, owner of Luwei Lushan, Waishan and Tiatia restaurants. With confidence he declares, I've been in Yujao's catering business for 20 years. I also support the Wang family. Whether you eat or starve in this city, that decision is mine, he continues firmly. With my connections, I guarantee, you won't even get a part-time job in any restaurant. Forget being a waiter, you won't even wash dishes. Before he can step back, Magan rushes forward. I'm willing to be left out, I'm Magan, general agent of Tuan delivery in Yujao. I'll also cut off Yechen's livelihood. He stares straight at Yechen. Forget food delivery, not just our company. You won't deliver for any platform. Every door is closed to you. Facing so many enemies, Yechen remains calm. He casually starts counting. Hotel service, food delivery. 2 industries blacklisted already. Then he looks up with a mocking smile. Any others left? If yes, come forward together, a man suddenly shouts. I'm the CEO of Golden Mine KTV. Don't even dream of working in any bar or KTV in Yujao. The entertainment industry has no place for you. Yechen bursts into laughter. To him their efforts feel childish. Very good, he says. Anything else? Suddenly, Ziji realizes something terrifying. Wait. Yichan isn't ordinary, he's terrifying in a fight. He quickly warns the crowd. Be careful, this animal knows Kung Fu. His skills are extraordinary. He might apply to become a private bodyguard. For wealthy families, we must block that path too. He shouts. Who here can influence all of Yujo's rich families? Silence falls over the hall. Yujo has countless wealthy people. No one dares claim control over all of them. Then the scene shifts. Everyone notices a stunningly beautiful woman, sitting elegantly on a sofa, completely detached from the chaos. Her presence alone sets her apart. Seeing her, Wang Jichong freezes in shock. Who is she? When did she arrive? Why didn't I notice? Realization strikes him. This is no ordinary guest. He rushes forward nervously. President Qin, when did you arrive? Please forgive me for not welcoming you at the door. I've made a terrible mistake. Morgan, clueless, whispers President Wang. Who is this beauty? Jichong glares at him inwardly. You ignorant fool, not knowing her will cost you dearly. He announces proudly. This is Vice President Chen Hanyan of Washing Group. The hall erupts. What? The Vice President of Washing Group. That legendary figure, people whisper in awe. She personally signed international contracts, worth hundreds of billions. She stands beneath one man, but above 10,000. Yechen looks at her calmly. Washing Group, my company. He thinks so. She works for me. Meanwhile, Wang Jichang desperately tries to impress her. If there's one person in Yuzhou who knows all the wealthy elites, he flatters its president. Chen Magang eagerly agrees. But Chen Hongyan cuts him off sharply. It sounds like you're saying, I have affairs with all of you. Zhou's rich men, she says coldly. Watch your words. Morgan panics and apologizes, but inside his thoughts turn filthy. Jichang quickly pushes his agenda. President Shin, please help us cut off Yechen's income. One word from you is enough. Chen Hongyan pulls out a cigarette and places it between her lips. Every man rushes forward with a lighter. She ignores them all, then she points directly at Yechen. You come here? Gasps filled the hall. Hear him. Yechen asks calmly, what do you want? Light my cigarette, she orders. Everyone is stunned. Yichan replies flatly, I don't have a lighter. Shock deepens. Shin Hongyan walks up to him, standing impossibly close. Name? She asks. Yichen? She smiles faintly and places her hand on his chest. Chen Hongyan fully takes advantage of her position and puts forward an offer right in front of Yichen. Yichen, just because your surname is the same as that of our newly appointed president of Huashan Group, I'm willing to give you a chance to survive. She slowly scans him from head to toe, judging him openly, then adds, if I look carefully, you actually look quite decent. Listen to my request, and I'll hire you as my personal bodyguard. How does that sound? The moment she says this, the entire hall explodes. The atmosphere changes instantly. People start shouting and whispering at the same time. President Shin is trying to save that boy, Yichen Wai. But it doesn't stop there. People start thinking deeper. Becoming the personal bodyguard of such a stunning beauty. Did President Zhong actually fall for him? While the crowd is shocked, Yahello, standing far away, is already burning with anger. Confusion and jealousy twist her face. Inside her mind, only one thought keeps repeating. What exactly is Chen Hongyan trying to do? At the same time, Wang Jichen's brain suddenly rings an alarm bell. He realizes something shocking. The new president's surname. It's also you. Without wasting a second, he blurts out, President Shin, the new president of Huashan Group. May I know his full name? Hearing this direct question, Chen Hongyan instantly becomes defensive. The truth is, she doesn't know the name herself. But she hides her ignorance perfectly and replies confidently, sorry, President. He doesn't want too many people to know about him. For now, outwardly calm. Inwardly, she's panicking. Damn it. Even I don't know the mysterious president's name. If this gets exposed, I'll become a joke. Seeing her forced confidence, Yechen smiles inwardly. She definitely doesn't know my identity. He thinks otherwise. She wouldn't have asked me to light her cigarette earlier. Understanding the situation clearly, Yichen asked calmly, President Chen, how exactly do you plan to secure my livelihood? Chen Hongyan answers without hesitation and sets a condition: as long as you kneel down and separately apologize to old Madam Wang Xiaojia and your wife, I'll step in and protect you. After that, I'll officially hire you as my personal bodyguard. Annual salary 200,000. The moment this offer is announced, whispers erupt again. So President Shin is really trying to save Yichen Wai. Someone starts calculating excitedly. Just kneel, apologize, avoid being blacklisted, and become the bodyguard of President Shin. This bastard will definitely agree. Hearing this, Jiao's anger skyrockets. She clenches her teeth. What's wrong with this woman? Why is she targeting Yichen again and again? She immediately runs to her grandmother and complains. Grandma, President Shin is clearly going against us. But old Madam Wang's reaction is completely unexpected. Instead of being angry, she looks impressed and says, this woman is a high-level player. Number wonder she became Washington's vice president. At such a young age, then she explains calmly to Jia. You look carefully, she never easily offends anyone. And she has the ability to make any man both grateful and obsessed. At this point, everyone believes Yi Chen will accept this golden offer. But suddenly Yi Chen's expression turns ice cold. Without hesitation he replies, I refuse. Those two simple words stunned the entire hall. Jia Yu's eyes widen. Chen Huanyan can't believe her ears. Anger and frustration explode as she shouts. Say that again. Inside her mind, she screams, this useless living son-in-law actually rejected me in front of everyone. Suddenly the scene flips. Yukin strides forward, closes the distance in an instant, and grabs Chen Huanyan's ear. Pulling it hard he shouts, I said I refuse. Chen Huanyan screams in pain. Her ear turns red instantly, pain and humiliation flashing across her face. Seeing this, Ji Chang completely loses control. He points at Yi Chen and roars, How dare you touch President Chen? Yi Chen remains relaxed and mocks calmly. I thought President Chen couldn't hear well, so I spoke closer to her ear. This blatant insult pushes Chen Huanyan past her limit. She glares at him coldly. Very good. Yi Chen, you do have guts. Inside she's boiling. This useless son-in-law doesn't even know what's good for him. She turns toward old Madam Wang and announces loudly, Old Madam Wang, I, Chen Huanyan, vice president of Huashan Group, officially support the Wang family. From this moment on I will block every single path for Yi Chen to survive in Yunzhou. As soon as this declaration is made, the guests burst into laughter. One man sneers Yi Chen is nothing but trash. Even becoming a bodyguard was already too much for him. Another adds mockingly, in the future, you won't even have a chance to stay alive in Yunzhou. Hearing this, Jia Yu feels satisfied. She thinks coldly, you did this to yourself. You should have just endured everything quietly. Just when everyone thinks Yi Chen has lost completely, he suddenly asked calmly, President Chen, may I ask, was what you just said a personal decision? Or does it represent Huashan Group? Without hesitation, Chen Huanyan answers confidently. Of course it represents both. Yi Chen immediately traps her with logic. You're only the vice president, not the president. What right do you have to represent Washington Group? Stance? The crowd starts whispering again. He's right, President Chen isn't the highest authority. Legally speaking, she can't decide on behalf of the president, and they don't even have a close relationship. Realizing she's cornered, Chen Huanyan panics. To protect herself and her reputation, she decides to tell a huge lie. Fine. I didn't want to say this originally, but since you want to die knowing the truth, I'll tell you. She raises her chin proudly. The newly appointed President Yi of Huashan Group is my lover. Boom. The real President Yi Chen himself is completely stunned. What the hell, when did I become your lover? What? Yi Chen blurted out. Jin Huanyan insists coldly, I said President Yi is my lover. Inside Yi Jin fumes. Don't you feel ashamed, calling me your lover to my face? The hall erupts again. So, the mysterious President Yi is actually President Jin's boyfriend. No wonder she suddenly appeared in Yunzhou. Only someone of President Yi's level is worthy of her. A perfect match. Someone mocks Yi Chen loudly. Trash Yi Chen. The lovers represent the Huashan Group together. Of course she can speak for him. Another warns, you dare to question President Chen's authority. You're courting death. Hearing this one, Gishang finally relaxes. He flatters immediately. President Shin, why didn't you say this earlier? If President Yi is your lover, then we're at ease. Inside he's already celebrating. Since President Shin is President Yi's lover, that 70 million financing is basically guaranteed. Shin Hongyan pretends to be shy and adds to her lie. My boyfriend is very serious about work. He always keeps business and personal life separate. She then turns to the crowd and requests, so I hope everyone here can help keep this matter a secret. Watching her act, Yi-chen almost laughs out loud. She showed off earlier, and now she's scared people might leak it. Seeing him smile, Chen Hongyan snaps, "What are you laughing at?" Yi-chen smirks and fires back. "I heard President Yi is extremely rich, handsome and talented." President Shin, "You're somewhat good-looking, but are you really his type?" Her ego shatters instantly. She doubles down arrogantly. "President, you fell in love with me at first sight. He even rented an entire island in Southeast Asia, arranged a grand confession ceremony, and begged me to be his girlfriend." The crowd gasps in awe, but Yi-chen, the real president, is speechless. Damn. This woman really knows how to fabricate stories. Tired of this pointless argument, he says coldly, "Enough, I'm done arguing with you." He turns to Jiao and declares firmly, "Jiao, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now and start the divorce process." Jiao replies angrily, "Fine. Let's go," but Wang Shuya blocks their path, sneering, "Don't rush. At least stay for the birthday banquet." He marks further, "When the feast starts later, we'll even reserve a bowl for you at the door. After all, after eating, you'll be leaving Yunzhou for good." Then he turns to Makan and laughs. "I still haven't thanked you. That scene where you strip Yi-chen outside. Classic, like training a dog." Makan laughs smugly. "Young Master Wang, you're too polite. If I knew earlier, I'd have recorded it. Dog training videos like that are rare." Hearing their arrogance, Yi-chen makes a final decision. "Enough, this ends now." He pulls out his phone and dials a special number. An old man's respectful voice answers. "Third young master," Yi-chen asks calmly. "That man who delivers food and insists on feeding my grandfather, what was his name again?" The old man replies immediately. "Are you referring to Wang Xiaohong, CEO of Taunting Delivery?" "That's him." Ekin orders coldly, "Contact him immediately. Tell him to revoke Yinzhou's Taunton agency. Effective now." Everyone nearby is stunned. They can't believe what they're hearing. The old man continues respectfully. He's always wanted to meet the old master. He'll be honored to do this. His net worth exceeds 50 billion. Now he's qualified to dine with the old master. Yucca nods slightly. "He's made decent progress these past years. Arrange a meeting with me another day. I'll treat him." "Yes, young master." As Yuccan hangs up, dead silence fills the hall. No one knows whether that was real or a joke. Suddenly Wang Xiaojia bursts into laughter. "Yuccan, what kind of drama is this? Revoking Boss Ma's agency? Who do you think you are?" Makan sneers. "Kid, choose a better time to show off. Who would be afraid of fake nonsense like this?" He even insults Yi-chen's grandfather. "Your grandpa is just a farmer. CEO Wang is worth billions. You think he'll eat with your grandpa? You're living in a dream." Jiao glares in disgust. "If you don't have the ability, just admit it. Why put on such a disgusting act?" But Chen Hongyan doesn't laugh. Her eyes stay fixed on Ekin. Something feels wrong suddenly. Macklin's phone rings. He looks at the screen and shouts excitedly, "It's SEO Wang." He answers eagerly. "SEO Wang, I was just planning to call you to discuss contract renewal." But the voice on the other end is furious. "I'm calling to inform you. Your Yunzhou agency qualification has been revoked." Immediately, boom. Makan's world collapses. His legs go weak as shock freezes him in place. The moment he hears those words, the ground seems to vanish beneath Morgan's feet. It feels like his entire world has been flipped upside down. "My agency cancelled." Panic slams into him. Cold sweat pours down his back as his eyes dart around the room. No, this can't be happening. Not here, not now. So many people are watching. And worse, Zhang Hanyan is here. If the truth comes out, the consequences will be disastrous. He'd be worse off than Shin, the same Shin who was thrown out of this birthday party, like a stray dog, Terrified of losing the last shred of his dignity, Magan forces a fake smile onto his face and raises his voice so everyone can hear. Thank you, Ku. That's exactly what I was saying. Given our friendship, we should definitely continue working together. I've even prepared the renewal fee for you. A full 8 million, but SEO's reply is ice cold. Sorry, Boss Ma. The company has decided to send someone from the head office to handle you Joe directly. We no longer need agents. Magan keeps acting desperately, trying to hide his panic. No problem. No problem when we meet. We'll drink all night. That's when CEO Wu finally explodes. Didn't you hear what I said clearly? Your agency is gone. No matter how much money you throw at it now, it's useless by now. Fear is written all over Megan's face. Sweat drips down his temples. Yet he refuses to drop the act. Still smiling stiffly, he says, all right. COW, please don't worry. We'll definitely do good business together. In the future, the sheer amount of nonsense pushes CL Wu over the edge. Are you insane? Why are you still talking nonsense? Listen carefully. When the contract expires next month, the head office will send someone directly. Click. The call ends, and yet Magan keeps talking to the air. All right, see you, Wu. We'll talk when we meet. The whole performance leaves Chin slightly stunned. What is this clown doing, he wonders. Whether Butler Fong has already contacted Wang Xian. Just then ZG, completely unaware of the truth, walks over Boss Ma from that call. It sounds like the renewal went smoothly. Ma Gun is already broken inside, but he keeps up the confident facade. Of course everything went perfectly. Delighted, ZG lifts his glass. Boss Ma, let me toast you. May money rain down on you endlessly. Magan raises the glass and downs it in one go. But as he drinks, tears silently stream down his face. Thank you, young master. Wang Chen, watching from a short distance, notices the tears in Magan's eyes. Meanwhile, ZG laughs loudly. Boss Ma really is generous. Finished it in one shot. But Chen Hongyan sees the tears clearly. Boss Ma, why are you crying? Are you okay, afraid of being exposed? Magan quickly makes up an excuse. I'm fine, the drink was just too strong. It burned my throat. That's when Chen finally steps forward. Boss Ma, big words depend on the occasion. What's the point of acting anymore? Everyone can see you're putting on a show. Why don't you just admit it? Your agency has already been cancelled. Magan's rage explodes. This brat just stomped my dignity into the dirt. Clinging to his last shred of pride, he roars, so what if it's gone? The company just wants to take control directly. This has nothing to do with trash like you. Chen merely smiles faintly. If you believe that, fine. I'm not interested in making another enemy anyway. Those words stab straight into Megan's ego. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you even have? You're nothing but a filthy delivery boy. The atmosphere instantly turns heated. Guests whisper among themselves. Did Boss Ma really lose his agency because of Chen? No way. Chen is just a useless living son-in-law. But what if it's true? What if we mock the wrong person? Sensing the chaos, Ziyao's mother steps in to control the situation. Everyone calm down. What happened to Boss Ma has nothing to do with this useless son-in-law. His family is from the countryside. His grandfather is a farmer. It's impossible for him to know someone like Xiao Wu. The Wang family quickly agrees. Exactly. He's been living in our family for 3 years, as a house husband. If he really had powerful connections, would he live like a dog for 3 years? Another relative laughs. Rich young masters are delicate. They can't endure hardship. How could someone like that survive 3 years as a living son-in-law? It's ridiculous. At that moment, old Madam Wang signals the security guards. They surround Magan and begin escorting him out. Mr. Ma, please come this way. Unable to accept the humiliation, Ma Gun shouts, wait. I brought rare vintage wine. The guard shoves the wine back into his hands. Please take your wine with you. Wait, old Madam Wang. President Wang, his voice fades as he's dragged out. Watching the farce, Chin thinks coldly. The Wang family, these people. All of them are the same. No wonder Wang Jiayao betrayed me for money. To ease the tension, Ji Chang makes an announcement. Guests, please take your seats. Enjoy some soup and snacks first. The party will officially begin shortly. Everyone heads to the dining area, but a different tension brews there. Jiaya walks up to Chin and says coldly, after dinner we're getting divorced. Remember, don't let it affect Grandma's 80th birthday. Chin sits down calmly without reacting. Fine. I'll wait until you finish eating. Just as he's about to start, a small accident happens. His spoon lightly bumps into the spoon of the woman sitting across from him. She instantly screams. Oh, how annoying. My spoon touched that useless trash's spoon. It's dirty now. Chin ignores her tantrum and looks at her soup instead. Papaya soup for breast enhancement. He glances at her well-developed figure and casually remarks, you probably don't need papaya anyway. The woman freezes, then turns red with rage. What do you mean by that? Why wouldn't I need it? Chin cuts it off. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Here, have the soup. His indifference infuriates her. This house husband won't even look me in the eye. She storms over to old Madam Wang. Grandma, don't let Chin eat here anymore. He didn't even prepare a birthday gift. What right does he have to eat at your party? Old Madam Wang responds sternly. Protecting the family's reputation. The Wang family has standards. Let him finish his meal after that. He'll leave and proceed with the divorce. The woman still argues, but it's your 80th birthday. And he didn't bring a gift. Hearing that, Chen recalls the past 3 years. If old Madam Wang hadn't insisted on no divorce for 3 years, my mission would have failed long ago. He makes a decision. I'm officially leaving the Wang family today. And since it's her 80th birthday, I should give a gift. He pulls out his phone and dials a number. Prepare a gift for me, deliver it to Wanwan Hotel. Seeing this, Jia Yao scoffs. What? Now you remember? Shame. Our family won't accept your trash. She sneers inwardly. A man living off his wife. What could he possibly give? Stop embarrassing yourself. She snaps. Call them back and cancel it. If Grandma needs a gift, I'll arrange one for you. Jin ignores her and keeps eating. That finally sets her off. Hey. Did you hear what I said? 10 minutes pass. Suddenly hurried footsteps echo at the entrance. A delivery boy with a bag tries to enter, but a guard stops him. Sorry. Today is a Wang family event. Outsiders aren't allowed. I'm here to deliver a birthday gift. The delivery boy explains. Allowed in? He asks. May I know whose birthday it is today? Seeing a stranger, Shuji snaps. Why is another delivery guy here? This is my grandma's party. Who let you in? The delivery boy hurriedly explains. I met a Rolls-Royce owner on the road. He wanted to come himself, but traffic was terrible. He gave me 500 yuan and asked me to deliver this gift to Win Hua Hotel. The moment EG hears Rose voice owner, his anger vanishes, replaced by Greedo. So this must be for my grandma. Give it to me. He grabs the box and opens it in front of everyone. The instant the lid lifts, his eyes go wide. A green glow spills out. Is that? He screams in shock. Top grade ice jade, completely transparent. The best of the best. This bracelet is worth at least 10 million. The holler UPSA 10 million yuan gift. Delivered casually by a delivery boy. Who is this tycoon? And while everyone is losing their minds, Chen, the man who ordered the gift, sits calmly and continues eating. So just like we saw in the previous episode, the moment that box is opened, an extremely precious jet bracelet is revealed inside. The instant everyone lays eyes on it, Every single person present is left wide-eyed in shock. In the very next moment, the entire hall is buzzing, with nothing but discussions about that bracelet. The guests and family members simply can't hide their amazement anymore. Voices rise everywhere, as people excitedly talk over one another. This jet bracelet instantly becomes the most expensive and valuable gift among everything presented today. Hearing this, everyone's curiosity skyrockets. One by one their gazes turn toward old Madam Wang. And someone finally asks old Madam Wang, who exactly is the person who sent such a generous gift? You must introduce us to them later. But this is where the story takes an unexpected twist. Old Madam Wang herself is staring at the bracelet with a confused expression. Holding it in her hands, she slowly says, "To be honest, even this old lady isn't very clear about it." The entire hall instantly falls into suspense. The guests begin whispering among themselves. Every single member connected to the Wang family is present today. No one is missing. So then who on earth sent this bracelet? At that moment, from within the crowd, Chen's sister-in-law Wang Yuan stares greedily at the sparkling bracelet. Her eyes shine as she thinks, "What a beautiful bracelet." Then with full confidence, she speaks up in front of everyone. "Could it be that one of my admirers sent this?" The moment she says that, the same thought starts circling in everyone's mind. Yeah, that's possible. After all, Wang Yuan has an incredibly hot figure. Any man who sees her would probably lose sleep that night. She's only 20 years old and doesn't even have a boyfriend. In fact, she's the target of many wealthy young masters who all want to date her. Hearing this, Yan's father Ji Chang puffs out his chest proudly. Nodding eagerly, he says, "Absolutely. The chances are very high. My daughter is that beautiful. She has millions of fans online. This must have been sent by some rich young master who likes Yuan." After that, Chen Hong and also chimes in with a smile. "Then congratulations in advance, President Wang. Your future son-in-law is truly generous to send a gift worth tens of millions." Yi Chang beams with joy and hurriedly replies, "Oh, stop it, President Chen. You're embarrassing me." All of this drama is quietly watched by Chin. From the side, there's a faint smile on his face, as he thinks to himself, they'd rather blindly guess and believe that this bracelet came from one of your nuanced lovers than accept that I'm the one who sent it. With that thought, Yi Chen finally stands up. Turning towards Ziyao, he calmly asks Ziyao, "Have you eaten?" Jia looks at him in surprise and replies coldly, "I've eaten." "Why?" Yakin takes a deep breath, then finally says the words he's been holding in for so long, "Since you've eaten and I've already given my gift, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get divorced. Right now." Jia Yu is completely stunned, shocked. She blurted out, "Wait. What did you just say? You gave a gift? When did you give a gift?" Without hesitation, Yi Chen points straight at the jet bracelet that has become the center of attention and says, "It's right there. That bracelet is my gift." The moment those words fall, it's as if a bomb explodes in the hall. Ji Chang turns red with rage and roars, "You're shameless. That bracelet is worth tens of millions. You couldn't earn that kind of money in 7 lifetimes. How dare you claim you sent it?" Yuan jumps in immediately, curling her lips in disdain. "Sister Ji, can you please stop your loser husband from making a bigger fool of himself? It's obvious this was sent by one of my suitors." Standing nearby, Shija also seizes the chance to humiliate Iken. "Our family of 4 couldn't even give a decent birthday gift. And now he comes out, trying to steal credit for someone else's present. He's truly disgraced the Wang family." Immediately after that, Jia Yao, furious, snaps at each and, "Let's go right now. We're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I don't want to be the wife of a loser like you for even one more second." But before leaving, Ying turns one last time to old Madam Wang and says calmly, "Old Madam Wang, for 3 years, good times or bad, we were family. I give this bracelet to you. Happy birthday." Old Madam Wang waves her hand impatiently and snaps, "That's enough. Stop this nonsense and get out of here. Quit showing off. This living son-in-law has truly embarrassed our family. From behind, Shujia shouts threateningly, Yichin. After the divorce, take a train and get out of Yujiao. I don't ever want to see you here again. Ikan turns back and replies coldly, whether I leave Yuzhou or not is my freedom, you have no right to interfere. And with that he walks away. Outside the hotel, Yichen spots a BMW parked nearby, with Fangchao and Jia Yao sitting inside. Fangchao mocks him openly. Kid John said, "You're not even qualified to sit in a BMW. Take a shared bike instead. We'll wait for you at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau." With that he speeds off, leaving Yukin alone, but Yukin calmly raises his hand, flags down a taxi and says hello. Civil Affairs Bureau, please. A short while later, the scene shifts inside the Civil Affairs Bureau. The atmosphere is quiet. The officer at the counter hands them the documents and says formally, "Here are your divorce certificates." The moment Yi Chen takes the certificate into his hands, he lets out a relieved breath. "Finally, I have the divorce certificate. After 3 years, I'm no longer a living son-in-law." Looking at the certificate, he immediately begins planning his next move. Next trial business. From now on, I'll focus fully on my career. But Jiayu sneers, "That's right. You're no longer a living son-in-law. Now you're a discarded son-in-law, which is even more shameful." Yi Chun replies without stopping, "Say whatever you want. I have nothing to do with you anymore." He gets into the taxi and leaves behind him. Jiayu is still furious watching the taxi drive away. She screams, "Yi Chuan, you're a useless abandoned son-in-law." In anger, Jiayu and Fang Chao jump back into their car. Sitting down, Jiayu orders Fang Chao drive. "Follow him, see if he's leaving you." Fang Chao immediately starts the engine and chases after the taxi confidently. He says he's definitely going to catch a train and leave. He can't survive in Yuju anymore. He has no savings if he doesn't leave. What will he live on, air? Jia Yao hesitates and says, "That makes sense, but looking at his expression earlier, I feel like it's not that simple." After following for a while, Feng Chao frowns. "This road, it's not toward the train station." Jia Yu asks sharply, "Is it the airport?" Feng Chao shakes his head, "No. This goes toward the Shishin district." Jia Yu mutters, "Could it be that he doesn't plan to leave Yuzhou at all?" Feng Chao laughs dismissively. "He's probably just looking for a cheap hotel. Don't worry. The Wang family controls the hotel industry here. I guarantee he won't even get a room in a 4-star hotel." 10 minutes later, the scene shifts again. They arrive outside the Westlake Four Seasons Hotel. Yukin steps out of his taxi. At the same time, Feng Chao and Jia Yao arrive. Seeing him there, Feng Chao scoffs. "Damn it, did this guy come here to apply for a waiter job?" Jia Yao snaps angrily at the birthday banquet. Young master son already blocked his path to becoming a waiter, and he still dares to come here. He clearly doesn't care about the Wang family's influence. Feng Chao pulls out his phone smugly. "He doesn't believe in my power, huh? Fine, I'll make a call." He dials and says arrogantly, "Hello. Little Chang, you're still the manager at Westlake, right? I have a task for you. A guy named Yi Chen went to your hotel to apply for a job. Don't hire him." But the next second, his face goes pale. "What?" Seeing his expression, Jia Yao panics. "What happened?" Feng Chao lowers his phone, stunned. "He said no one went there to apply for a job." Confused, Feng Chao mutters, "If he didn't apply for a job, then why did he go inside?" Suddenly a thought hits him. "Don't tell me he went there to stay." Jia Yu immediately denies it. "Impossible. Westlake costs at least 8,000 per night. I already confiscated all his bank cards. During the divorce, he only has a few hundred in cash and a 2,000 credit limit to clear things up." Feng Chao says, "Let's go inside and ask little Chang directly." Scene shifts to the hotel lobby. As soon as they enter, the receptionist explains. Brother Chow, the Ekin you mentioned did check in just now. He prepaid for 7 days. Hearing that, Fong Chao feels the ground disappear beneath his feet. 7 days, he quickly calculates 8,000 a night. 7 days, that's 56,000. Grinding his teeth, he snarls. That bastard hid private money. Jiayu, he must have skimmed money from groceries and daily expenses. Shameless stealing even that much. But then the receptionist gently interrupts. Sir, Mr. Yukin didn't stay in a standard room. He booked the presidential suite. Boom. Fong Chao and Jiayu are struck like by 440 volts. What? Fong Chao stammers. The Westlake presidential suite is 80,000 a night. 7 days, that's 56000. He turns to Jiayu in shock. Jiayu, are you sure? That money came from your family's expenses. To turn his suspicion into certainty, Fong Chao immediately spun around toward the receptionist and asked in disbelief. Are you sure? Did each and really just pay the full 5,600 right now? The receptionist nodded calmly. Yes, sir. The payment has been completed. But her very next sentence was like rubbing salt into an open wound. Smiling brightly, she added. And not only that, he was so happy that he even gave me a 10,000 tip. The moment Ziyao heard that, her anger completely exploded. She snapped, shouting, how dare you keep that tip? That money belongs to my Wang family. Do you understand? While Jiayu was throwing a full-blown tantrum, Fong Chao quickly stepped in and tried to calm her down with logic. His expression turned serious. Yeah, this isn't the time to cry over a tip. The real question is, where did he get so much money from? Even if he stole vegetable money for 3 whole years, there's no way he could save up 1 million. Those words made Jiayu freeze. She went silent, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Wait. She remembered something. He often used to go to my grandmother's house to look after her dog, and you know my grandmother. Her house is filled with old, valuable antiques. What if he secretly stole 1 or 2 antiques and sold them the moment she said it? Fong Chao immediately agreed. That must be it. Call your family right now. Tell them to check if anything is missing. Without wasting a second, Xiaoya pulled out her phone. Meanwhile, over at the Wanhao Hotel banquet hall, the atmosphere was completely different. It was already very late, yet President Tang and the other big guests still hadn't left. Everyone was waiting for just one thing. Who was the mysterious person who sent that outrageously expensive bracelet? They all wanted to catch a glimpse of this secret figure at the same time. Jin Hongyan was growing restless. She kept glancing toward the entrance, her brows tightening. So much time has passed. Why hasn't the gift sender shown up yet? Even with traffic, he should have arrived by now. A troubling thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could it be that bracelet was actually sent by Ichin? Just then Jiyao's mother's phone rang inside the hall. Seeing daughter on the screen, she picked up casually. Hello, dear. How did everything go? The divorce with that loser's done, right? But Jiyao's voice on the other end was filled with panic and fury. Mom, go to grandma's house right now. Check if any of her old calligraphy or paintings are missing. Then she screamed, accusing that bastard Ichin definitely stole our family's things and sold them for money. Hearing this, her mother nearly lost her balance. What, that loser stole your grandmother's antiques? Her loud voice didn't go unnoticed. Jin Hongyan heard every word. She took a deep breath, as if all her curiosity had finally been answered. Exhaling cigarette smoke slowly, she thought to herself, damn. I thought that guy was some big shot. Turns out he's just a petty thief. Her interest vanished instantly. She stood up and said calmly, Old Madam Wang, President Wang, I have some urgent matters at the company. I'll be taking my leave. Old Madam Wang immediately stood as well, speaking respectfully. President Chen, the financing matter is now in your hands. Chen Hongyan nodded lightly. Don't worry, and with that, She left the moment she was gone. The rest of the guests understood. That mysterious tycoon wasn't coming tonight. One by one they all began to leave. Once the hall emptied, old Madam Wang, furious and confused, demanded, "What did Jia say? Why did she only find out after the divorce that Yi-chan stole something?" Jia mother explained angrily. She said, "Ekin booked the presidential suite at Westlake Hotel. For an entire week he spent nearly 600,000. That's why they suspect the money came from selling your antiques." Old Madam Wang slammed her hand on the table. That useless living son-in-law. But even then, she was still thinking about the bracelet sender. She forced herself to calm down and said firmly, "The honored guest who sent that bracelet still hasn't arrived. We cannot lose such a huge opportunity because of that trash." She immediately split the family into two groups, Ji Changsu and Yunlian. "You stay here with me, we'll wait a little longer." Then she turned to the others. "Xiao Jia, Wan Sulan. You go to my house right now and check what's missing." Everyone answered together yes. Scene shift at the Wang family villa. Jia, Yao's father and her mother arrived, and immediately began searching the house. After 20 minutes of checking every corner, nothing was missing. Jia frowned. "There's nothing gone." The uncle walked over and confirmed, "Same here, everything's intact." "Did you find anything?" Jia fell into deep thought. "The calligraphy room is fine. This room too, that means nothing was stolen." The truth was clear, Yi-chen hadn't stolen anything. But Zijia's hatred overpowered logic. He didn't want to clear Yi-chen's name. So he lied. "Oh, I haven't finished checking yet. You should search again, just in case something was missed." The uncle nodded. "All right." The moment the uncle left, a filthy idea formed in Zijia's mind. He walked to a shelf and picked up an extremely expensive watch. Holding it, he sneered to himself. This was Grandpa's watch. Only 48 pieces exist worldwide. Worth over 5 million. A sinister smile spread across his face. Yi-chen, from today onward you're the thief who stole this watch." He slipped the watch into his pocket, walked out holding the empty box, and suddenly shouted, "My room! A watch is missing!" Jiyao's mother exploded in rage. So that's how that loser could afford the presidential suite. Without delay, Jiyao's father called old Madam Wang. "Mom, we found it. Grandpa's Richard Mille watch is gone." On the other end, old Madam Wang trembled with terrifying fury. "Bring him to me, I want to cut off his hand today." But the moment Zijia heard Yi-chen's name again, his legs went weak. The memory of being beaten last time flashed in his mind. "I don't want to get beaten again." He immediately started acting up. "My injury hurts so badly. I need to go to the hospital first." "Uncle, you go ahead. I'll come later." Before anyone could stop him, he ran away, left with no choice. Ziyao's father called. "Ziyao, are you still at Westlake Hotel?" Scene shift, Westlake Hotel. On the phone, Ziyao froze. "What? Grandpa's Richard Mille watch is missing." 5 million, I understand." She hung up phone. Chao asked nervously, "What happened?" Ziyao clenched her teeth, eyes blazing each. "And really did steal from my grandmother. Just wait, I'll make him pay." She stormed toward the receptionist and shouted, "What's Yi-chen's room number?" Phone. Chao panicked. Ziyao, what are you planning to do? She snapped back, "What do you think? I'm taking him back. He stole a 5 million watch." But Phone Chao noticed something strange. She didn't look angry, she looked excited. "Why do you look so excited?" he asked suspiciously. "Why does it feel like one?" Jiayao actually wants to see Iken. Worried about causing trouble, Phone Chao tried to stop her. "I can't afford to offend the owner of this hotel. Don't make a scene, just call the police." She shoved him away. "Why are you such a coward? If you're scared, stay here. And she went up alone. Scene shift. Presidential suite corridor. Jia stood outside Yi Chen's door. She banged on it furiously, screaming, "Yi Chen, you thief! Open the door right now." A moment later, the door opened. Yi Chen stood there, freshly out of the shower, wearing nothing but a towel. Annoyed, he said, "You woman, why won't you stop bothering me? The divorce just happened and you're already here." But the moment Jia saw him like that, her anger vanished. Her face turned completely red. She stammered, "Why you?" "Hello guys, welcome back." As we saw in the previous episode, Jia stormed all the way to Yi Chen's room in a rage, and Yi Chen opened the door himself. But the moment the door opened, the scene turned completely different. Jia Yao had come to fight, yet the instant she saw Yi Chen's bare upper body, his firm physique and clearly defined abs, she froze on the spot. Her eyes widened in pure shock. Inside her mind she couldn't help thinking, so Yi Chen actually has abs. In that very moment, embarrassment and regret hit her at the same time. She even thought to herself, if I had known earlier, I would have let him stay at home, shirtless during summer. Yi Chen, however, completely ignored her reaction and asked coldly, "What exactly do you want?" Hearing his voice, Ziya snapped back to reality. To hide her embarrassment, she immediately changed the topic and accused him straight out. "Yichuan, did you steal my grandma's Richard Mille watch?" Yichuan was confused. Which Richard Mille watch? Jia Yao thought he was pretending, so she said angrily, "You're still acting innocent. A 5 million watch is missing from my grandma's house. It must be you, otherwise how could you afford to stay in a 5-star hotel's presidential suite? Even I've never stayed in a place this expensive." Listening to her nonsense, Yi Chen thought to himself, the Wang family really is something else. They take credit for all the good things, and when it comes to blame, they dump everything on me. He replied calmly, "Miss Wang, I have never taken even a needle or thread from your Wang family. Stealing a watch is out of the question. Please leave." The moment he called her Miss Wang, Jia Yao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She stared at him in shock. "Miss Wang, he's never called me that before." Memories flooded back how he used to call her my lady, wife, goddess, and promised to take her out to eat whenever he got his salary. This cold rejection and formality enraged her. She shouted, "Why are you in such a hurry to kick me out? Is there another woman in your room?" Yi Chen had reached his limit. He thought this woman was mentally unwell. Keeping his composure, he said, "Whether there's a woman inside or not has nothing to do with you. We're divorced if you don't leave right now. I'll call security." Jia Yao's anger exploded. "How dare you, Chen, reject me?" She pulled out her phone and threatened, "I came to give you one last chance to go home. Admit your mistake and accept grandma's punishment, so this matter could end here. But since you don't appreciate it, I'll file a police report." She dialed angrily, "Don't blame me later. For stealing 5 million, you'll get more than 15 years in prison." Yi Chen ignored her threats and shut the door. Outside, Jia Yao kept screaming, "If you kneel down and apologize right now." But the door was already locked. Inside the room, Yi Chen calmly dried his hair, looked at himself in the mirror, and laughed softly. "Just because I loved her, I always knelt, always apologized. Since when did liking someone mean lowering yourself this much?" Outside, Jia Yu continued banging on the door. Yi Chen, "Open up. I've already called the police. Just wait for jail." The scene then shifts. When old Madam Wang heard that Jia Yu had called the police, she exploded. "What? Jia Yu called the police?" Jia Yao's mother immediately defended her mom. Yi Chen must have refused to cooperate. That's why Jia Yao had no choice. Besides, he's no longer part of our family. We can't handle this with family justice anymore. Old Madam Wang snapped back. Who told her to call the police? Family matters should be handled by us. Then she coldly added, "Forget it. Maybe Yi Chen is destined to rot in jail. That living son-in-law has already stained our family's name." 10 minutes later, the scene returns to the hotel. The police arrive and ask, "Are you Miss Wang Jiayao? You reported that Yi Chen stole a 5 million watch from your family." Seeing the police, Jiayao immediately plays the victim. "Yes, Yi Chen was our living son-in-law. We just got divorced. He stole our family's watch and sold it. That's how he's been staying in this 5-star hotel's presidential suite. For a week he even hired a hooker." She urges them, "Comrades, arrest him and bring him down immediately." An officer orders the receptionist, "Call Yuchen and tell him to come down." The receptionist nervously agrees and calls the room. The phone keeps ringing, but inside, Yuchen is fast asleep when he doesn't answer. Jia Yao's suspicion turns into certainty. He didn't even pick up, he must be guilty. The two officers exchange looks and say together, "Let's go upstairs and check." They take the elevator, reach Yi Chen's room and ring the bell. When Yi Chen opens the door and sees the police, he's slightly surprised, but his face remains calm. The leading officer says, "Are you Mr. Yi Chen? I'm directly from the district police station. We received a report from Miss Wang Jiayao, accusing you of stealing a 5 million watch. Is this true?" Yi Chen answers confidently. "I took nothing from the Wang family." Director Li doesn't fully believe him. Scanning him up and down, he says skeptically, "Forgive me, but I heard you were once the Wang family's living son-in-law, with little money, doing food delivery for the past 6 months. You received nothing in the divorce. Yet this presidential suite costs 80,000 per night. And you booked it for a week. If you didn't steal the watch, where did the money come from?" Without hesitation, Yi Chen turns around. "Wait a moment," he returns with documents and places them in front of Director Li. "This is the equity transfer contract of Washing Group. I am now its largest shareholder and the newly appointed CEO." He hands over a business card. "Here's my card." The moment the officers see it, they're stunned. This black background, yellow text, Swiss metal diamonds embedded. Just this card alone cost 10,000 yuan. Another officer whispers, "This feels exaggerated. Could it be fake?" Directly asks, "Can your information be verified on Sky?" Yuchen replies calmly, "The founder of Sky High, Dr. Zhang Chao, is my second brother's university classmate. Since I haven't officially joined the office yet, I asked him to hide my data. If you trust Sky, I'll have it open temporarily." He makes a call, "Dr. John. The police want to check my Sky Eye profile. Please open it for 10 minutes. After hanging up, he says, "You can check now." The officers search Washington Group, and their eyes go wide. Yi Chen, CEO of Washington Group, directly still hesitates. Could this be hacking each in size? "I didn't want to show off my wealth, but since you still don't believe me." He opens his banking app and shows them. "Here's my account, take a look." The officer checks the balance and nearly loses his breath. Below the transactions available, balance over 10 billion, so many zeros. He blurts out, "This is 10 billion. The chapter begins with Yi Chen still talking to the two police officers. As he listens to them, he starts thinking to himself, "Fortunately, when we got married, we signed a prenuptial property agreement. When we divorced, Wang Jia never checked my real assets under my name." Then he calmly says to the two police comrades, "To be honest, this is just one of my cards. However, the money in this card alone, I'm afraid that, even if you sold all of the Wang family's assets, it wouldn't amount to even half of what's inside." At that moment, a serious expression appears on Yi Chen's face. "Do you really think I would steal a watch worth nearly 5 million? Hearing this, the police officer also turns serious and says, "Mr. Yi, you must be a young master from some wealthy family, right then? Why would you be willing to become a living son-in-law of the Wang family?" In response, the protagonist answers with full attitude, "It was a family agreement. I had no choice. I hope you can keep my secret. Especially don't tell the Wang family. I don't want to have any more involvement with them." After hearing Yi Chen's words, both police officers are completely shocked. The officer standing at the back thinks to himself, the thoughts of rich people are really weird. Then the experienced officer says, Mr. You rest assured regarding your privacy. Well, we'll not reveal it to anyone else. The two officers turn around to leave. Before leaving, one of them says, Sorry to disturb your rest. We should get going. Yi-chen stands at the door and replies calmly, Not at all, take care. 2 minutes later in the hotel lobby, the two police officers informed Jia Ya and Fang Chao. Mr. Yukin said, He did not take your Wang family watch. I think you should go back and check again. See if you forgot it somewhere else. Hearing this, both of them are completely stunned. Fang Chao says, How is this even possible? Jia also refuses to believe it. How can you believe what he said? If he didn't steal our family stopwatch, then where did he get the money to stay in a 5-star hotel? He's just a poor food delivery guy. Hearing their words, the two police officers are internally shocked. They know exactly what they saw with their own eyes, and how much money was in Yi-chan's card, 10 billion. They both think to themselves, is there really a poor person in this world, worth 10 billion? Then the police officer says in a serious tone, Miss Wang Jiayao, before there is concrete evidence, we have no right to arrest Mr. Yi. If you insist on arresting him, please produce evidence, such as videos or photos of him stealing the watch, and evidence of him selling the watch, and receiving money. They turn around to leave. But before going, the officer adds additionally, Let me say one more thing. Don't call your ex-husband a poor and useless person anymore. After all, you were once husband and wife. Saying such things about the other party is too hateful. Hearing this, Jia Yao shouts angrily, I didn't say anything wrong about him. If he had even a little ambition, I wouldn't have divorced him. The other police officer responds calmly, It was you who divorced Mr. Y. He almost laughs, because he knows the truth about Yi-chen, while Jia Yu knows nothing. Jia Yu says arrogantly, That's right. I took the initiative to divorce him. Does he already regret it? In response, the police officer gives a thumbs up and says, A husband with tens of billions in assets, rejecting the CEO of Watching Group. The one who should regret it is you, right? He says this only in his heart. Jia Yu neither hears it nor understands it. Suddenly Jia Yu asks, Is there a woman in his room? She is still secretly jealous. The police officer replies, Mr. Yi-chen is alone in the room. There is no one else. Hearing this, Jia Yu feels a little relieved and softly says, I know he still loves me. She is still lost in her own dreams. The police officers leave. Feng Chao frowns and says, Why did they come down from upstairs and become so polite to Yi-chen? Suspicion starts to rise in his heart. Just then Jia Yu's phone rings. It's Wang Shuji calling. She's slightly surprised but answers it. Jia Yu, I heard you called the police. Did they arrest him and take him to the station? Jia replies, No. The police said there was no evidence. They can't arrest him on the other side. ZG asks, Evidence? What kind of evidence? Jia says evidence of stealing the watch, and proof of receiving money from selling it. Hearing this, ZG thinks, That's impossible, the watch is right here on my wrist. Then a light flashes in his mind. But I can forge evidence of Ekin selling the watch. Laughing, he says to Jia, You leave this matter to me. I'll go check who he sold the watch to. Don't worry, I'll definitely send him to prison. He hangs up the phone. Jia Yu stares at her phone, thinking about Yi-chen. If brother ZG really sends Yi-chen to prison, what will happen then? She recalls the past. How the protagonist used to take care of her and praise her. Miss, is this dress okay? It's barely acceptable. Thinking of all this, her heart softens slightly. But beside her stands Fang Chao, whose mind is full of perverted thoughts. He moves closer, places his hand on her shoulder, and says softly, Honey, let's stay at West Lake for a night tonight. Jia Yao immediately feels disgusted. She slaps Feng Chao hard across the face and says, You can't even sell a single Yi-chen, yet you dare to sleep with me. After saying that, she leaves. Feng Chao holds his slapped cheek and thinks viciously. Yicheng, you ruined my fun twice. When you come out I definitely won't let you off. At that moment Feng Chao's friend walks over. Whistling, brother Chao. This chick is hot before he can finish. Feng Chao grabs him by the collar and threatens coldly. Once Yukin leaves the hotel, notify me immediately. His friend is frightened, but nods quickly. The next day at 6 a.m. The protagonist walks out of his room. This time, as soon as the two receptionists see him, they are completely shocked. Yi Chen is wearing a full black suit, looking exactly like a business tycoon. They think to themselves, dominating CEO. Completely different temperament from yesterday. Love it, don't know who's lucky enough to be his wife. Yi Chen leaves the hotel the moment he steps out. Feng Chao's friend calls and reports that Yi Chen has left. He starts following him. Yi Chen gets into a taxi. Behind him a black car follows closely. Brother Phone, I'm following that kid. The car is heading toward the city center. 20 minutes later Yi Chen gets out of the taxi. In front of him stands a huge building. He walks forward confidently, but in his mind he thinks about Qing Hongyan. Yesterday you cut off my livelihood. I wonder what your attitude will be when you see me today. Meanwhile, Feng Chao talks to his friend. You said Yukin went to the CBD building, where Pushing Group is located. What is he doing there suddenly? He recalls something yesterday. President Shin said she wanted to cut off all his livelihood. Is Iken going there to take revenge? A wicked smile appears on his face. Good opportunity. Maybe I can get close to that great beauty. Cheng Hung-in. He immediately calls President Ching. She answers, who is this President Ching? I'm Feng Chao. Yesterday at old Madame Wang's birthday banquet, I toasted you. She recognizes his voice and says, Young Master Feng, calling so early. What's the matter? Feng Chao says urgently. President Chen, you still remember the Wang family's living son-in-law, Yi Chen, right? Yesterday we supported the Wang family together and cut off his livelihood. That kid ran to your company building early this morning. I guess he wants revenge. President Shin replies calmly, Don't worry. The building has access control and security. He can't get upstairs. Feng Chao quickly adds. The people I sent told me that kid has a guard in his hand and already passed the access control. He might be heading to your company floor right now. If you go up, your life might be in danger. Hearing this, President Shin becomes suspicious. What? How could he have our company card? This part begins with Feng talking to President Shin. That kid installed the Wang family watch and sold it for 5 million. He's rich now. Your company has so many people sending a little money just to buy an access card. Isn't that strange? I'm very worried about you. President Shin, you are so beautiful. If that bastard tries to hurt you with a knife, how heartbreaking that would be on the other side. President Ching calmly replies, Thank you for your reminder. I will send someone to check the company right now. Hearing this, Phone practically starts drooling. Dirty thoughts fill his mind. I'll also go to your company to help you. Right away, Sister Hung In. Meanwhile, President Chin calls her colleague Rong. Go to the company immediately and see if there are any suspicious people. If there are, call the police immediately. Yes, President. Half an hour later, Wei Zhen group inside the company. A girl walks in. The security guards greet her with good morning. She replies politely she is Secretary Zhao. She is Chen Hongyan's personal secretary, Zhao Rongrong, and she looks absolutely stunning. She walks toward the top floor, heading to the elevator. The security guards blush as they watch her. Their perverted nature is obvious. Secretary Zhao is so sexy and still pure. Although far less sexy than President Shin, but she wins in approachability. Rong suddenly pushes open the office door and shouts, Who are you? How did you get into our company? What do you want? The protagonist gives her a side glance. He is dressed in a perfect suit, looking like a true boss, no tension on his face, calm. Composed, full aura, Who are you? He asks coolly. Rongrong adjusts her glasses confidently. I am President Chen's personal secretary. Chow Rongrong. Hearing this, Yi Chen looks at her carefully. Chen Hongyan is a woman. Why does she like this type of secretary? Isn't this usually a man's preference? Then a dangerous thought crosses his mind. Could Chen Hongyan be a lesbian? Wow, what imagination. Rongrong slams both hands on the table and glares at him. What are you thinking? Answer my question quickly. What are you doing in our company? The protagonist responds seriously. I am Yi Chen, I am the new president of this group. The moment Rongrong hears this shock, she panics immediately. I'm sorry. President Yi, I was too stupid. The one who has the key to open this door must be you. Mr. President, please forgive me. President Chin said a suspicious person was coming, so Yi Chen doesn't pay much attention. He focuses on his work, but in his mind, he thinks, damn. The Wang family. People are following me like lingering ghosts. All right, you can leave. Rongrong lowers her head softly and nods. Then Yi Chen adds casually. All right, I heard President Chen is the #1 beautiful female president in Yunzhou. If she comes, tell her to come to my office immediately. I want to see just how beautiful our company's vice president is. After hearing this, Rongrong goes to the restroom and calls Chin. On the other side, President Chin is driving fast toward Huasan Group. How is it? Are there any suspicious people in the company? Rongrong replies. The suspicious person you mentioned is President Yi. The new president of our group has arrived. And he said he wants to see you. Jiang is completely shocked. What? President Yi is at the company. She presses the accelerator harder. I must get there quickly. 10 minutes later. CBD lobby. Rome. Calls out from behind. Chin turns around. They walk together toward the office. Where is President Yi? Chin asks. He's in the office. He said he wants to meet you immediately. As they walk, Chin notices female employees touching up their makeup. Why is everyone here so early today? The receptionist posted in the group chat that the new CEO is here and he's super handsome. So everyone rushed over. Zhang gives a side glance. Oh, how handsome! Rongrong's eyes sparkle. Her cheeks blush. More handsome than male celebrities. Very young, looks about 23 years old. Jin frowns slightly. So young. She thinks, it's already rare that I became vice president at 32. Is the president really that young? She turns and says, tell everyone to be professional. Don't be love-struck. He is our president. He will look down on us. Rongrong's eyes shine again. How could we be worthy of President Yi? A dominating CEO like him. Only President Chin is worthy of him. As they move forward, female employees whisper, President. He called you the #1 beautiful female president in Yunzhou. Maybe he came here just to see you. Don't talk nonsense, Chin says confidently. I've been in Yunzhou's business circle for years. There's no man I Chin Hongyan can handle just a 23-year-old little boy. Inside her heart she thinks, there is nothing I cannot resolve once I take action. Employees recall how a previous billionaire CEO once couldn't be controlled, but after Chin stepped in, for just 2 minutes he behaved like a servant. Now Chin even applies lipstick. The employees whisper excitedly. Later leave the door slightly open. We want to see how you tame this new president again. Make him kneel and put on your shoes. We want to see that classic scene again. Zhang finishes her makeup and walks toward the office, confident, but she has no idea. The calm before the storm is over. A huge explosion is about to happen. She reaches the office door. Come in. She opens it. A young man is sitting in a chair facing the window. His back is toward her. She hasn't seen his face yet. President Yi, I am the company's vice president. Chin Hongyan, even from the side profile. His jawline looks like a Korean star, handsome. Familiar deja vu. He slowly turns around outside the door. Employees peek inside. I wonder if President Yu will get a nosebleed, seeing President Zhang's beauty. Maybe he'll kneel immediately and call her queen. They laugh quietly, but the moment Jin sees his face, shock, it's Yi-chen. Pure handsome. Cold aura, she recognizes him instantly. It's Yi-chen? Her mind goes blank, her knees give out. She drops to her knees, speechless, completely stunned. Outside, the employees are frozen in shock. Why did President Shin kneel instead? Rong is also shocked. The office door is open. Hello guys. How are you all? Welcome back to another explosive episode. As we saw in the last episode, the moment Chen Hongyan walked in and saw Yi-chen, she was so terrified that she immediately dropped to her knees. Watching this shocking scene, her secretary Rong was completely stunned. Hiding at a distance, she thought to herself, how is this possible? It shouldn't be President Yi bowing to President Shin, but President Shin kneeling in front of President Yi. Before she could process it, Yi-chen's gaze suddenly shifted toward her. Afraid of being caught, she and the other girls screamed and ran away. As soon as they left, an awkward silence filled the office. On the floor, Chen Hongyan sat stiffly, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Breaking the tense silence, Yi-chen looked at her and said with a faint smirk, President Chen, why did you kneel the moment you saw me? I can't accept such a grand gesture. His sarcastic tone made her feel even more embarrassed. Inside her head she fumed. If you can't accept it, then why haven't you helped me up yet? This is so humiliating. And this position is beyond awkward. In frustration, she cursed the Wang family in her mind. If not for them, she wouldn't have offended her own boss like this. Finally gathering her courage, she apologized sincerely. President Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me for what I said yesterday. Yi-chen leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice near her face. Oh, now I remember yesterday. Didn't you say we were lovers? Before Chen Hongyan could even react, Yi-chen suddenly stepped forward and pulled her tightly into his arms. Her eyes widened in shock. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Holding her close, Yi-chen inhaled her fragrance and thought to himself, so soft, and she smells incredible. No wonder so many men are crazy about this woman. Then he whispered smoothly near her ear, I heard I even rented an entire island just to make you my girlfriend. So which island was it? Her face flushed bright red. In a trembling voice she said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Only then did Yi-chen finally release her. All right, stand up first. Then we'll talk. He stepped back and ordered calmly, close the curtains. If the other employees see this, it won't look good. Shin Hanyan immediately stood up and obeyed. Once the situation settled, Yukin sat in the boss's chair, flipping through a file. President Shin, yesterday you said you would block all my ways of making a living. In Yuja, now I am the president of the company. Your boss, tell me, how exactly are you planning to blacklist me now? The air in the room turned heavy. Hesitating, she replied, I truly didn't expect someone of your status to become the Wang family's live-in son-in-law. She lowered her head but spoke firmly. I know my mistake can't be undone. Whatever punishment you give me, I will accept it. If you want to slap me, I'll step forward. If you want to scold me, I'll listen. If you want to fire me, I'll pack my things and leave immediately. Her fearless attitude impressed Yi-chen slightly. He thought, this woman, she's not simple. She doesn't panic in front of problems. She takes responsibility. After a long silence, he finally relaxed. I had no intention of firing you. His expression softened. Yesterday, you were the only one who gave me a way out. If I really were just an ordinary living son-in-law, you would have been my benefactor. Relief finally appeared on her face. Thank you, President Yi. From now on I will serve you wholeheartedly. But Yi-chen's expression turned serious again. I can forgive you, but at yesterday's banquet, those who tried to cut off my livelihood, I won't spare a single one. She responded softly, you can just call me Hong Yan. Without hesitation, he ordered. Hong Yan, gather all the information on everyone who tried to block me yesterday. She nodded immediately at that moment. She understood a storm was about to sweep through Yujo's business circle. Half an hour later, she returned with files. This contains everything you asked for, President Yi. Inside was the full history of Fang Cha. Seeing the name reminded Yukin of the mockery from Wang Jiayao, who once said, look at Fang Cha. His family has nearly 10 billion in assets. How can a loser like you compare? Yi Chen asked calmly. I heard the Fang family is considered first class in Yuju. Around 10 billion in net worth. Qin Hong Yan clarified 2 years ago, yes. But now their business has collapsed. They're barely worth 3 billion. They're not much better than the Wang family. She added that the Wang family was seeking 70 million in financing from their company. I'll return all the benefits they offered me and cut them off, but Yi Chen stopped her. These are separate matters. Bring me the project proposal. I want to review it. She immediately agreed. Meanwhile, outside the company, Fang Cha arrived with a smug smile. He wondered if President Xian had already handled Yi Chen. Suddenly a girl approached him flirtatiously. Young Master Fang, don't you remember me? That night at Link's bar. Realizing he might have gotten drunk that night, he forced a smile. Oh, of course I remember. A plan began forming in his mind. Soon they reached the upper floor. Their Rong and the others were gossiping excitedly. The moment President Qin saw him, she knelt instantly. Suddenly, Fang Cha barged in. Where's President Qin? Without waiting for an answer, he stormed into the office without knocking. Seeing Yi Chen inside, he shouted, Yi Chen, you shameless living son-in-law. So you're hiding here? Qin Hong Yan stood up angrily. Who allowed you in? Ignoring her, Fang Chao pointed at Yi Chen. Are you planning revenge on President Qin? Then he changed his tone, pretending to be heroic. Don't worry, Sister Hong Yan. I'll throw this trash out right now. The next second, Slapjong Hong Yan stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. Who is your sister, Hong Yan? Call me President Qin. Hello guys. How are you all? Welcome back to a brand new episode. As we saw in the previous episode, Feng Chao had already arrived at Yi Chen's company. The moment he saw Yi Chen there, he started talking nonsense, and at the same time, he addressed Jin Hong Yan as sister. But before he could continue, Jin Hong Yan suddenly lost her temper and pulled him in for a hard slap across the face. After receiving that loud slap, Feng Chao was completely stunned. Stammering, he quickly corrected himself as Sister Hong Yan. I mean President Qin. His mind was in total chaos. He kept wondering what exactly was going on here. What shocked him the most was that Qin Hong Yan and her subordinates showed absolutely no surprise at seeing each other. In the middle of this confusion, Feng Chao's brain came up with a ridiculous misunderstanding. He convinced himself that Yi Chen had come here to become a bodyguard. Pointing at Yi Chen, he suddenly shouted that he finally understood everything. He loudly declared that Yi Chen hadn't come to take revenge on President Qin. Instead, he had come to beg and become her bodyguard. Hearing all this nonsense, Yi Chen simply stood there quietly in his heart. He wondered what kind of brain this fool Feng Chao had. What kind of absurd rubbish was he spouting? But Feng Chao's imagination was running wild. He recalled that earlier someone had mentioned kneeling. So in his twisted logic, Yi Qing must have knelt before Qin Hong Yan apologized to her and begged to become her bodyguard. Feeling proud of his deduction, Feng Chao mocked Yi Chen. He reminded everyone that, at yesterday's birthday banquet, President Qin had asked Yi Chen to become her bodyguard, but Yi Chen had refused at that time. Feng Chao had even thought Yukin had some backbone. But now he sneered. He never expected Yukin to wake up early in the morning, dress up like a dog in a bodyguard suit, and come running here to kneel and beg to stay by President Chen's side. After spitting out all this garbage, Feng Chao turned to Qin Hong Yan and said, She couldn't possibly agree with this. He reminded her that just yesterday at the banquet, she had promised to cut off all of Yi Chen's livelihood and block every path for him. The moment she heard this, crossing Hong Yan's anger shot through the roof. In her mind she labeled Feng Chao a complete idiot. Rong, who was standing nearby, heard everything and was shocked. She wondered if President Chen really wanted to block all of Yi Chen's ways to survive. But before that doubt could grow, Hong Yan exploded in rage and slapped Feng Chao a second time. When did I ever say that? She shouted furiously. Still burning with anger, she ordered Rong to throw this man out immediately. From today onward, he was not allowed to step into her company ever again. And any employee who had let him come upstairs would be fired on the spot. After receiving the clear order, Rong immediately agreed. Two bodyguards stepped forward to escort Feng Chao out. Although humiliated, Feng Chao swallowed his anger. He thought about how he was the respected young master of the Feng family, yet he had just been slapped twice in public. The most humiliating part was that it all happened in front of that useless living son-in-law as the bodyguards dragged him away. He still wasn't done. He shouted at Yi Chen, warning him not to think that becoming Hong Yan's bodyguard meant he was untouchable. He told Yi Chen to just wait. Soon, he would make sure Yi Chen couldn't even eat properly, would end up sleeping on the streets, and finally land in jail after those threats. He was shoved out later. Sitting inside his car phone, Zhao started the engine, with extreme anger and frustration written all over his face. He cursed Hong Yan, calling her a cheap woman, who had only gained power by relying on her looks, and other men gripping the steering wheel tightly. He swore that once he fully controlled Wang Jiazi, one day he would make Hong Yan kneel before him and call him daddy. He even threatened to toy with her brutally. In his frustration, he remembered Yi Chen again, and decided he had to inform the Wang family immediately that this useless Yi Chen had become Hong Yan's bodyguard. 1 hour later, the scene shifted to Shishan Villa. After hearing everything Feng Chao reported, old Madame Wang was shocked. She asked him to repeat what he had just said. Was it true that that useless, abandoned living son-in-law had actually become Hong Yan's bodyguard? Feng Chao confirmed that he had seen it with his own eyes. Yi Chen was standing in Hong Yan's office, holding her documents. Yan was stunned. Zijia also questioned the basis of this claim. Adding fuel to the fire, Feng Chao said he had heard that the moment Yi Chen saw Hong Yan, he immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. He speculated that maybe Hong Yan had developed a liking for Yi Chen at the banquet and had a soft heart, which was why she accepted him. Hearing this, Jackie's anger skyrocketed. She screamed that Yi Chen was truly shameless for kneeling before another woman. Jealousy and rage consumed her. She thought about how many chances she had given him to kneel and admit his mistakes if he had knelt and begged her. She would have forgiven him. She wouldn't have divorced him. She wouldn't have called the police. But in 3 years of marriage, he had never knelt before her. And now he had knelt before another woman. In that tense moment, Yan mocked her, saying it seemed Yuchi's charm hadn't worked on him. She even boasted that if Yukin were her husband, she would have made him kneel on the very first day, and wash her feet every day after grinding her teeth. Jiachi swore that if she got another chance, she would make him kneel from morning till night. She then turned to her grandmother and demanded that, since Hong Yan had broken her promise, they should cut off all contact and take action against her. But suddenly old Madame Wang slapped Jiashi and scolded her for talking nonsense. She reminded everyone that their 70 million financing was still in Hong Yan's hands. How could they afford to offend her? Later, old Madame Wang personally called Hong Yan and demanded an explanation. Hong Yan calmly explained that things were not as they seemed. She apologized and admitted she could not fulfill her previous promise. In her heart, she smirked. If old Madame Wang ever found out that the so-called useless living son-in-law was actually her real boss, President Yi, she would probably faint from shock. Old Madame Wang, suppressing her excitement upon hearing President Yi's name, offered to send her son Ji-chang to personally meet President Yi and discuss the project after the call ended. She strictly instructed Ji-chang to perform perfectly during the meeting. Meanwhile, she ordered the investigation against Yichen. To continue, they must gather all evidence against him. Zijio proudly claimed he had already found proof that Yichen had stolen from gang hooligans. Old Madam Wang praised him and said, to keep the evidence safe, at the right time they could send Yichen to jail, or even use him as leverage against Zhang Huangyan. After humiliating Yichen's family, in comparison to others, Yichen completely broke down. Trembling with humiliation, she ran out of the house, ignoring her mother's calls. She drove straight toward washing group, furious and determined to teach Yichen a harsh lesson. Moments later, she entered the underground parking lot of washing group, but as soon as she looked ahead, her mouth fell open in shock. Standing right there in front of her were Yichen and Chen Hongyan together. Hello guys, how are you all? Welcome back to another video. So just like we saw in the previous episode, Wang Yaya had already stormed her way to Yichen's company. In pure rage, the moment she stepped into the underground parking lot, she saw something that completely froze her. There stood Yichen and Chen Hongyan together. And when she saw Yichen dressed sharp, looking insanely handsome and well put together, she was completely stunned. Jealousy burned inside her as she thought, so this bastard really upgraded himself. After divorcing me, she couldn't take it anymore. She slammed her car door open, stepped out and shouted furiously, Yichen, have you no shame? You actually became Chen Hongyan's dog. Hearing her sudden scream, Yichen turned around. He was clearly surprised. What is Wang Jie doing here? He muttered on the other side. Chen Hongyan also felt something strange, seeing the arrogant, eldest daughter of the Wang family here. But Jie wasn't done. She kept yelling like she was doing him a favor. So you knelt in front of Shin Huangyan and begged her, if you could throw away your self-respect like that, why didn't you kneel in front of me and beg? Her tone was disgusting, like she was granting mercy. I gave you so many chances. If you had just knelt and begged me, you would still be the son-in-law of the Wang family. Today at this point. Yichen's patience snapped. You have the nerve to ask why I didn't kneel before you. Don't you think you're talking way too much? His anger flared up just the day before yesterday. You booked a room with that guy surnamed Fong, and cheated on me, and after all that, you still wanted me to kneel and apologize to you. But Jia, you had zero shame. At my birthday banquet yesterday, I gave you a chance. If you had knelt, I would have told Grandma not to force the divorce. You could still be my husband. She even pointed angrily at Shin Hongyan. At Westlake Hotel, if you had knelt and begged, I wouldn't have called the police. In both situations you just had to kneel. So why kneel for her and not for me? I was your wife. Her logic was insane. Yichen replied coldly, kneeling before your wife isn't shameful, but kneeling before a cheating wife is. For the past 3 years I really spoiled you too much. That line hit hard, but Jia Yao exploded. You spoiled me. It's obvious I spoiled you. I shouldn't have treated you so well. That's why you've become so uncontrollable. The family even blames me for not keeping you under control. Her arrogance hit peak level. You're just a living son-in-law. If I had known earlier, I would have made you kneel every day and pour out the water you used to wash my feet and then slap. The sound echoed across the entire parking lot. Jiao screamed and held her cheek. The one who slapped her, Chen Hongyan. Her face was filled with pure fury. You cheated first and you still feel no guilt. As a woman, don't you feel any shame? Jia Yu froze, trembling in anger. How dare you hit me? Jin Hongyan shot back. If I hit you, I hit you. Do I need to pick a special day for it? Jia Yu screamed again. You stole my men and now you hit me. Seeing things escalate, Yichen stepped forward and gently held Din Hongyan's shoulder. Forget it. Then he turned to Jia Yu and said clearly, you should leave. I'm not your man anymore. That line destroyed her pride. Inside, Jia thought obsessively. Even if this one family's dog isn't mine anymore, I won't let anyone else have him. So easily her twisted obsession kicked in. I order you to resign from Wenxian Group right now. You don't need to be Chen Hongyan's bodyguard anymore. Then she tried to flex money. She pays you 200,000 a year. I'll give you 500,000. And that's when Chen Hongyan burst out laughing. You want to buy Yi Chen for 500,000? She couldn't stop laughing. Even if you add another zero to that amount, it still wouldn't be enough. Jia Yu's eyes widened. Wait. His salary isn't 200,000, is it 5 million? Has Chen Hongyan gone crazy? Before she could process it, Chen Hongyan calmly told Yi Chen, "Let's go," as they walked away. Jia Yao panicked. Yi Chen, stop. She ran up and grabbed his arm tightly. You must resign today. Wang Shujia already has proof that you sold that watch. If it gets to the police, you're going to jail. Then she made her final offer. If you leave Chen Hongyan and return to the Wang family as my personal bodyguard, I can make Wang Shujia drop everything. But Yechen rejected her immediately. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't be your personal bodyguard. Then he added coldly, I can't protect someone who books rooms with other men in front of my eyes. That brutal truth made her explode again. But Yi Chen didn't care anymore. He calmly got into his car. If Wang Ziya really has evidence, let him file a case, I don't care. And with that he drove away. Jia Yao screamed behind him. Yi Chen, you're not allowed to leave. But he was already gone, standing there shaking in rage. Jealousy twisted her thoughts. There's no way Chen Hongyan spends 5 million just for a bodyguard. Could she be using him as her lover too? Her suspicion deepened, and just like that, jealousy turned into obsession. Jia Yu stood there shaking with rage. Inside her head, jealousy twisted into something ugly. So what, Chen Hongyan? Even with a rich CEO boyfriend like President Yi, you're still chasing other men. And you dare say I have no shame? The truth is you're the most shameless one. The thought made her even angrier. And yet Chen, that bastard, is no better. He knows she already has a boyfriend, yet he's still willing to become her lover. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Her pride wouldn't let it go. In what way am I inferior to Chen Hongyan? What does she have that I don't? Her obsession deepened. Scene shift. Yujiao's 7th Street. This wasn't just any place. 7th Street was the most infamous slum area in India. Public security here was chaotic and unreliable. On one side, poor families struggled to survive. On the other, ruthless mafias and underground dons built their nests. In Yinjiao's underworld, everyone knew one thing. Whether the city is in peace or chaos, the final decision always belongs to Brother Guai. And there was one terrifying rule. Whenever Brother Guai walked out, holding a bag in his hand, it meant only one thing. Inside that bag was either a human head or a sharp blade. And now when Ziji arrived at this dangerous place, he stepped forward respectfully. Hello, Brother Guai. Brother Guai greeted him in a rough, gravelly voice. Ah, young Master Wang, welcome. Forgive me for not coming out to receive you. After a few formalities, Zijia went straight to the point. He opened a box and revealed a luxury watch. I came to make a deal. He lifted it slightly. This is a Richard Mille watch worth over 5 million. I'm willing to sell it to you at a special, discounted price for 0.5 million. Then came the condition. But you cannot say I sold it to you. You must tell everyone that a man named Yi Chen sold it. Brother Guo's sharp eyes narrowed. He stared at the bruise on Zijia's face. The injury on your face, that Yi Chen boy did it. Didn't he? Zijia clenched his fist. Brother Guai guessed correctly. He's just a living son-in-law from my second uncle's family. Our family doesn't want to escalate this, for reputation's sake. But I can't swallow this humiliation. I must send that bastard to jail. Despite his confidence, Brother Guai calmly refused. I can't help you. He exhaled smoke slowly. Master Lu strictly warned me, never interfere in other people's family matters. What if we help you and later you reconcile? We'll be the only ones left carrying the blame. Xiaojia panicked. That won't happen. Yi Chen has already divorced into our Wang family. And who is this Master Lu anyway? Why do you have to listen to him? The moment Master Lu was disrespected, one of Brother Gu's subordinates exploded bastard. Master Lu's Brother Gu's boss, Xiao Jia, was visibly shaken. Brother Gu spoke calmly. Master Lu is my guide. Without him I wouldn't even exist in the underworld. His words are like a king's decree to me. Find someone else for this job. Xiao Jia's desperation grew. I'll sell it for 4 million. No reaction. 3 million. You can resell it and easily make 2 million profit. That number made Brother Gu stop. His face slowly turned a dangerous red. Greed flickered in his eyes. He smirked. Master Lu also said, in the underworld never go against money. He chuckled darkly. The sky is big. The earth is big. But nothing is bigger than making money. Young Master Wang, I'll take the job. And just like that, the deadly deal was sealed. Scene shift back to Yi Chen and Qin Huanyan. They were driving. Silence filled the car. Then suddenly, Yi Chen broke it. From now on, without my permission, you're not allowed to hit Wang Jiayao again. Zhang Hongyan was slightly startled. Inside a thought crept in. Does President Yi still care about his ex-wife? She couldn't hold it in anymore. President Yi, after everything she did to you, do you still not hate her? Hello guys, how are you all? Welcome everyone to this new video. So as we saw in the previous episode, Yukin suddenly warns Qin Hongyan and tells her that from now on, without his order, she is absolutely not allowed to hit Wang Yuqi again. Hearing this sudden warning, Qin Hongyan is badly shocked for a moment, and she starts thinking in her heart whether President Yi still feels so much pain and attachment for his ex-wife. As soon as this thought comes to her mind, she cannot stop herself from asking, and directly says to him, President Yi, that woman treated you so badly. Don't you still have even a little hatred toward her? At her words a light silence spreads there. And then Yi Chen answers her. Hatred and love are 2 sides of the same coin. Hating her is exactly like loving her. Is there really any difference in it? Hearing such deep and mature words from Yi Chen, Qin Hongyan becomes completely impressed. Looking at him, she starts thinking in her heart that, as expected, he truly is the young master of a big family. Whether it is his understanding or his mindset, nothing about him can be underestimated. She feels herself falling even more for Yi Chen's personality. She thinks he is so handsome. His family is so rich. And his thinking is completely different, and above everyone else along with that. He is such a generous and loving person toward women. Thinking all this, a light, shy smile appears on Qin Huan's face. And she makes a promise to herself that, since Wang Jiaqi did not value such a diamond, then she herself will be the one who makes this man hers. After a short while the scene shifts, and we see that Yi Chen and Qin Hongyan have reached a new location, called Golden Pavilion Temple. Both of them stand among the beautiful scenery, and start talking. Yi Chen, in a slightly serious tone, asks whether the Wang family is planning to build their first-class private residence right here. Saying this, he recalls in his mind the project details. This is the same project for which the Wang family is asking financing from Washing Group. This so-called first-class private residence is actually a special housing, designed only for top-level and first-class families. At his question, Qin Hongyan nods her head, and looking at the surroundings, says that yes, this is exactly the place. She further explains that this place has the most gardens in Yuju, and along with that, there is a whole mountain of red maple trees here. The people living here can comfortably picnic in those maple forests. Not only that, Yuju's only natural hot spring is also present at this place. After explaining all this, she says that although the location is really very good, President Yi, do you truly intend to give them money for this project? The Wang family has treated you extremely badly, and beyond limits. But at this moment, Yukin's expression remains completely calm, and he says that to tell the truth, this project was actually his own idea. Hearing this, Zhang Hongyan is shocked, and asks in surprise whether it is possible that the Wang family secretly stole his idea. Seeing her shock, Yi Chen calmly explains that she cannot say that. He tells the whole story in detail, saying that he could clearly see that the Wang family always wanted to move toward becoming a first-class family in Yuju. But after Wang Jukai's grandfather passed away, Wang Jixiang and Wang Ziyuan both turned out completely useless and incapable. They kept fighting among themselves, just to obtain the little remaining family property. Because of this, he thought about this project for the Wang family. His plan was that through this project, without increasing their own family strength, they could easily control other first-class families. And the method was to specifically design a set of private residences for them. Yi Chun further tells that he had told this powerful idea to Wang Jiaqi. Then Wang Jiaqi directly went and told old Madam Wang. Old Madam Wang immediately accepted the project, but showed partiality, and handed the entire project to Wang Jiaqi. After hearing all this truth, Chen Hongyan wisely says that this means the Wang family truly prefers and favors Wang Jichang's side of the family. She falls into thought and says that in the end, they still give more importance to men than women. Deep down they believe that Wang Jiaqi does not have any right to expand or claim authority over the Wang family business. After realizing all this, Jin Hengyan says in a soft tone that only on this one matter, she truly feels a lot of sympathy for Wang Jiaqi. At her reaction, Yukin looks slightly gloomy and nods, saying yes, Wang Jiaqi has always been looked down upon by her family and never respected. Her parents also always put a lot of pressure on her, and despite all this, her family arranged a living son-in-law like him for her, but tension rises again when Shin Hongyan remembers old matters, and making an angry face, says that even if all that is true, it still cannot be an excuse for her betrayal. Silence spreads again, then Yi Chen steps forward, and in a very soft and romantic way, removes a red maple leaf that had fallen on Chin Hong Yan's hair. Looking into her eyes, he calmly says, "Hong Yan, come with me. Let's go have a drink after this." The scene directly shifts to a bar. They're at a table. Wang Jiaqi is sitting with a female friend. She looks in very bad condition, and shouts in anger and frustration that she just wants to drink. Her friend's name is Song Honey. Calling her Yaya, says, "Honey, drink with me." Seeing her friend in such a restless state, Song Honey asks with concern what happened to her today, why she is drinking in broad daylight, and who dared to bully her. She tells her to say the name, and she will go immediately and teach that person a lesson. Seeing this support, Wang Jixi's anger bursts out even more. She irritably says that it is all because of that dog, Cheng Hongyan. She really slapped her on the face. She did not even provoke her. She was just scolding her useless and disappointing husband. So what right did she have to raise her hand on her? Then she shouts that, what importance does she have to that useless Yi Chen, that she interfered seeing Gyochi like this? Song Huni explains logically that before hitting a dog, one must always look at its owner. Now, her ex-husband has basically become Chen Hongyan's dog. So obviously, she would not allow her to humiliate him like that. Hearing this, Jessie says that she only cheated once in her life, and in today's era, which beautiful woman has never cheated? Then she looks at Song Hai and shouts that she herself cheated twice. Hearing this, Song Hong Yi is completely shocked. The wine in her mouth sprays out like a fountain. Controlling herself, she asks why Gua is suddenly mentioning her. At least she was not caught by her husband. In defense, Gua vents her anger on Yi Chen, saying he is just a living son-in-law. Even if he knew everything, why could he not silently endure it? She says she asked him to kneel before her, but he clearly refused. Instead, he turned around, kneeled before Chen Hongyan to apologize, and willingly agreed to become her bodyguard. Looking confused and jealous, she asked what the reason could be. She could have paid him just as much money. Hearing this, Song Huni thinks and seriously analyzes the situation. She says that in the past 3 years, from what she understood about Yi Chen, he loved Yeche very deeply, and cannot change his feelings so easily. She confidently explains that he rejected her offer, and chose to become Chen Hongyan's bodyguard, because he wants Yeche to respect him, and see him at a higher level. This goes over Jacky's head and she asks in confusion. Seeing her blank expression, Song Haiyan explains in detail that if he used her money, he would feel inside that he is still living off her, and surviving on her leftovers. But money earned from others would allow him to stand proudly before her. She concludes that Yichen wants to go out into the world, build a big name for himself, prove himself worthy of her, and then one day return and propose again. After hearing this explanation, Yichen's eyes shine. All her tension disappears instantly. She thinks excitedly that this must be true, and a proud smile appears on her face. With attitude, she flips her hair back and says, she already knew that useless man still loves her. Seeing her overconfidence, Song Homi reminds her whether she did not want someone of equal status. She says Jiachi could marry Feng Cha. Hearing his name, Jiachi wrinkles her nose and says, Feng Cha is too much of a playboy, and does not know how to care for people. At least Yuchen is not like that. Song Hani says that if things do not work out, she can divorce again, and keep Beacon as her fallback guy. Her backup plan, an honest and simple man like him, would happily accept that. Hearing this selfish plan, Yecha says she is really evil, but the next moment bitterness appears on her face, and she angrily says that Yichen made her very sad and disappointed, so he deserves all this. During the discussion, Song Hongyi asks another doubt. Was he not always a house husband? Then why did he suddenly start doing food delivery? In the past 6 months, Juji recalls in a flashback that about half a year ago, when their whole family had gone to Switzerland for vacation, he fell sick and desperately needed money. He could not contact them, so later he decided to earn money himself. While they are talking, Jichi's phone suddenly rings loudly on the table. The screen shows young Master Wang. She quickly picks up the call. On the other side, Wang Xiaojia tells her to immediately come to Grandma's house because he has found evidence against Deacon regarding selling that watch. The scene cuts to the next morning, inside the grand building of Washing Group. As soon as Yichen enters through the main gate, with a boss like Aura, all the employees respectfully greet him. Suddenly his phone rings again. It is Wang Xiaojia. He tells him to quickly come to Grandma's house, and said he has already invited the man who bought his watch. If he has courage, he should come and confront him face to face. Hearing this childish threat, Yichen remains calm on the call, but thinks deeply inside he never sold that watch. So where did this witness come from? After thinking, he says that whatever it is, he will come and settle this matter once and for all, so they stop bothering him for no reason. He cuts the call without waiting for a reply. After putting down the phone, he turns to Secretary Ru Rongrong and asks whether she knows how to drive. She says yes. Hearing that, he immediately decides and tells her to drive him to Shershin Villa. She respectfully replies, yes, sir. As we saw in the previous episode, Yichen was heading towards Shershin Villa, together with Suiron Rome, and now we see Yichen's car speeding forward towards Shershin Villa. During the journey, while sitting inside the car, many thoughts are running through Yichen's mind. He looks outside through the window and thinks to himself, returning to Zorshan Villa, and this time taking my cousin back. As the president of the Huashan group, my feelings are honestly becoming a little complicated. After traveling for about 30 minutes, their car finally arrives at Shershin Villa. As soon as the car stops, Su Rongrong quickly gets out of the driver's seat, and Hurley comes over to open the door for each, and seeing this scene, Xiao's mother, who is standing there, is completely stunned. Suspicious thoughts appear in her mind as she thinks, isn't this Secretary Zhuo, whom Chen Hongyan values the most? But why is she driving the car? At the same time, old Madame Wang also notices the scene. Confused, she thinks to herself, what is she doing here, and where is Yichuan? Just then, after the door opens, Su Rongrong respectfully says, President Yu, we have arrived. Hearing this, Yichen steps out of the car, and with a boss-like attitude, says to her secretary Su, wait here for me. Rongrong immediately nods and replies, yes, sir. However, for the rest of the Wang family members standing there, all of this is extremely hard to digest. They look at each other in disbelief, and only one thought is running through their minds. Is Wu Rongrong really acting as Yichen's driver? In the middle of this shocking moment, Ziyao can't hold herself back and mutters, Yichen, how is this even possible? Before Yichen can react, Ziya, who is standing there, suddenly bursts out laughing, exaggeratedly mocking Yichen loudly. He says, oh, I get it now as this fake Ichin. Trying to create a scene like those stories, where a normal food delivery guy humiliates a rich family to take revenge. Hearing his sarcastic remark, old Madam Wang also seizes the chance and says, mockingly, oh yes. Exactly what are you showing off for? Watching all this just makes me laugh. Jia Yao's mother quickly agrees and says yes. Zijia is absolutely right. Zijia laughs again and shouts at Yukin each. And you've really gone too far with this acting. You're behaving as if you're actually the CEO of some big company. You even made secretaries would drive the car and open the door for you. Tell us honestly, how much money did you pay her to act in this drama? Meanwhile, Yuan also jumps in and sneers. Who in this city doesn't know that you're just President Shin's dog in the washing group? Then what's the point of this useless attitude and fake show-off? Even after hearing all these insulting words from the Wang family, Yichen remains silent. In his mind he thinks, the Wang family has always been like this. Their nature will never change. Can elephant tusks ever grow out of a dog's mouth? At that moment his gaze suddenly falls on Jia Yao. He notices that she is actually smiling slightly. Seeing that smile surprises him, and he wonders why is Jia Yao smiling. In reality, Jia Yao is lost in her own fantasy. Looking at Yi Chan's new appearance, she happily thinks to herself, Hong Yan was absolutely right. Yi Chan joined the washing group just to become successful one day and prove himself to me, and today all of his actions are the biggest proof of that. Seeing Jia Yao's delusional smile, Yi Chen feels slightly irritated. He thinks in his mind, it seems their brains are filled with garbage. Then he calms himself and speaks to them in a cold, firm voice, stop all this nonsense. Just tell me, where is the witness you were talking about? As soon as he asks this question, Zijia smirks and points inside, saying he's inside. Quietly follow me without further argument. Yijin and the others slowly walk inside Shirshan Villa. But the moment they enter, the scene completely changes. Inside, many thugs are standing there. Seeing them, Ekin pauses for a second and analyzes the situation in his mind. These people look like gangsters at first glance. What are people like them doing in Shushan Villa? Just then Brother Guel walks forward. The moment he sees Yichen, he smiles and says, Brother Yichen, it seems we meet again. Hearing this sudden statement, Yichen looks confused and asks, when and where have we met? Brother Guel pretends to be surprised and says, did you forget just a few days ago? You came to me to sell a watch. I gave you 5 million for it. I'm Brother Guel. As soon as this statement comes out, Ziya immediately takes advantage of the moment. Stepping forward, he mocks Yichen and says, even a normal high school kid knows who Brother Guai is. And you're saying you don't know him? I think you're just afraid to admit the truth. You were the one who sold that watch to Brother Guel, and now you're pretending not to recognize him. Hearing this nonsense accusation, Yichen confidently replies, Wang Xiaojia, so this is the witness you brought. I have to admit it perfectly suits your style. Hearing this, Zijia completely loses his temper and shouts angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? It's obvious you stole that watch. At the same time, old Madam Wang's anger also explodes. She shouts, Yichuan, you stole from the Wang family, and you still have the audacity to argue. In front of us, the atmosphere becomes extremely tense. But Yukin calmly says, old Madam Wang, I came here today only to clarify things. I never took your family's watch. Hearing this, old Madam Wang becomes even angrier. She immediately takes out the watch and shows it to everyone, saying, then explain this. How did this watch end up in Brother Gui's hands? This is a global limited edition watch, and every watch has its own exclusive mark. There is absolutely no chance of a mistake. At that moment, Brother Guel steps forward and points at Yechen, saying confidently, brother, you're the one who came to sell me this watch. You even said you'd use the money to book a room at the Westlake Hotel, presidential suite for a week. If you didn't take the 5 million, then tell me, where did you get the money to book that room? While saying this, Brother Guai is secretly very pleased with himself. A sly smile appears on his face as he thinks, we already rehearsed all these lines. Yojin won't be able to deny it no matter what. But after hearing this fabricated story, Yichen looks at all of them with a serious expression, and says at first, I wanted to deal with all of you as an ordinary person. But I never expected that in return, I would only receive your mockery and insults. Fine, then I'll reveal everything. With a powerful and confident voice, he declares, I am the president of Huawei Group. His voice carries authority and confidence, as he continues loudly, I'm a billionaire. Isn't that reason enough hearing such a shocking truth? The entire place falls silent. For a second everyone stares at him in disbelief. But the next moment, the silence bursts into loud laughter. Everyone starts laughing hysterically. Meanwhile Zijia, struggling to stop laughing, mocks him and says, what do you think? You Wang Duo. You literally copied the lines from the movie, The Richest Man in Tomato City. I can't stop laughing hearing this reference. Yichen becomes confused, because he has no idea what they are talking about. He asks what is the richest man in Tomato City. Seeing his innocent confusion, Yuan steps forward with a proud smile, and says sarcastically, why do you love pretending to be rich so much? If you were really the president of Washington Group, forget my sister marrying you. I would happily become your second wife myself. My sister and I would take turns serving you. Right after her mocking words, Brother Guo walks forward, and suddenly places his hand on Yichen's shoulder. He says, brother, stop this useless drama now. Just kneel down, bow your head, and apologize to old madam and young master Wang. Don't worry. Old madam already said she won't send you to jail. Seeing this, Jia Yao also steps forward and says, Yichen, you were my husband for 3 years. After all, our Wang family remembers old relationships. So we won't send you to jail. Even though you already spent millions, you can pay it back later. Just kneel down now and admit your mistake. After that you can leave. Hearing her words, Yichen replies firmly, I didn't do anything wrong, so I won't kneel, and even if I had done something wrong, the Wang family doesn't have the status to make me kneel. Hearing this arrogant response, old Madam Wang and Xiyao's mother explode with anger. They shout furiously, call the police. Send this useless, living son-in-law to jail for 10 years. But hearing the word police, Brother Guai immediately becomes nervous. In his mind, he thinks if this reaches the police station, everything will be exposed. So he quickly tries to control the situation, and shouts at Yichen today. You will kneel whether you want to or not. Then, he signals to the thugs behind him and orders, brothers, grab him and force him to kneel. Immediately, 2 thugs rush forward and grab Yichen from behind. One of them angrily says, didn't you hear what Brother Guo said? Get down on your knees. Despite the pressure, Yichen remains standing and says calmly, I already told you you're not qualified. Then suddenly, Yojin slams his elbow hard into one thug, and without wasting a second, he strikes the second thug with another elbow. Both thugs scream in pain and fall to the ground. Seeing his men defeated like this, Brother Guai is shocked, fear and anger appearing on his face. He shouts to the rest so he knows a little. Fighting brothers attack him together. Just as the remaining thugs are about to rush forward, suddenly, old Madam Wang's pet dog runs into the middle of them, barking loudly. The sudden appearance startles the thugs, and they step back nervously. Whoa. A dog? Where did this dog come from? Instead of being afraid, the small dog runs straight in front of Yichen, barking at the thugs as if trying to protect him. Seeing this, Yichen calls out the dog's name. Hua Hua. He steps forward, gently picks up the dog and holds it to his chest. Looking at the dog, he says softly, you little troublemaker, weren't you barking at me yesterday? Old memories flood his mind as he thinks. Even though Hua Hua is old Madam Wang's favorite dog, for the past few years, I was the one cleaning its poop and feeding it. Today when I was in trouble, this little guy actually came to protect me. Then Yichen turns back toward the Wang family and says, sarcastically, even a dog knows who treats it well. That's much better than certain people, who are worse than pigs and dogs. As we saw in the previous episode, old Madam Wang's dog Hua stepped forward and stood in front of all those thugs to protect Ekin. Seeing this, Yi Chen gently picks the dog up and with a smile says, "You little troublemaker, weren't you barking at me just yesterday?" Then he looks toward the people standing there and says, "Even though this little Hua is old Madam Wang's favorite dog, for the past few years, it was actually me who cleaned up after him and fed him. And today when I was in trouble, Hua was the one who cared about me." After saying this, Yukin throws a bitter taunt at everyone present. Even a dog knows who treats it well. That's far better than some people here, who are worse than pigs and dogs. As soon as they hear these harsh words, the atmosphere instantly becomes even more tense. The family members' faces turn red with anger. At that moment, old Madam Wang angrily shouts, "Union, bring Hua back to me." Hearing her grandmother's voice, Union immediately responds and walks forward. She snatches the dog from Yi Chen and brings it back. Old Madam Wang then glares at Yi Chen and gives him a final warning. "Yi Chen, I will give you one last chance. Kneel down right now and admit your mistakes, so you can save yourself from physical pain." At that moment, the thugs begin surrounding him. But Yi Chen simply takes off his coat and replies calmly, "Then I'll repeat what I said before. You people are not worthy." Hearing this, the thugs go crazy with anger. They rush toward him with weapons in their hands, shouting "Die!" seeing them charging at him. Yi Jin prepares himself for the fight. Soon after, he starts beating them down while thinking to himself, "For years ago, 1 year before my marriage into the Wang family, the family arranged a battlefield trial for me and sent me to Syria for a whole year." He continues thinking, compared to ordinary people, these guys might be considered professionals. But for someone like me who survived on the battlefield and spent an entire year surrounded by blood and corpses, this is nothing more than child's play. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen brutally beats all of them down and throws them to the ground. The thugs lie there groaning in pain, but the fight isn't over yet. Suddenly, a tall and bulky thug shouts angrily from behind and grabs Yi Chen tightly with all his strength. Seeing this, another thug standing in front becomes excited and shouts, "Hold him tight. I'm going to cut the tendon in his arm." Brother Guel then angrily says to Yi Chen, "Brat, you dare to hurt my men today? I'll cripple you." But in the very next moment, the situation completely reverses. Yi Chen suddenly breaks free and launches a counterattack on the thug. Then he starts beating the other thug as well. Seeing this intense fight and Yi Chen's terrifying strength, Yuan's eyes widen in shock. She screams in fear, "Oh my God! How can one person's fighting ability be this terrifying?" Meanwhile, old Madam Wang, seeing this scene, starts muttering in shock. Could it be that the old man insisted on marrying Jia to Yi Chen because he knew about these skills of his? At the same time, Goog secretly thinks in her heart, "Did Grandpa arrange my marriage with him so that he could protect me? No. She quickly tries to convince herself Grandpa arranged this marriage because his family is rich. Besides, this is a peaceful era, and the Wang family has no enemies." Amid this tense atmosphere, Ji Chong suddenly laughs and says to Jia Yao's father, "Dad really found a strange specimen for your jiaki. Good thing I refused at that time." Hearing this, Jia Yao's father looks surprised. Ji Chong then smiles and says, "Do you think Dad originally fixed Yi Chen and Jieqi's marriage first?" "Wrong, Dad actually came to me first." Hearing this, Jia Yao's mother asks in shock, "Big brother, what did you say?" At this moment, the story shifts into a flashback. Grandpa was saying to Ji Chong, "Ji Chong, right now we have found a very rare, top-quality son-in-law candidate. Are you willing to arrange Yuan's marriage a few years earlier back in the present?" Ji Chong reveals the truth to everyone. "When I found out that he was just a real loser, like Yi Chen, I refused on the spot. I said Yuan was still too young. And only after that was Yi Chan's marriage arranged with your jiaki." Hearing all this, Ziji starts laughing loudly and mocks. "So that means, Jia, you actually picked up the man that my little sister didn't even want, After hearing this, Yuan's attitude becomes even more arrogant. She proudly says, "Oh, my grandpa must have lost his mind to even think about marrying me to Yi Chen. He only knows how to fight and nothing else. I have zero interest in violent men like him." Then she smiles and mocks Xiao. "Luckily, I was too young back then and escaped a huge disaster. Big sister, you should enjoy your good fortune now." After hearing all these words, Jiao quietly stands there without saying anything, watching this scene while beating up the thugs. Yi Chen thinks to himself, "I never expected that there was such a story behind all of this." And while standing there, his mind drifts back to memories from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, when I returned from my battlefield trial, after seeing blood and corpses every single day, I was truly longing for love and a family. At that time, the moment I saw Wang Jiayao, I fell in love with her at first sight. I thought that I would spend my whole life with such a cute and beautiful girl, but now as he compares that beautiful memory with today's harsh reality, he thinks to himself, "I never expected that our relationship would end like this." At that moment, Yi Chen starts walking straight toward Brother Guel. Seeing Yi Chen approaching him in anger, Brother Guel becomes extremely nervous. He slowly steps back and stutters, What are you doing?" But without wasting any time, Yi Chen moves forward, grabs Brother Guel's arm, and twists it so hard that the loud, cracking sound of a bone breaking echoes in the air. Brother Guel screams in pain. Seeing him writhing in agony, Yi Chen angrily asks, "Tell me, why did you falsely accuse me of stealing? And who instructed you to do it?" But Brother Guel, still trembling in pain, replies stubbornly, "Because I'm part of the underworld. I stopped caring about life and death a long time ago. If you've got the guts, then kill me. But let me remind you, if you go against me, you'll definitely regret it." Watching this scene, Ziya, who is standing nearby, becomes terrified. He realizes that if Yi Chen makes this thug confess the truth, all his secrets will be exposed. Nervously, he thinks, if Yi Chen forces him to spill the truth, I'll be in huge trouble. As soon as this fear hits him, he suddenly shouts loudly, "Yi Chen, stop. Do you really want to kill someone in front of Grandma?" Hearing Zijia's voice, Yi Chen stops. He turns toward the Wang family and says in a serious tone, "I'll say this one more time. I have never stolen anything from the Wang family. If you have any evidence, you can call the police right now and have me arrested. But don't ever say again that not calling the police is for my own good, or that you can't bear to see me go to jail." After saying this, Yi Chen begins walking toward the exit. Suddenly, Hua the dog runs over and grabs Yi Chen's leg. Yukin bends down and gently picks up the dog. Looking at Hua, he smiles and thinks to himself, "Hua, in my eyes, the only thing in the Wang family worth stealing is you." Then he softly says to the dog, "I won't be living here anymore, so don't be picky about your food." After that, he places the dog back on the ground. And with that, Yi Chuan finally leaves the Wang family's house. As soon as he walks out the door, Zijia nervously asked Yi Chuan, "Dad, are we really just going to let him leave like that?" Hearing this, Ji Chang takes a deep breath and helplessly replies, "No one here can defeat him. We'll have to use other methods to deal with him later." A short while later, the thugs, lying on the ground, slowly start getting up, while groaning in pain. Seeing them stand, Ziji thinks nervously, "Today we seriously offended Brother Guel. We'll have to appease him properly." He cautiously walks forward and asks Brother Guel, "Are you all right?" But the moment Brother Guel hears his voice, he becomes furious. He suddenly grabs Zijia by the collar and shouts in his face, "You brat! What kind of monster did you bring for me to deal with? You'll have to pay another 1 million to cover my brother's medical expenses." Even after hearing this huge demand, Zijia immediately replies, "Money isn't a problem, as long as you teach Yi Chen a brutal lesson, and if possible kill him." Hearing this deal, Brother Guel finally calms down a little. As he gets into the car with his men, he says, "Fine. I'll definitely settle this matter with each, and I'm in a hurry right now, so I'm leaving." While driving away, Brother Guai angrily mutters to himself, Today Yi-Chen humiliated me in front of everyone, and even broke my arm. I will definitely take revenge for this. With this burning desire for revenge, the scene shifts. We arrive directly at a luxurious conference room. Inside the washing group here, Yi-Chen is sitting in the boss's chair, with Shin Hongyan and the other board members seated nearby. Leading the meeting, Yi-Chen announces, "Since everyone agrees from now on, we will officially begin cooperation with Dingqing Real Estate." Then he turns towards Xian Hongyan and orders Kong Yan, "Inform the Wang family, I mean Dingdin Real Estate, to send someone here, so they can explain the project plans to me in detail. I also want to inspect their preparations." Upon hearing the order, Qin Hongyan immediately replies, "Yes. I'll notify them right away." After the meeting ends, the story shifts once again to Shirshan Villa. Here Ji Chang looks extremely excited and happy. He runs in and excitedly tells old Madam Wang, "Mom, President Jin just called me. She said that the CEO of Washington Group has agreed to finance us with 70 million. However, he wants to meet me face to face to discuss the project, so he can personally see how well prepared we are." Hearing this, old Madam Wang becomes. She tells her son Ji Chang, "You must perform well, so that President Yi gets a good impression of you. We want to continue cooperating with Washing Group in the future." Hearing this, Ji Chang confidently replies, "Yes. I will definitely perform well in front of President Yi." But just then Yuan suddenly walks in. She wants to take advantage of this opportunity to meet the rich CEO, stopping her father. She asks, "Dad, can I come with you to last time? We saw that Wang Jichang was getting ready to go to President Yes company just then." Yuan suddenly arrived there and started insisting that she go with him as well. Seeing this, Jichang was a little surprised and asked her, "Are you going there too?" Hearing this, Yuan replied with great confidence, "I heard that he is handsome and young, not like the other CEOs." As soon as she said this, Chai, who was standing there, could not hold herself back anymore, and immediately interrupted her, saying, Johan, no matter how handsome President Yi is, he already belongs to someone else. Did you forget that? President Shin and President Yi are lovers." After hearing Jiachi say this, a proud expression appeared on Johan's face, and she said arrogantly, "What does that have to do with you? They are only lovers, they are not married. And besides, I am younger than Chen Hongyan, and my figure is better than hers, so why can't I snatch President Yi away from her?" Seeing Yuan's overconfidence, her brother Zijie, who was standing there, immediately stepped forward and supported his sister. "That's absolutely right, I support my sister." During this argument, old Madam Wang also sided with Yuan's thinking, and said Yuan's thinking is absolutely correct. In this world, capable men are very rare. If you want to obtain them, you have to fight for them. Yuan, this time, you will go to Ichuishan Group with your father to meet President Yi. The moment Yuan heard such permission from her grandmother, she jumped with happiness and quickly thanked her, saying, "Really? Thank you, Grandma. May Grandma live a long life." Seeing all this, Jiachi, who was standing on the other side, started thinking to herself, "The idea of the first-class private residence project was first given by me, but Grandma gave the responsibility of it to Uncle's family. She could not tolerate this unfairness, so she immediately spoke up and said, 'I also want to go.'" The moment she said this, Yuan immediately mocked her and said, "Sister Yachi, you are already a divorced woman. Do you really think, President, you would even look at a woman who is going to marry for the second time?" During this harsh remark, their grandmother also supported Yuan and said, while looking at Yachi, Yuan is absolutely right. "Even if you are more beautiful, I have already decided to match President You with Yuan Jiashi. You should just compromise and marry Feng Chao." With all this support, Yuan became even more arrogant. She happily massaged her grandmother's shoulders and assured her, "Don't worry, Grandma. I will definitely win President Yes' heart." Hearing all these things made Yachi so angry that she clenched her fist tightly and thought to herself, "It's always like this. Grandma always shows favoritism." About 1 hour later, the scene shifts, and we see the building of Washington Group. Their secretary Rong enters President Yi's office and informs him President Yi, Wang Jixiang and his daughter have come to meet you. Hearing this, President Yi replied without any special reaction. Let them wait in the reception room. Rong immediately nodded and said yes, sir. But just then, President Yi gave another order from behind and said, oh, and listen, don't serve them tea. After this order, the scene shifts directly to the reception room, where Yuan and her father, Jicheng, were sitting alone. Yuan was wearing a very tight, blue kipao dress with a high slit, and she looked a little uncomfortable in it. She asked her father, Dad, why did you make me wear this kipao? Except for the slit on the leg, it is tight everywhere. Hearing this, Jicheng explained to her, you don't understand. If you wear very revealing clothes in the first meeting, President Yu will look down on you. He will think you are a cheap woman who does not care about her dignity. Your goal is to marry into the family, not to become president. Yes, lover or mistress, you must present yourself as classy. Only then will President Yi understand your value. After understanding her father's long strategy, a smile appeared on Yuan's lips and she said, thank you, Dad. I will definitely snatch presidency away from Qin Hunyan. At the same time, Jicheng started thinking greedily in his mind. If Yuan manages to win President Yi's heart, then the position of the head of the Wang family will be mine. While they were thinking about all this, more than 10 minutes passed, but no one had even offered them a glass of water. Yuan said irritably, why haven't they even given us a cup of tea yet? Is Washington Group's hospitality this bad? In anger, she stepped forward and called out to Secretary Rong. Secretary Rong, bring us 2 cups of tea. I want black tea. Rong calmly replied, okay. Please wait a moment. But another 10 minutes passed and nothing happened. After waiting for so long, Yuan's anger reached the sky, and she shouted loudly, I'm really getting angry. That secretary still hasn't brought the tea. Seeing her behavior, Jichuan quickly calmed her down and said, once you become President Yi's wife, you can fire her directly. Don't get angry right now. President Yu may come in at any moment. Hearing her father's words, Yuan calmed down a little, and immediately adjusted her clothes. Then she sat straight like a queen, with a calm and elegant posture. But their waiting still did not end. Another half-hour passed, and now Yuan's entire body was exhausted. Wearing that tight dress, she collapsed onto the sofa and said, while breathing heavily, Dad, I can't tolerate this anymore. Sitting like a refined and elegant lady is really tiring. Why hasn't President Yi arrived yet? Seeing her condition and after such a long wait, Jicheng's face also became tense, and he said, it seems President Yi doesn't value us at all. He made us wait for a whole hour. But before he could even finish his sentence, suddenly, the door of the reception room opened with a click, and the moment it opened, Yichen walked in. Seeing Yichen appear there so suddenly, both Jicheng and Yuan were stunned, and froze in their places. Yichen first looked at Yuan, who was lying across the sofa casually, and seeing her posture he mocked her and said, Sister Yuan, I know that at home you stay very relaxed and casual, but do you behave like this even outside? Didn't your father tell you that sitting like this, in front of others, is considered rude? Just then Yichen's eyes fell on her tight chepao dress, and looking at her from head to toe, he said, you're wearing a chepao. In these 3 years, this is the first time I've seen you wearing one. I didn't expect that. There was still a little bit of Jian and elegance left in you. Hearing Yichen's sudden appearance and his comments, Yuan quickly sat straight and said angrily, Yichen, I didn't wear this kipao for you. So stop having any misunderstandings about me. You weren't even worthy of a woman like Wang Jia, so how could you possibly be worthy of me? Hearing this, Yichen replied, you misunderstood, I was just saying. But before he could finish speaking, Jixiang interrupted and said, you are just a mere bodyguard. What are you doing here upstairs? Where is President Yi? Hearing all these words from the father and daughter, Jixiang took a deep breath in his mind and thought, these two still cannot believe that I am the real manager of Washington Group. So he brought the conversation directly to the point, and said, you two came here to talk about the first class, famous residence project, right? Fine, tell me what you want to discuss. But the moment Ji Chang heard this, he became furious and said, "You are just a cheap bodyguard. A useless man who only knows how to fight. Do you even understand anything about these big projects? Do you know the B of business?" After hearing such continuous insults, Yi Chen's patience also started running out, and he looked at them coldly and said, "So you mean you don't want to talk about it? Fine, as you wish. I'm leaving." As soon as Yi Chen turned toward the door, Yuan suddenly ran after him and grabbed his hand to stop him, and in a slightly hurried voice, she said, "Wait a minute. Yi Chen, don't go yet. I need to ask you something important." Then she asked him, "You have been Qin Hong Yan's bodyguard for the last 2 days, right? So, you must know very well about the romance and affair between Qin Hong Yan and President Yi." Yuan didn't understand why this girl had suddenly turned into a gossip ant, but he casually replied, "Yes, I know a little about it." The moment Yuan heard this, she became extremely excited and immediately asked, "Then can you tell me how intimate their relationship really is? Do they stay together at night? Do they sleep at President Yi's house or at Qin Hong Yan's house?" Hearing this endless chain of ridiculous questions, Yi Chen felt a little annoyed and thought to himself, "This one Yuan really has a big mouth. She can spread anything like wildfire. Why not use her big mouth to completely destroy the rumors between me and Qin Hong Yan?" After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Chen kept a straight face and lied. They already broke up. The moment Yuan and Yi Chen heard the word break up, their eyes widened in shock. But the very next moment, their shock turned into celebration. Ji Chang started laughing loudly and shouted, "They broke up! God is really helping me. Heaven is truly blessing our Wang family. This is great news." On the other side, Yuan was also extremely happy and started dancing excitedly as she said, "A breakup, nothing could be better than this." Seeing the father and daughter celebrating like crazy, Yi Chen looked at them strangely and asked, "Why are you so happy after hearing about their breakup? What's so funny about it?" At this moment, Yuan sat back on the sofa like a queen, with a smile on her face, and said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, oh no. Calling you little you wouldn't sound right either, because President Yes surname is also Yi, so I'll call you Little Chen." Hearing this sudden change in her attitude, Yi Chen became confused and thought to himself, "In just a few seconds, you changed my name and title 3 times. What exactly is going on inside your small brain?" Then Gishang said, "Your brain really works like a pig's. Now you are just an ordinary employee of Washing Group, right? That means President Yi is your boss. You should know that President Yi's future wife is going to be your ex-sister-in-law, my daughter Wang Yuan. Our family wants to form a powerful alliance with Washing Group through Yuan's marriage. If this plan succeeds, even a brat like you will become a distant relative of our family." Hearing these unrealistic fantasies, sweat appeared on Yi Chan's forehead. He looked at Yuan and asked, "I'm asking you seriously, sister Yuan. Are you really so arrogant and overconfident that you think President Yu will fall for you the moment he sees you?" Hearing this, Yuan proudly replied, "As long as the other person is a man, it is impossible for him to ignore my charm and beauty. I have always kept myself pure, and I have never even had a boyfriend before. I just need to take the initiative and show a little of my magic, and President Yu will definitely become crazy about me. And yes, there's one more thing. I have always suspected that the person who gifted that $1 million jet bracelet at Grandma's birthday party was none other than President Yi himself. Maybe President, he has been my biggest admirer for a long time." After hearing all these ridiculous fantasies from her, it is going to be very interesting to see what new drama will happen next. So as we saw in the last part, Yi Chen had come to meet the members of the Wang family, but they were not ready to meet him. In this chapter, as Yi Chen is leaving, he thinks to himself that this one Yuan is way too confident in herself. Then, he tells them that there is no need to investigate. The bracelet was actually given by the president of Washing Group, President Yi. As soon as Yi Chen says this, Yuan jumps in excitement and proudly says, "Really? Really, did President Yi actually give it?" Then she looks at her dad and says, "Dad, did you hear that? President Yi really likes me. I told you My guess was absolutely correct. Hearing this, one Judge Young starts laughing loudly. Then he says to Yuan, I never thought that my son-in-law would actually be the president of Washington Group. She also happily says, I need to tell Grandma about this immediately. She will definitely be very happy. Meanwhile, seeing their disgusting smiles, Yi-chen thinks what a disgusting family. They are trying to scheme another marriage alliance between this family and the Wang family. They are just dreaming. Then Yuan angrily asks Yi-chen, tell me, where is President Yi right now? I want to meet him, Yi-chen replies. President Yi is currently meeting guests in the reception room, although Yi-chen is still telling the truth, because he is indeed meeting guests. Yuan gets annoyed and says, it's been so long, why hasn't he come out yet? Are those guests that difficult to deal with? Yi-chen smiles at her foolishness and says yes. The client is a father and a daughter. The father is talking with President Yi, and the daughter, she is very beautiful and dressed in a very seductive way. Right now she is trying to seduce President Yi. I don't think they will come out anytime soon. Yuan indirectly says to herself, that lady is so cheap, being so shameless in President Yi's company. Now I understand why President Yi hasn't come to meet us yet. Then she asks, which room are they in? I'll go slap that cheap woman. Wang Jiechuan stops her and says, don't be so impulsive, calm down. If you do something like that, your first impression on President Yi will be ruined. It's better if we wait here. As soon as President Yi is free, inform us immediately. And Yuan starts behaving as if she is already President Yi's wife. Hearing all this, Yi-chen leaves from there. Now, after 5 minutes, Secretary Zhao arrives there. She says, Mr. and Miss Wang, President Yi had some urgent work, so he has left the company. He asked you both to go back for now. Hearing this, both of them are shocked and left speechless. Wang Jiechuan asks, did President Yi say when he will be free? Will he come back this afternoon? Secretary Zhao replies, I'm not sure. For now, please go back. And with that, both of them are sent out of Washington Group. While leaving, Yuan says, it's a pity President He is so busy. Otherwise, I would have completely charmed him right here. One Judge An says, but this trip wasn't completely useless. At least, now we know that the jade bracelet worth crores, which Grandma received, was actually given by President Yi. He calls his mother and says, Mom, it's me, Wang Jiaqiang. Please have everyone wait at Shushan Villa, because I have something important to tell you. Now the scene shifts to Shushan Villa. All the Wang family members start gathering. Wang Jishi asks what happened. You just left and came back so quickly. Did the contract get finalized? Yuan says no. It's not about the contract. There is another piece of good news. Then proudly she says the jade bracelet worth crores, that was gifted at Grandma's birthday banquet, was actually given by President Yi of Washington Group. Hearing this, Wang Jiaqi's parents are shocked and say, what, that gift was from President Yi? Wang Jiaqi thinks in her heart, how did I even believe that Yi-chen could give such a gift? I really overestimated him at that time. Her father says, how is this good news? Her mother says, President Yi and President Qin were lovers, and President Qin also has a good relationship with our Wang family. If he sent the gift because of her, then why would he send it separately? At the end, Wang Jiachan shouts, Sulan, President Yi and President Qin have already broken up. If it was because of Miss Qin, then why send it separately? Sulan says, then that means. Yuan immediately says, there's no need to even ask. President Yi gave that gift because of me. At that time, Sister Juchi hadn't even divorced Yukin yet. Hearing this, old Madam Wang claps happily and says, this analysis sounds absolutely correct. I already knew that the person who sent the gift must like Yuan, but I never imagined that he would be the president of Huashan Group. Then she says, it looks like because of Yuan, our Wang family's fate is about to change. Yuan goes to her grandma and says, Grandma, I will definitely develop a good relationship with President Yi and make our Wang family a first-class family in Yuju. Her grandma becomes extremely happy and says, very good, very good. My granddaughter is truly capable. Hearing this, Wang Jiaqi asks, who told you all this? Is this news confirmed? Yuan replies, your useless ex-husband told us. So obviously it's reliable. Then she tells everything that happened today. She says, Grandma, President Yu was very busy this morning, so he couldn't meet us. But this afternoon, I will go alone and meet him. Don't worry, I can handle it. Hearing this, Wang Jiaqi tries to say something but stays silent. Yuan humiliates her and says, Sister, if you don't have any work this afternoon, will you act as my driver and drop me at Huaxin Group? Hearing this, Jiaqi thinks Wang Yuan has gone too far. She is humiliating me in front of the entire family. She angrily says, I'm very busy today, so I can't take you saying this. She runs out. Her mother tries to stop her, but she doesn't stop. In the next scene, she is driving her car somewhere. She is driving angrily, thinking about Yuan's words. Suddenly a tree appears in front of her car. Because of the speed, she loses control, and before she realizes, she crashes into the tree. Crying, she says, I hate this, I really hate this. She also says all of this happened because of Yi Chen. Because of him I got humiliated in front of my family. Now the scene shifts to Washington Group. Yi Chen is sitting in his office doing paperwork when his phone rings. As soon as he picks up the call and says hello, a voice from the other side shouts, Yi Chuan, you bastard, I hate you. Hearing Wang Jiaqi's voice, Yi Chen thinks, even after all this time, this woman never reflects on herself. She only knows how to blame me. Taking a deep breath, he asks what happened. Jiaqi starts abusing him and then, while sobbing, says, if you were pretending from the start that you gave the bracelet, then you should have kept pretending. Why did you tell them that the bracelet was given by President Yi? Why did you tell Uncle and Yuan the truth? Because of you I lost my respect in the family. Do you even realize that? Hearing this, Yi Chen says, so that's the matter, and thinks I was telling the truth. From the beginning no one believed me. Juju cries and says, now the entire family thinks President Yu likes Wang Yuan. Even Grandma keeps praising her in front of everyone. And do you know what that rude Yuan said to me? She even asked me to become her driver. If she really marries President Yi in the future, I will have no respect left in the Wang family. Yi Chen asks, don't you have the young master of the Feng family? She replies, how can Feng Chao be compared to President Yi? He isn't even the CEO of his own family business. Their levels are completely different. Yukin says, listening to you, I don't know whether I should be happy or not. Jiaxu says, why would you be happy? Even if Feng Chao isn't as good as President Yi, he is still 10,000 times better than you. At least he can help our Wang family, and let me live with dignity, inside and outside the family. And you only know how to embarrass me. Before the divorce you left behind such a big mess, that now I have to deal with. She gets furious at him. Yi Chen thinks in his mind that she is a foolish woman. Then he says, if you just called to scold me, then I'm hanging up, I'm very busy right now. She says, wait a minute. I called you because I need your help. Yuchen asks, what do you want me to do? As we saw in the previous episode, Jia Yao, while crying, calls Yuchen and says, wait a minute. I called you because I need your help. The moment the word help comes out of her mouth, Yi Chen becomes slightly serious and asks, what exactly do you want? Hearing this, Jia Yao comes straight to the point and says, I absolutely do not want things between Yuan and your President Yi to progress so smoothly. Her words sound a bit strange to Yi Jin, so he asks in confusion, what do you mean by all this? Yeah, replies, this afternoon, Yuan will come to your company again. These days she really likes drinking black tea. Just give her a cup of black tea and mix some laxative in it, so that the poor girl keeps running to the washroom all day. And if you can't do that, then there's another way. When you pass by her, just pretend it was an accident and tear her weird dress. You're strong enough that she won't suspect you. even a little hearing such a bizarre plan. Yi Chen stays silent for a moment, then says fine. I'll help you with this anyway. I didn't want to see Yuan's face, in the first place. But there's no need for all this unnecessary trouble. I'll directly make President Yi refuse to meet her. Hearing this, Jia Yao feels like he's just boasting and angrily says, "Stop talking nonsense, you're just an ordinary bodyguard. You'll refuse President Yi, and he'll actually listen to you." Yi Chen remains completely confident in his words, and with full attitude says, "Believe it or not, that's up to you." Saying just that, he directly hangs up the phone. On the other side, the moment the call disconnects, Jia Yao becomes furious and says, "He actually hung up on me. This man is way too arrogant." After this call, time moves forward. And it's already 2 p.m. in the afternoon. The scene shifts to the president's floor of the washing group, where Yuan has arrived once again. As soon as she arrives, with full attitude and confidence, she says to the assistant secretary, Wrong, take me to meet President Yu right now." But Wrong stops her right there and says, "Miss Wang, I'm sorry, but you should go back." Hearing this, Yuan is shocked and asks, "Why is President Yu not coming back this afternoon?" Wrong cleverly twists the situation and says, "No. That's not the case actually, President. He said that you are a little too beautiful. If he discusses the contract with you, he's afraid his attention will be completely on you, and he might forget about work. So he wants someone else from your family to come and meet him this time." Now this was completely a lie. But hearing this, Yuan becomes overjoyed and shyly thinks, "Meet someone else, did President? You really praise my beauty this much?" Wrong adds fuel to the fire and says, "Yes, absolutely. President Yi even follows your short video account and often watches your videos." Hearing this, Yuan becomes extremely happy and lost in her own thoughts. Says to herself, "President Yi is truly obsessed with me." Then smiling, she says to Wrong, "Alright, then I'll send someone else for the contract. And yes, tell President Yi from my side that whenever he's free, he can ask me out for coffee or a movie." Wrong nods and says, "I'll definitely pass your message to him." At that moment, Yuan takes out a bribe from her bag and extends it toward Wrong, saying, "Here. This is for you, Wrong." Ron becomes slightly confused and asks, "What is this for?" Yuan reveals her real intention and says, "In return, just send me one photo of your President Yi." But Ron pushes the bride back and refuses, clearly saying, "Miss Wang, I don't have any photo of President Yi either, but I can tell you this much. President Yi is very handsome, and almost around your age." Even without getting the photo, Yan becomes happy hearing his praise, and leaves cheerfully the moment she leaves. Wrong's expression completely changes, and she mocks her from behind, whispering, "What a foolish girl. Great figure but no brain at all." After this incident, night falls and the story shifts to a new location. The main city of Country Y. Here we see Lu Zhongguan sitting comfortably, while pouring expensive wine into his glass. In front of him stands Brother Guel. Seeing him, Lu Zhongguan asks Sir Guel, "Why did you run all the way from to me? What exactly happened there?" We then see that Brother Guel looks quite frightened, and says, "Lord Lu's calculations were absolutely correct. I really ran into a huge problem and now I need your help to get out of it." He begins to explain. Actually, the situation is like this. But suddenly Lu Zhongguan's anger shoots to the sky, and he loses control, shouting, "What did you say? You bastard!" in a fit of rage. He throws the wine straight at Brother Gua's face, and says at that time, "I gave you some of my best men there. At least 70 to 80 should have survived. And now you only have 10 left. And all of them are completely crippled." Seeing his anger, Brother Guel becomes even more terrified, and tremblingly says, "This is all my failure. Please punish me however you want." Lord Lu Zhongguan takes a deep breath, calms down a bit, lights his cigar, and says, "Forget it. Times have completely changed now. Fighting, killing, bloodshed, it's no longer useful." He continues explaining. "People like us live in the dark world. Under this light, under the sun, There's no place left for us to survive. That's why 2 years ago I left UJO and shifted my entire focus to the small and poor regions of Southeast Asia. Hearing his deep words, Brother Gwai wipes the wine from his face and says, "If I had even half of Lord Lu's brain, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state today. I beg Lord Lu please allow me to lead 100 men there, so I can avenge my brothers." Seeing his condition, Lu Junquan calms down slightly and says, "I was like you once, I'm also an orphan. Everything I have today, my thinking, my intelligence, my success, is all because of Master Feng's upbringing." After saying this, Lu Junquan takes out his phone and makes a call. As soon as the call connects, his entire attitude changes, and with respect he says, "Master Phone, this is Luji speaking. I hope I didn't disturb your rest." Hearing this, Brother Gwai is shocked, thinking, "Is this the legendary boss who raised Lord Lu?" On the phone, Lu Junchen continues, "Actually, I was planning to return to, in the next 2 days for some important matters, and it's been a long time since I last met you. So I've also prepared some gifts for you." Suddenly he hears something from the other side that makes his eyes widen in shock. "What did you say? You're currently in Yenzhou? That's wonderful, I'll book my flight immediately. Master Feng, I'm coming to meet you right away." Saying this, he immediately hangs up and turns to Brother Guat, saying, "Kid, your luck is really good. Master Feng is currently in Yenzhou." Hearing this, Brother Guat's face lights up with excitement, and he asks hopefully, "Really? Then Lord Lu, can you introduce me to him, so I can meet my grandmother too?" The moment he says this, Lu Junquan's anger rises again, and he slaps Brother Guel hard across the face, shouting, "Do you think Master Feng is someone you can meet so easily? You useless failure. Even I need to take an appointment before meeting him." He then says, "Book a flight for me immediately. I'm going to meet Master Feng, and on the way, I'll also take a look at that boy you mentioned." Yichen, hearing Yichen's name, Brother Guel becomes internally ecstatic and thinks, "This is perfect, I want to see that yuckin' dead." He quickly says yes. Lord Lu. After this, the scene shifts to the Wang residence. In the hall, Yuan and Ji Chang are discussing the contract. Ji Chang asked in surprise, "Did President Yu really not plan anything? Could he really not have a serious discussion about the work? It seems President Yi is truly madly in love with you." Hearing this flattering statement, Yuan smiles proudly and says, "Of course." Ji Chang understands the situation and decides, since President Yu requested someone else for the meeting, Ziya, you go meet him tomorrow. At that moment, Ziya is staring at his phone, where a message reads clearly, "Tomorrow Yichen will regret being born into this world." Reading this message, a sinister smile appears on Zijia's face and he says, "All right, I was planning to find that useless Yichen anyway." After that, the night passes. The next morning, the scene shifts to a luxurious villa in Yangzhou, Master Feng's residence. Lu Junqian has already arrived there, with his men and gifts. Seeing Master Feng, he immediately bows respectfully and says, "Master Feng." Master Feng, who is sitting there, calmly says, "Jun Kun, you are now the boss of an entire region. There is no need for you to bow like this in front of me." But Lu Junquan does not forget his place and says, "Everything I am today is only because of your teachings and upbringing, Master Feng. I can never forget such a great favor in my entire life." He stands up straight and curiously asks Master Feng, "Weren't you in the UK for the past 2 years? Why did you suddenly return to the country? And why specifically to a place like Yizhou?" Hearing this, Master Feng's expression becomes slightly serious, as he explains, "The old master sent me here to assist the third young master." The moment Lu Junqian hears the names, Old Master and Third Young Master, his face turns pale and he begins trembling in shock. "Are you really talking about them? Just thinking about it is unbelievable, that the Third Young Master is actually in Yenzhou right now. I truly didn't expect this at all." His mind starts racing, as he realizes that the master above, Master Feng, is an extremely powerful existence, one of the most powerful and richest figures in the entire world. Amid this tension, Master Phone gives a strict order. Tell your men not to roam around recklessly. If they interfere with the third young master's work, even by mistake, you alone will face the consequences. Hearing this direct warning, Lu Junquan immediately nods and says yes, absolutely. Then hesitantly, he asks Master Fo, "Can you tell me what the young master looks like, so that even with my lowly eyes, I don't fail to recognize his greatness? And if I accidentally disrespect him, it would be a sin deserving 10,000 deaths." Hearing his request, Master Phone calmly gestures with his hand. One of his men immediately understands, and steps forward handing a photo to Lu Junquan. As Lu Junquan looks at the photo, Master Phone points at it and says, "This is the third young master. He is currently on a trial mission, assigned by the family, so remember. Under no circumstances should he be disturbed. When needed, I will naturally call you myself." As we saw in the previous episode, Lu Junquan, trembling with fear, asked Master Phone, "Could you please tell me what the young master looks like, so that even with my lowly eyes, I don't accidentally fail to recognize his stature and status? And if by mistake I end up disrespecting the young master, then that would be a crime, for which I deserve to die 10,000 times." Hearing his nervous request, Master Phone gives a signal, which one of his men immediately understands. That man steps forward and places a photo into Lu Junquan's hands. The moment Lu Junquan looks at the photo, Master Phone points at it and says, "This is the third young master. He is currently on a trial mission, assigned by the family, so remember this. Under no circumstances should he be disturbed. When I need you, I will naturally call you myself." As soon as Lucien Quinn sees the photo, he says with admiration, "Brother, the third young master is truly so handsome. Just one glance is enough for anyone to tell that he belongs to a great and powerful family." Then in a hopeful tone, he continues, "I truly hope that someday I'll be fortunate enough to see the honorable face of the young master in person." Hearing this, Master Feng tells him the third young master has already been in Yujia for 3 years, and he will stay here for another 1 or 2 years. After giving this information, Master Phone becomes slightly curious and asks, "By the way, weren't you recruiting people in Southeast Asia over the past few years? Then why did you suddenly come back here?" Hearing his boss's question, Lu Junquan immediately explains, "I have an underling named Sigua, who got into some trouble. I brought nearly 100 thugs, recruited from different countries in Southeast Asia, with me so that I can help him deal with the situation." As soon as Master Phone hears this, a strict expression appears on his face, and he gives a direct warning. "I don't care what you do. Just make sure that none of this affects the third young master." Feeling the seriousness in Master Feng's voice, Lu Junquan quickly nods in fear and says yes, absolutely. Lightening the atmosphere a bit, Master Feng says, "All right. Come play a game of chess with me. Let's see how much you've improved." After this, the scene directly shifts to the washing group company. They're in the reception room. We see Wang Shujia, who is fuming with anger. He grumbles irritably, "What the hell is going on with the CEO of washing? He's made me wait here in the reception room for a full 2 hours," he continues muttering. "What is President Yu even thinking? He clearly likes my sister, yet he treats me, his future brother-in-law, so coldly and rudely." Looking at his phone angrily, he adds, "These rich tycoons and their attitudes are seriously so strange and ridiculous." Suddenly an idea pops into his head and he decides, "No, I'll go and directly ask that guy Yu Qin." Thinking this, he immediately takes out his phone and calls Yu Qin. On the other side, Yu Qin is calmly sitting in his office, and as soon as his phone rings, he sees Wang Shouji's name on the screen. Exactly 5 minutes after the call, the reception room door opens, and Yu Qin walks in and says, "What exactly do you want from me?" Seeing him, Wang Ziya steps forward and says, "Hey, you brat, you're here. Tell me, where is your President Yi?" Hearing this, Yu Qin remains completely calm. A faint sarcastic smile appears on his face, as he coolly replies, "President Yi is currently talking with an idiot." Hearing this taunt, Wang Xiaojia doesn't even realize he's the one being insulted. Instead he laughs loudly and says, I think so too, that guy must be an idiot. To talk to President Yi for so long. Meanwhile Yi Chen looks at him and thinks, you don't even have the awareness to recognize yourself. The idiot I'm talking about is you. Then Wang Zijia looks at Yi Chen and says, Yi Chen, you say you're just a bodyguard. But you dress like some president. What exactly are you trying to show off? He doesn't stop there and continues threatening. And what you did to me, in front of all those big shots in Yangshao, I won't let that go so easily. But his threats don't affect Yukin even a bit. Smiling, Yukin throws another taunt. Didn't you try to use Sigwai to trap me? But unfortunately your brother, who is no longer in a position to help you take revenge. At the mention of Brother Gu, a sly smile appears on Wang Xiaojia's face. He confidently says, don't be so arrogant. Brother Gu has received around 100 top-level thugs from his boss, so don't blame me for not warning you. From now on, be careful when you go home after work. And don't stay drunk so you can at least feel it when you're beaten into a pig's face. Hearing this, Yuchen becomes slightly serious. He thinks, lately, I've been going to Anne from the office with Lin Han Yen. If they hurt her, that will become a real problem. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, he decides to settle this matter right now. He thinks there won't be a better time than this. So he directly says to Wang Zijia, why don't you call them here right now, to the company parking lot? That way they won't have to trouble themselves attacking me after work. It's better to settle this here directly. Hearing this proposal, Wang Xiaojia becomes delighted. Taking out his phone, he says, good. You said it yourself. I'll call Brother Gu right now and have his men come here. If you've got the guts, come downstairs and wait with me. Yi Chen replies with a slight smile, sure. I'll wait immediately after this. The scene shifts to the underground parking lot of the company. The two of them arrive there, and complete silence fills the surroundings. Suddenly Wang Zijia starts acting strangely and begins smashing the nearby cameras. Seeing this, Yi Chen asks, what exactly are you doing? He replies, now that I've destroyed all the surveillance cameras here, even if I beat you to death, there won't be any evidence left. Hearing this foolish logic, Yi Chen laughs calmly. He replies in the same tone, is that so then? By your logic, if I beat you to death here, there won't be any evidence of that either, right? As soon as he says this, Yi Chen's expression completely changes, and he steps forward to attack. Seeing him approach, Wang Xiaoya panics and backs away in fear, shouting, what are you going to do? But Yi Chen doesn't stop. In the very next moment, he starts raining heavy punches on him. The parking lot echoes with Wang Xiuji's screams of pain. After taking several hits, his face turns red and he somehow manages to shout, Yi Chen, stop. Stop right now. Seeing him call out, Yi Chen says, Wang Xiuya, are you insane? Do you think I won't beat you up before your thugs even arrive? Saying this, Yuchen is about to land another heavy punch, when suddenly a loud voice echoes from behind them, shouting, let him go. Hearing this voice, Yuchen turns around and sees Brother Gu standing there, and he isn't alone. He has brought several thugs with him, the ones he got from Lu Jinkun. As soon as he arrives, he orders, all of you move forward and grab him. Hearing this, all the thugs attack Yi Chen at once. But Yi Chen isn't someone who backs down. He starts beating them brutally. However, during the fight, Yuchen realizes something clearly and thinks seriously. These 10 people are very different from ordinary thugs. Their fighting skills are nothing like normal street fighters. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuji, standing behind, keeps shouting, Yi Chong, today I'll send 10 more people after you. These guys will make sure you're no longer fit to be anyone's bodyguard. On the other side, Yi Chen continues to handle the trained thugs alone. Seeing this intense scene, Wang Xiuya shouts, stop struggling, these aren't ordinary thugs. You can't deal with them alone. Then he offers a deal, let's do this. Just kneel down in front of me, accept me as your boss and follow my orders from now on. If you do that, I'll spare your life. What do you say? Hearing this, Yi Chen replies coldly, you're not worthy of that. Seeing Yi Chen's courage and skills, Brother Guo is both shocked and impressed. He immediately takes out his phone and calls Lu Junquan, saying, "Lord Lu, you need to send another top-level fighter here, immediately. This guy alone is overpowering 10 people. I must recruit this rare talent into my team, at any cost." Hearing this on the other side, Lucien Quinn is completely shocked. He thinks, "I can't believe there's actually someone in this country who can take on 10 trained thugs alone." Seeing this as a huge opportunity, he decides, "I must recruit this talent no matter what." He immediately says on the phone, "What nonsense are you talking about? Send me the location right now. I'm coming there immediately." About 10 minutes later, the scene shifts back to the parking lot. Suddenly the sound of multiple vehicles echoes, as several cars arrive and stop. From those cars Lu Junquan steps out, along with even more dangerous thugs. Seeing his boss arrive, Brother Gu feels relieved. He runs up to him and says happily, "Lord Lu, you're finally here. I told you earlier 10 people aren't enough for this guy. You should just send 100 people at once." But Li Junquan glares at him angrily and shouts, "You're all useless, complete trash. Get out of my way." Seeing him so furious, Brother Gu trembles and nods quickly. Ignoring him, Lu Junquan walks forward. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, still fighting, notices him and thinks, "Let me see what this so-called Lu looks like." By now Yi Chen's breathing has become slightly heavy, from continuous fighting while still battling. He calculates in his mind, "I've already used more than half my strength dealing with these 10. If more people arrive now, things could become dangerous." At that moment, his eyes fall on the newly arrived Lu Zinkun. Instantly a strategy forms in his mind. Instead of dealing with these wolves, it's better to capture their leader first. He decides, "I'll deal with this Lord Lu first." Just as Yi Chen is about to make his move, Wang Shouya bursts into loud laughter and mocks him. "Haha. Yi Chen, Lord Lu is someone way beyond your level. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now." As soon as Wang Shaojia finished his arrogant words, Lu Junquan steps forward, and finally sees Yi Chen's face clearly. The moment he sees him, his breath stops. His condition worsens instantly, his eyes widen in shock and trembling. Only one word escapes his mouth: "You." At this moment, Wang Xiaoyang misunderstands the situation, and thinks Lord Liu is angry at Yi Chen. Excited, he shouts, "Lord Lu beat him to death." But in the very next second, Lu Junquan turns around in anger, and punches Wang Shujia straight in the face. Blood spills from his mouth and he is left in shock. Holding his cheek in pain, he stammers, "Lord Lu. What did you just do?" Ignoring him completely, Lu Junquan walks straight to Yi Chen, and suddenly drops to his knees. With a trembling voice he says, "Young master," and guys, that's where today's chapter ends. As we saw in the previous episode, Lu Junquan finally stepped forward, and clearly saw Yi Chen's face. Just one glance was enough to make his breathing stop. After that he walked straight up to Yi Chen, and dropped to his knees on the ground. A trembling voice came out of his mouth. While bowing on the ground, he thought to himself that this Yi Chen looked exactly like the photo that Master Fong had sent of the third young master. In his panic he shouted, "Young master, I am Master Feng's underling." Seeing this, Yi Chen relaxed a little and thought to himself, "Oh, so you're Butler Feng's subordinate." Filled with regret for his mistake, Lu Junquan begged for everything that happened today. "Even if I lose in Quan, die 100 times, it still wouldn't be enough. Please punish me, young master." Seeing this, Zija and everyone standing there were completely confused. Zija, troubled, asked Lord Lu, "What are you saying? This is just our family's live-in son-in-law. Why are you calling him young master?" At the same time, Brother Guo, shocked, asked, "Could it be that you've mistaken him for someone else?" Hearing these foolish questions, Lu Jingguan's anger shot through the roof. He turned and shouted furiously at Brother Guo, "You are completely useless. Hurry up and kneel before the young master." Brother Guo, who still didn't understand the situation, stammered, "And me?" Kneel before him before he could finish. Lu Junquan walked straight up to him, grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground, in front of Yi-chan, ordering, "Shut up and bow down for me. Count 100 times and remember, if even one sound is too soft, you'll start over from the beginning." Hearing this threat, Brother Ghoul was terrified. He immediately began banging his head on the ground and crying as he begged, "Brother Yi-chan, Master Yi-chan, I Ghoul made a huge mistake by offending you. Please show mercy and forgive me." The entire room echoed, with the loud sounds of his head hitting the floor. Seeing this scene, Zijia's mind went numb in fear and confusion. He thought, what is going on? How did Yi-chan suddenly become this bastard? Brother was master amid the noise. Yi-chan said to Brother Ghoul, "All right. You don't need to kowtow anymore. You just have to do one thing. You must clearly explain to the Wang family that I did not steal that watch." Seeing this life-saving opportunity, Brother Ghoul quickly agreed, saying, "Yes, I'll tell the Wang family. Wang Jia was the one who ordered me to do all this." Hearing this, Zijia panicked and shouted, "Hey Brother Ghoul, what about me? You can't betray me like this." But hearing his voice, Lu Jingquan turned his attention toward him. In anger, he forced Xiao Jia to the ground and shouted, "So you're the one who falsely accused our young master?" He immediately ordered his men take him and throw him into the Liu River. Hearing this, Zijia began screaming in fear. Facing death, he rushed toward Yi-chan, grabbed his leg and begged, "Brother-in-law, please save me. We are family, you can't let them treat me like this." But Yi-chan said angrily, "Who the hell is your brother-in-law?" Even then Zijia shamelessly cried, "Brother Chen, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, I'll make a deal. I'll give you 1 yuan, and tonight I'll personally get Wang Jian drunk and send her to you." Hearing this, Yi-chen's blood boiled. He kicked Zijia hard and shouted, "You're truly a beast. 1 Jian and 1 yuan are both your sisters, and one of them is even your biological sister. And you're offering them like gifts. Do you have even a shred of humanity left in you?" At this point, Lu Xinquan's men grabbed Zijia again. But Zijia kept begging, "Brother-in-law, at least save my life." Seeing his condition, Yi-chan gestured to the men and said, "Let him go for today." Then he turned to Zijia and warned, "When you go back, you must clearly tell the Wang family how you framed me." Hearing this, Zijia nodded frantically in fear and ran away, saying, Yes. Thank you, Brother Chin." After he left, Lu Junquan once again knelt respectfully and said, "Young master, I am Junquan, Master Feng's subordinate. This time I have brought 100 men from Southeast Asia, and I am ready to offer all of them for your service." Hearing this, Yi-chen said, "I know, take your men and leave." For now, in his heart, he thought these people might play a big role in some special situations in the future. After this, the story shifts to Shaishan Villa, where Ziya arrives in a badly beaten condition. Seeing the injuries on his face, Grandma anxiously asked, "Zija, how did you get these injuries?" Hearing this, Zija lied, "Oh, it's nothing, I just had a minor car accident." But in the middle of it, he ended up revealing the truth and said, "Grandma and Uncle, actually, Yi-chen didn't steal the Richard Mille watch. I was the one who framed him." Inside, trembling with fear, he thought Yi-chen has connections with powerful and dangerous people. It's better not to mess with him in the future. Even after hearing the truth, old Madame Wang's anger toward Yi-chen didn't decrease. She said, "Forget about that. So what if he was falsely accused? Yi-chen is not that clean either. Even if he didn't steal from my house, I'll find out whether he has stolen from somewhere else. Otherwise, how could someone like him afford to stay in a 5-star hotel?" After venting her anger, the old lady changed the topic and asked expectantly, "By the way, Zija, did you go to the Wenxian group today? Did you meet President Yi?" Zija silently shook his head. Hearing this, old Madame Wang said, "What does this president even mean? Could it be that unless I personally go, he won't agree to meet at this moment?" Wang Jialu, who was standing nearby, gathered her courage and stepped forward. She said, "Grandma, Why don't you let me try once inside? She thought confidently. This project was originally planned by Yuchen and me together. Maybe President Yi is waiting to meet the actual planner. Seeing Jielu step forward, Wang Yuanyuan suddenly felt jealous and mocked her. Our entire family went there, and President Yu refused to meet us. And you think he'll meet you? You must think too highly of yourself. But old Madam Wang interrupted the argument and made a firm decision looking at Jielu. She ordered Jielu, "You go and try once." Hearing this decision, Wang Yuanyuan was shocked. Ignoring her reaction, the old lady seriously added, "If it still doesn't work, then I will personally go and meet President Yi. No matter what, we must cooperate with Wancheng Group." After this decision, the scene shifts to the Wancheng Group building, where it is exactly 2 p.m. Zhao arrives and asks Secretary Zhou. Secretary Zhou, is President Yi inside? Secretary Zhou serves her a drink and says, "Miss Wang, please wait in the reception room first." President Yi is a bit busy. As Zhao takes the drink and looks at it, her eyes widen in shock. She thinks this is honey water. Seeing the glass, memories from the past 3 years flood her mind. She recalls how Yuchen used to prepare a cup of honey water for her every morning at this moment. The scene shifts to the president's office, where Qin Hongyan reports to Yuchen. Wang Jielu has arrived. Do you want to meet her? Hearing this, Yuchen explains. When Wang Jixing, Wang Yuanyuan, and Wang Xiaojie came to discuss the contract, I refused them. After that, they will definitely say that if this time doesn't work, the old lady will personally come. If we keep refusing like this, the Wang family will think we are playing with them. So Yuchen makes a final decision and says, "Since we have already decided to cooperate with them, let's just give them the 70 million. After saying this, he orders Hong Yan bring the contract here. Hong Yan respectfully replies yes. After that, Yi Chuan personally comes to the reception room, in front of Jielu. As soon as he enters, Jielu freezes in shock and says, "Yi Chuan, it's you." On the other hand, seeing Jielu, Yi Chen thinks in his heart, one Jielu always liked to wear comfortable and casual clothes at home, yet she still looked very cute and beautiful. Jielu quickly says, "President, you must be very busy, right? I think you won't be able to come for a while, so you can sit and talk with me." But Yi Chen replies coldly, "I have nothing to talk about with you." Getting straight to the point, he hands her the contract and says, "Take a look at this contract. If you don't see any problems, you can sign it. The 70 million will be transferred to your company account in 3 installments within a week." Hearing this amazing offer, Yellow's eyes widen in shock. She asks, "Has President Yi already agreed? I thought he would need more time to review everything before sending the money." As she opens the contract, her mind goes completely blank. Looking at the title, she says in shock, "This because written in bold letters on the contract was the name First Class Jielu." Seeing this name, Jielu is stunned and asks, "Why is it named this suddenly?" A memory from half a year ago flashes in her mind. She thinks in shock, this is the same name Yi Chen gave to this project when we planned it together. In the flashback the past, Yi Chen smiled and said to Jielu, "This project was made for you, so why not name it First Class Jielu?" As we saw in the previous episode, Jiachi opens that contract, in which the project's name is written as First Class Jielu. The moment she reads this name, she is completely stunned and in shock. She asks herself, was this name really given after me? At that very moment, a memory from half a year ago flashes through Yi Chan's mind. He sinks into deep thought and thinks to himself, half a year ago when I was planning this project, I was the one who named it First Class Jin, because I created this project for Wang Yechi. So naturally I wanted to name it after her. At that time, he had decided that even if the Wang family refused, after half a year when the 3-year door-to-door son-in-law trial period would end, he would use his family's money to launch this First Class Jin project. It was meant to be a special gift from him to his wife. But with time everything had changed so much. Who could have imagined that Wang Yachi would betray him in the future? After studying himself, Yukin looks at Jiachi and says, "Private residence and dead residence sound quite similar. which is considered very unlucky. That's why the name was changed. Then he asks, so did you not like the name? Hearing this, Ji Yishai says, Yikun, you must have begged President Yi to use this name in front of him, didn't you, at the same time? She thinks to herself, after all, he's just an ordinary bodyguard. Why would President Yi listen to him? Did he kneel and plead with him? After thinking all this, Jichi steps forward, grabs Yichen's hand and says, Thank you, Yichen. But her action has no effect on him at all. He pulls his hand away and says, It's nothing actually, President. You really like the name Jian, because it has the same character as Jia, from delicious food, that's why he used it. Hearing this, Gechi says, You must have desperately begged President Yi. That's why he agreed. Why are you afraid to admit it? I know you still love me, but immediately. Yukon turns his face away and says, Don't talk about that, just sign this. After that, Ji Yukon sits back down while signing the file. She thinks if this deal is completed, Grandma will be really happy. As soon as the signing process is finished, Yichen immediately picks up a copy of the file and says without wasting time, Alright, I'll take this copy for further filing. Just then Ji Yichen calls out from behind. Wait a minute. Hearing her, Yichen stops. Ji Yichen continues, I'm really happy that you helped me this time. So how about lunch on me today? That place outside the city, the one whose food you like the most. What was its name? Little Duck Instant Noodles. Hearing this, Yichen replies directly, Thanks. But I'm busy, I don't have time to eat with you. And by the way, that shop outside the city isn't called Little Duck, it's called Little Chicken Instant Noodles. You've been there so many times, yet you never even remembered its name. That only proves you never truly loved me. Hearing this, Jiachi shouts angrily, I went with you to that broken, shabby shop so many times. That should be enough for you. Then to provoke him, she adds, Fine. If you don't want to go, then I'll go eat Western food with Feng Chao. As she says this, she walks forward and opens the door, but suddenly stops. Standing at the door is none other than Chen Hongyan. Seeing her, Jetty is slightly shocked and thinks, President Chen. Chen Hongyan looks at Jetty for a moment and simply says Miss Wang before walking inside. Jetty also leaves softly saying President Chen. After Jetty leaves, Chen Hongyan thinks to herself, This foolish woman was clearly trying to provoke President Yi by making an excuse to go out with that idiot. But when her gaze falls on Yi Jin, she notices that although he looks cold on the outside, it seems he still cares about his ex-wife. After observing all this, she thinks, It seems winning President Yi's heart will be a long battle. Taking control of the situation, Chen Hongyan walks up to him and says, If Wang Jiachi made you angry, you can tear up this contract and refuse to cooperate with the Wang family. But Yi Chen says, I won't break a promise I've made. Hearing this, Shin Hongyan steps a little closer and says, President Yi, I accidentally overheard your conversation just now. And you know I'm a foodie. I'm always curious about places with amazing food. That Little Chicken Instant Noodles shop outside the city you mentioned, how is the food there? Can you take me there? Yukon looks at her for a few seconds and finally nods calmly, saying all right. The moment Chen Hongyan hears this short yes, it feels like fireworks of joy explode in her heart, and she celebrates inwardly. Success. About an hour and a half later, the scene shifts and we see Yichen and Chen Hongyan arrive at that noodle shop. It isn't in any luxurious area. Looking at the shop, Yichen says, This isn't a 5-star restaurant, just an ordinary place. I'm afraid you might not be used to eating here. Hearing this, Chen Hongyan replies without any arrogance, How can delicious food be divided into cheap and expensive? I even enjoy eating stinky tofu that cost. President Yi, I'm not one of those delicate little princesses who only go to high-end places. Hearing her words, Yi Chen looks at her and falls into deep thought. Zhen Huyan truly reached this position on her own, not by relying on her family. She must have faced many hardships along the way. She's completely different from other rich and beautiful girls as they walk. Chen Hongyan suddenly steps forward, tightly holds Yi Chen's hand and says sorry. President Yu, there are some pits at the entrance. I'm afraid I might fall in my high heels. Yi Chen replies, it's fine. Hold on to me, I'll help you across. After that she walks with his support, feeling relieved, but as soon as she comes close, holding his hand, old memories resurface in Yi Chen's mind. He thinks, in the past 3 years, how many times did I wish to hold Wang Yueqi's hand like this? But she refused every time. And in the end the person who held her hand, even touched her body, was another man. As these memories return, Yi Chen suddenly stops seeing him freeze. Qin Hongyan notices the change in his expression, and nervously asked President Yi, "What's wrong? Why does your face look so strange?" Hearing this, Yi Chen comes back to his senses and says nothing. Hongyan outside, "You can just call me by my name." Jin Hongyan then asks Yi Chen, "What were you thinking just now? You looked very sad." Yukin hides his pain and says nothing. But inside he thinks, Wang Jiaqi must be happily eating Western food with that bastard Feng Chao right now, isn't she? And angrily he thinks, maybe I should ask Crossing Yun to break Feng Zhao's third leg. Seeing the sudden anger on his face, Jin Hongyan becomes completely confused and shocked, wondering what is going on in his mind. At the same time, the scene shifts to Yunzhou city center, inside the Cube Light food restaurant at Mall. Here Gyohee has invited her friend Song Hyan Yi to eat. As soon as Song Hyan Yi arrives, she asks, "Why did you suddenly invite me out to eat?" Hearing this, Jetty shows a proud smile. Without wasting time, she takes out the file from her bag and says, "Look at this." Song Hyan Yi takes the file confused and asks, "What is this?" But as soon as she opens the contract and reads it, she is shocked and says, "Not bad. My friend, you actually signed a contract with Shinsegae Group on behalf of your family, and it's even named after you." But the very next second, a strange thought crosses her mind and she asks Yechi, "How did you do this? Did you sleep with President Yi?" Hearing this, Joy says, "Don't think so cheaply of me, okay? Am I that kind of woman?" But Song Hongya immediately reminds her, "Really? Didn't you agree to go to a hotel room with Feng Chao before just to help your family's finances?" Hearing the truth laid out bluntly, Jai becomes extremely irritated. Snatching the contract from her hand, she shouts, "You're so annoying. Give me back my contract." After that, she thinks to herself, "I'm only with Feng Chao because he promised to help the Wang family out of this financial crisis. I also wanted to achieve some results so that Grandma would see our branch of the family in a new light. Yes. Even though Yi Chen was just a food delivery guy, I truly liked his proposal. I also wanted to help him complete it. But who would have thought that in the end, we would get divorced and things would come to this?" John is sitting with her friend Song Han, and while explaining herself, she says, "I thought I was making a sacrifice for my family and my future, but in the end, that Eugene turned out to be completely useless. He just kept blaming me." Leaning slightly forward, she continues, "I was only pretending with Feng Chao's so that I could secure the investment. Hong and me, I don't think wrongly about me." Hong and me, I replies with a light smile and sympathy, all right, you're not that kind of woman. You're the purest girl in the world. Okay, don't be angry. Drink then." Hong I shifts the conversation toward the contract and asks, "But why did President Yu use your name for this project?" Zhang, lost in her own illusion, replies, "Yi Chen was the one who requested President Yi to do that." Hame says in surprise, "Yi Chen?" Zhang nods and says yes. Yi Chen asked him to use my name. Hame becomes even more shocked. He's just a bodyguard. Why would President Yi listen to him? Unless he got down on his knees and begged. This only boosts Yan's arrogance further. She flicks her hair with a smile and says, "Well, I am the #1 beauty of Yuju after all." Han and Mei plays along and says, "Wow, amazing." Then Han and Mei presents a cunning plan. "Just follow my previous advice first. Marry Feng Chao with the help of the Feng family. Make the Wang family the first-class family of Yuzhou." Stirring her coffee, she continues, "After a few years, When the elder of the family passes away, fight for half of the property. You should at least get 500 million. Then take the remaining property from Wang Shaji and Wang Yun Yun. Hannah paints a golden future. By then you won't even be 30 years old. And you'll already be the owner of hundreds of millions. In her imagination, a chibi version of Jian jumps into the arms of a handsome man. Hannah continues, and if by then you get tired of Fong Chao, just divorce him. You'll walk away with a few hundred million. Then you can find a younger guy, or even remarry your ex-husband. A perfect plan. Zhang smiles, lifts her teacup and says, sister, help me when that time comes, okay? The scene shifts to 7 o'clock in the evening. At the Yichan Villa, a beautiful, traditional mansion is shining under the lights. Inside, Zhang angrily says to her father, Zhang and her sister Yuan, why did you call all of us here? I already made plans to go watch a movie with my friends. Zhang calmly says, don't be so impatient. It's possible that Getchi has signed the contract with washing group Yuan. Maxon says, Dad, don't let her off so easily. At that moment, Jian walks into the room. Holding a blue file, hi, she proudly says, I've signed the contract. 70 million will soon be transferred into the account. She slams the file hard onto the table. Zhang and Yuan are both stunned. Zhang stammers, how is this possible? Yuan also doesn't believe it. I don't believe it, but when she looks at the contract, she sees written in big letters, First Class Jetty. She bursts into laughter. First Class Jetty. Sister Jetty, this isn't fake, right? Did you just put your own name there? Who do you think you are? Naming our family's project after yourself. Do you really deserve it? Zhang calmly says, Uncle, you have a good relationship with President Zhang, right? Didn't he tell you anything? Zhang's face fills with anxiety. He quickly takes out his phone, calls President Zhang and asks, I just want to confirm, is this contract real? He listens carefully and his eyes widen even more. It's truly signed and the name has also been changed. After hanging up, he says in shock, the contract is real. At that moment, old Madam Wang enters and praises Jian. Very good, Jiachi. Very good, you truly secured 70 million. Grandma will reward you well. Yuan angrily says, what exactly did you do with President Yu, that he named the project after you? Zhang immediately replies, what nonsense are you talking about? I haven't even met President Yi. Yuan doesn't believe her and says, who are you trying to fool? President Yu would sign a contract without even meeting you, Wang Jiachi. Let me remind you, you're a divorced woman now. You're not worthy of President Yi. He belongs to me, and if you dare compete with me for him, then don't expect me to treat you as a sister. Old Madam Wang immediately shouts angrily, Yuan. Yuan turns around angrily and walks out. She snatches the folder from Zhang's hand and pushes Zhang hard. Zhang stumbles and almost falls. Startled, Jia Sheng says, Grandma, I really didn't seduce President Yi, and I obtained this contract honestly. Even after hearing this, old Madam Wang pays no attention and says, for this project, Zhang will be the director. Ji, you and your father will be deputy directors. Work together and complete this project diligently. Hearing this, she becomes slightly angry and says with a tense face, I signed this contract, and the project is named after me, so why am I not the director? Hearing this, Zhang pushes her and says, you brat, do you think a junior like you can climb above me? Because of that push, she feels uncomfortable and tightly holds the contract. Grandma says to her, Jia, your experience is still lacking. Work with your uncle and father, learn and improve yourself. If you continue performing like this in the future, you will definitely be given an important position. Hearing this, she can only respond with a disappointed okay. She hugs the contract to her chest and says nothing more. She understands that no matter what she does, Grandma will always favor Yunyan's family. Forcing a fake smile onto her face, she says, thank you, Grandma. I will work even harder for the Wang family. But in her heart she thinks, I am still too weak. When I become stronger, I won't let anyone take credit for my hard work. The scene shifts outside Wang Yun's house. She angrily kicks the tire of her red sports car and says irritably, even as a divorced woman, Wang Jishi still dares to go after President Yi. How shameless. She starts doing yoga to focus on her fitness, and sweat begins to form on her body. She says to herself, I have worked no less than anyone to maintain my figure. So how can I let one jetty ruin my plans? I will never let her get close to President Yi. What should I do thinking this? She scrolls through her phone and then says, isn't the best way to get Wang Jishu remarried? Once she's married, she won't be able to hook up with President Yi, right? She calls someone and says, hey brother, give me Feng Cao's phone number. I need to talk to him. Her brother sends her Feng Cao's number. She quickly dials it from the other side. Feng Cao answers, oh. This is Wang family sister Union. In his mind with his dirty thoughts, he says to himself, why is such a hot girl contacting me? Then he asks, is this your number? I'll save it now as your WeChat also on this number. I'll add you. Hearing this, one Union thanks. What a complete pervert. Then she gets straight to the point and says, hello. Brother Chow, are you busy? I need to talk to you about something. Phone Chow replies, no. I'm not busy, tell me. What do you want to talk about? Union says, today, my sister Juchi finalized a 70 million contract with Washington Group, and the project has even been named after her. The whole family is saying that President Yi of Washington Group has taken a liking to my sister. Hearing this, he says in shock, what? And thinks to himself, President Yi is the most powerful person in Yuzhou. Hearing the tension in his voice, she says, brother phone, you need to win over my sister quickly. The best option would be to propose directly. Still nervous, he says, I do like your sister, but she just got divorced. Wouldn't proposing now be too soon? Union replies, too soon for what? My sister is the one beauty of Yuzhou. If you delay, she slip out of your hands. So you shouldn't hesitate at all. Hearing this, Feng Chao thinks, even if Wang Jiachu remarries, her marriage with Yi Chuan was only in name. That day at the hotel, I wanted to take her with me. But Yi Chuan ruined everything. How can I let such a great opportunity slip away? With a perverted smile, he thinks, now that someone in the Wang family is willing to help me, I'll take this chance to completely possess Wang Jishi. Then coming back to his senses, he says, Sister Union, now I'm counting on your help. Next, Jin Hongyan parks her car in the parking area and is stepping out when her eyes fall on Feng Chao. Seeing him, she says, Feng Chao, what are you doing here? Feng Chao replies, President Qin, you weren't answering my calls, so I had no choice but to come here and stop you myself. In his mind, he thinks, now Yi Chuan has become Qin Hongyan's man. If I want to touch him, I'll have to go through her first. Qin Hongyan asks him directly, tell me what exactly is the matter. Looking at her figure, Feng Chao starts blushing and gulps his saliva. Then nervously he says, you know that on the day of the birthday banquet, I promised the Wang family that I wouldn't let Yi Qin stay in Yujiao. Hearing this, President Qin says, so you want to talk about Yi Qin? Feng Chao replies, yes. But now he's living in a 5-star hotel, and I know he's your bodyguard, and also an official employee of the Xin Group. With an arrogant tone, he continues, let's do this, I'll pay 10 times Yukin's annual salary. You just fire him, consider it a favor from me. And I'll repay this favor in the future. Hearing this, Jin Hongyan is surprised, and starts processing what Feng Chao is trying to say. Then she asks, you want me to fire him? And you'll pay 10 times his salary? Feng Chao thinks to himself, a bodyguard's salary is at most to lack 10 times, which is nothing for me. Coming out of his thoughts, he says, yes, I'll pay his salary, just tell me how much it is. Chen Hongyan says, I can't make this decision alone. I'll call him and ask in her mind. She laughs, this is interesting. Looks like I need to tell Yi Chen about this. She quickly calls Yi Chen, he answers, hello. Hongyan. Chen Hongyan says, Feng Chao is asking about you. Hearing this, Yichen replies, "You said Feng Chao is looking for me." Smiling, Qin Hongyan tells him, "Feng Chao is offering you 10 times your salary to leave the Huashan group. What do you think about it?" Hearing this, Yukin smiles slightly and replies directly, "What is there to think about? It's 10 times the salary, of course I'll agree. Tell him to transfer the money. As soon as the money arrives, I'll resign immediately." She cuts the call and says to Feng Chao, "Yichuan has agreed." Feng Chao feels happy inside and thinks, "Just as I expected. Show money and this poor guy will immediately bow down and run away from this place." Then he says, "President Qin, send me his bank account number." Qin Hongyan, still smiling, says, "I've already sent you his account number." Feng Chao takes out his phone and says, "I'll transfer the money right now. By the way, what is his salary?" Qin Hongyan replies calmly but firmly, 6.7 million. "That means you'll have to transfer 67 million into Yichen's account." Hearing such a huge amount, Feng Chao is stunned. He can't believe that Yichen has such a salary. Then he shouts, "What, 67 million? Damn, even the CEO of Huashan Group wouldn't have such a salary." Zhang Hongyan starts laughing at his reaction. Seeing her laugh, Feng Chao thinks she is joking with him. Angrily he says, "President Chen, are you making fun of me? I seriously want to buy you, Chen." President Chen replies coldly, "I'm very serious. You were the one who wanted to buy Yu Qin. So now pay his price. If you don't have that kind of money, then don't act so arrogant in the future. There is always someone stronger than you. So don't underestimate anyone." Seeing her behavior, Feng Chao becomes a bit scared and says while leaving, "Now Yu Qing is your dog. So you're protecting him. Don't regret this later." With an arrogant smile he adds, "By the way, I'm going to propose to Wang Jiaqi soon. And our wedding will happen shortly. I'll definitely invite you and your bodyguard to the wedding." Mockingly he says, "Make sure you train your Yichen well, otherwise he'll end up crying like a dog at the wedding." After saying this he leaves in his car. Hearing his words, Xing Hongyan thinks, "Feng Chao, you are an animal. Because of you, the phone family will be destroyed one day." Then with a slight smile, she says, "But I do hope he gets married soon, so that Yichen can forget that woman, and I can get my chance now." The scene shifts to the president's office of Huashan Group. Yichen is standing there looking down at the city. Nearby a man is sitting. We are told that this man is Zhang Hong, the owner of Yanyo Catering. Zhang Hong respectfully says, "President Yi, you called me. Is there something you need from me?" In his mind he thinks, "What would the boss of the biggest group in Yuju want from a small restaurant owner like me?" Yukin says calmly but with authority, "Ji Hong, I want to bring all your restaurants in Yuju under me, and I guarantee that within 2 months, I will defeat Shan Wei and leave him with no place to stand in Yuju. Name your price." Hearing this, Jihang feels happy inside and thinks, "Washington Group wants to buy my business. This is huge." He quickly says, 60 million. "Give me 60 million, and all 7 of my restaurants in Yugio are yours. Boss, I want to cooperate with you and shut down all of Zhang Wei's restaurants. Within 2 months, Yugio agrees to the deal. He thinks at old Madame Wang's birthday banquet, Shan Wei said he would make it impossible for me to survive in Yuzhou's restaurant industry. So out of courtesy, I will make him disappear from it." With this, the agreement is signed, and each and acquires all 7 restaurants. The scene then shifts to a few days later, 8 a.m. at Fanglei Road Commercial Street. People are looking at a restaurant and saying, "Hey, this restaurant's name has changed." Looking at it, they say, "Wow, it looks so grand. Is this a new branch of Lao Wailu?" "I know, boss, Zhang Wei. Lao Wailu and Shan Shan are both his. He's very rich. Looks like he bought another restaurant. The restaurant looks amazing. Let's have dinner here tonight." The scene cuts to Shan Wei. Seeing the restaurant in front of him, he slams his hand on the table angrily and says, "Why was the name of the opposite restaurant changed? Are they trying to challenge my loyalty? At that moment a staff member comes and says, "Boss, I heard that the restaurant opposite was sold a few days ago. Looks like it was bought by someone new." Zhang Wei says coldly with anger. "Looks like some newcomer's doing. Where did this foolish kid come from, who dares to compete with me? Maybe he doesn't know that anyone who challenges the one at the top loses everything." Then he tells his staff, "Keep an eye on him, I want every update." The staff agrees and leaves. The scene shifts to another place, where preparations are going on. A person says, "Today, we are going to hold a very important proposal ceremony. Everything must be perfect. There should be no mistakes, understood?" All the staff reply yes. Now the scene shifts to a luxury jewelry shop. A staff member says, "Young Master Fong, this is the ring you ordered." Fong Chao takes the ring, smiles, and says, "Today I'm going to organize a grand proposal ceremony. And today I will win Wang Yueqi in one move." The scene shifts again to Fong Chao and Wang Jiaqi, who are on their way somewhere. Wang Jiaqi says, "Fong Chao, a simple meal would be fine. I'm the deputy director of the first-class Jiaqi project. I have a lot to stay busy with." Fong Chao comes closer and says, "Today is a very special day. I especially booked a table at Yahello. Baby, please give me this honor. And besides, Yahello is very close to your company." Right at that moment, Juchi notices a new restaurant and is surprised. Looking at it, she says, "Hey, what is that new shop across the street? Is that Yunjiangyan a grand restaurant?" Fong Chao also looks at it in surprise and says, "When did such a grand restaurant open?" He thinks it's so magnificent. And right in front of Yahello. It must belong to Zhang Wei. Then he says to Jiaqi, "All right then. Today we'll eat at Yunjiangyan." Next, Yi-chun is standing on top of his hotel, watching all of this down below. The people standing there look at Wen Jetty and Fong Chao and smile as they say, "What exactly is going on here? What is this person doing?" Some staff members are releasing balloons and scattering rose petals for them. Seeing this scene, the crowd says, "This looks like a proposal scene. Is he proposing to someone here? This is so amazing," someone else says. "I heard booking this spot." At that moment, a person seeing Wang Jiaqi's beauty says, "Oh, it's my god, I was just watching the performance. I didn't even realize that the girl being proposed to is this beautiful." Another person looking at her says, "This girl is really hot. If I could spend just one night with her, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life." Another person replies, "Have you drunk too much? A girl like her is only for rich family boys. People like us losers can't even dream of it." Hearing all these words, Yi Chen becomes furious and in anger, breaks the wooden railing. Seeing him angry, Qin Hongyan calls out his name with concern. Watching from Cao's actions, Yi Chen thinks, "In my restaurant. Without my permission you use my place and my guests, and now you want to propose to my woman. Get lost from here." At that moment, Secretary Zhou comes to Yi Chen. Yi Chen says to her manager, "Immediately clear out this trash on the second floor, and take back the microphone." Secretary Zhou says yes, and leaves. Fong Chao takes out the ring, and is about to propose marriage to Wang Jiaqi, when suddenly a voice comes from behind. "Hello." Seeing his grand moment being ruined, he is shocked watching the staff suddenly approach him. He says, "Hey, what are you all doing?" One staff member takes out a pin and starts popping the decorative balloons, and the rest of the staff begin destroying all the decorations. Seeing this, Fong Chao becomes furious. The staff starts taking away all his things. Watching them do this, he shouts, "What are you all doing? Why are you popping my balloons? These were for my proposal. And why are you cleaning up my rose petals?" The crowd mocks him and says, "This clown really wanted to make a romantic proposal, but the restaurant staff humiliated him badly and kicked him out. Looks like this proposal won't happen now." Hearing all this, Wang Jishi thinks, "So Fong Chao was going to propose to me today?" Another voice from the crowd says, "Yes, I just didn't want such a beautiful girl to marry some evil rich second-generation guy." Hearing this, Wang Jishi thinks, "Why do I feel a sense of relief inside? Feng Chao becomes furious with rage and shouts, "Call the owner of this restaurant. Do you even know who I am? I am Feng Chao from the phone family. Ask anyone in Yuzhou about my status." At that moment Yukin walks down the stairs and says, "Why are you shouting if you're not here to eat? Then get out, don't disturb my customers." Seeing Yu Chen, Feng Chao angrily calls his name and says, "I'm not here for you, move aside. I'm looking for the boss of this restaurant." At that moment, Secretary Zhou and Qin Hongyan also come and stand beside Yu Chen. Yukin says firmly, "I am the boss of this restaurant." Hearing this, Wang Jiaqi and Feng Chao are both shocked and say, "What?" Feng Chao explodes and shouts, "You're the boss of Yun Zhongyan. Stop acting, I've already checked. Jihun didn't just sell this one restaurant. Someone bought all the restaurants in Yuzhou. I heard that person spent 60 million. How could a poor guy like you have that kind of money?" At that moment Yuchen calls an aunt over. She comes and addresses him as boss. Yu Chen tells her, "Hit his face with your broom, and I'll increase your salary 10 times this month." Hearing 10 times, the aunt quickly steps forward and attacks Feng Chao with her broom. The broom directly hits his face. Feng Chao angrily shouts, "You filthy cleaner, do you want to die? Don't you know who I am?" The aunt replies, "I don't know, I just came here to clean the toilet. And I'll do whatever my boss tells me." Feng Chao says, "I was wondering who was ruining everything for me while I was proposing in this dirty place. So it was you, did seeing me propose to Jetty make you panic? Did you get jealous and heartbroken?" Yu Chen replies, I have already divorced Wang Jiaqi. Your proposal to her has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Wang Jiaqi feels slightly disappointed. Yi Chuan continues, "But this is my restaurant. And here you have to follow my rules. Without my permission you cannot do all this." Feng Chao laughs and says, "I don't believe this restaurant is yours. Forget hosting a famous singer here. Actually, President Shin is the one handling everything behind the scenes, right?" Jin Hongyan steps forward and says, "The boss is right, I do have some shares." In her mind, she thinks there's nothing wrong with earning money by following my own boss, right? Feng Chao shows the ring to Yu Chen and says, "At most you can only take out a few lakhs, which is barely 1% of what people here spend. Why are you so arrogant? But I'm different. Look at this diamond ring, 3 carats worth more than 40 lakh. Even if you work your whole life as a bodyguard, you could never buy this for one jiachi." Then he kneels down and proposes, "Jiachi, marry me." Hearing his words, Qin Hongyan thinks Feng Chao is openly humiliating Yu Chen. But if Wang Jiaqi agrees, then it will be easier for me to win Yu Chen. At the same time, Yu Qing looks at Wang Jiaqi and thinks, "Will you accept him?" Wang Jiaqi thinks Feng Chao is not playing by the rules at all, and Yu Qing is also here. Then she hesitates and says, "Feng Chao, can you give me some time to think?" Seeing this, Feng Chao thinks as expected. How could Yuzhou's #1 beauty agree at once? Then he says, "All right. No hurry, take your time. But first take this diamond ring." Saying this, he gives the ring to Wang Yueqi and she accepts it. She says, "As long as I want. Many people are ready to give me jewelry and diamond rings, but what about that special person? He always boasts about his wealth and calls himself a restaurant boss and a company CEO. If he is really that rich, then why hasn't he given me a diamond ring until now? Forget it, you were just a living son-in-law with me. What's the point of saying all this now?" As she turns to leave, Yu Chen steps forward and says, "If you hadn't betrayed me today, I would have given you a 21-carat diamond ring." He recalls a flashback from before their divorce. 1 year ago, they watched a movie called 21 Carats in the cinema, and at that time Wang Jiaqi had said, "You never gave me a diamond ring. I never felt anything special." At that time he had replied, "Don't worry, after 1 year, I will definitely give you a 21-carat diamond ring." Now the scene returns to the present. Hearing Yu Chen's words, Wang Juqi's hands start trembling, and she calls him a liar before walking away. Qin Hongyan comes to Yichen and says, although Wang Jiaqi didn't agree today, she also didn't refuse maybe after a few more attempts. She will agree, President. Do you also hope that Wan Juqin marries Feng Chao? And then after their marriage, you reveal your identity as the president of Huashan Group, so that she has no chance to avoid regret. Yakin places his teacup down and says, you're half right, not after their marriage, but on the day of their wedding. I want to tell Wang Jiqi, on the day she thinks she is marrying into a rich family. When I reveal my identity, she will realize that the truly rich family is mine. He imagines that moment in his mind. That day should have been the happiest day of her life. But Yichen plans to show her a truth that will completely shatter her world. At the beginning of this chapter, Qin Hongyan imagines Wang Juqi's face and thinks to herself, the day she thought she had married into a rich family was the same day she realized she had missed out on a truly wealthy one. This is completely ruinous. It seems Qin really wants to bring Wang Yuqi back. Then she looks at Qin's face and thinks no. It seems Qin has no intention of letting Wang Yuqi return. At that moment, Qin tells someone to come in. Hearing him, a staff member enters and reports, boss, you were right. We checked the surveillance before going on stage. Our singer's microphone was switched. If you hadn't replaced it in time, today's performance would have been completely ruined. Qin Hongyan looks at Chen with admiration and thinks Chen's observation skills are truly terrifying. Then the staff member brings in the person who switched the microphone. Two staff members drag him in. The staff says from the surveillance, we saw that the real culprit was hiding among the guests. We've brought him here. The man, trembling, asks, what are you doing? What do you want from me? I was just drinking with my friends. If you have something to say it directly. Chen looks at him and asks coldly, did Sean Wei send you? The man smiles and replies, who is John Wei? I don't know him. Chen observes his expression and thinks, his eyes are avoiding mine. It's obvious it's him. Then he says coldly, hand over your phone. The man panics and shouts, my phone? Who do you think you are? Chen looks at the staff and says calmly, looks like we'll have to take it by force. At that moment, Qin Hongyan steps forward and says, President Qin, let me handle this. Qin looks at her in surprise and thinks, even though he looks skinny, he's still a man. How will Qin Hongyan subdue him? Seeing Qin Hongyan approach, the man becomes nervous, but then he looks at her figure, blushes shamelessly and says, your figure isn't bad. Compared to the girls I played with yesterday, you're 10 times better. Zhang Hongyan walks forward, instantly knocks him down, and says, I'm sure your phone contains the contact of the person who sent you, right? The man is shocked by her strength. Qin Hongyan forcefully makes him unlock his phone. He shouts in panic, let me go. The moment the phone unlocks, she tosses it to Qin. Qin quickly warns her to be careful, but because her attention shifts, the man breaks free and suddenly attacks her, shouting, you damn woman. How dare you snatch my phone? I'll kill you. However, Qin Hongyan handles him effortlessly. She grabs his shoulder and throws him down again. Defeated once more, the man becomes furious. Qin Hongyan restrains him and says calmly, my apologies, President Chen, for disturbing your tea. Then she twists his arm, making him scream in pain. The secretary runs over excitedly like a little girl and says, President Qin is amazing. Please take me under your protection. The man struggles back to his feet and shouts shamelessly, if you have the guts, fight me in bed, I'll destroy you. Hearing this, Zhang Hongyan becomes furious. She steps on his chest and says coldly, no matter where the fight happens, I'm always the one playing the game, but you're not even qualified. Only a truly strong man is worthy of competing with me. Hearing her say this, Qin is surprised and thinks, Zhang Hongyan's gaze is incredibly sharp and clear. Then Qin says there are indeed chat records with Zhang Wei on his phone. I'll contact him. He immediately makes the call. Seeing this, Qin Hongyan remains calm and thinks, while looking at Jin, after all, They had a 3-year relationship. Maybe Chin still has some feelings for a young girl, like Wang Jishi, but that's only because he hasn't experienced a real woman. Yet once he does, he'll understand the true charm of a mature woman. She drifts into a fantasy where she is with Chin, sitting on top of him and smiling. At that moment Sean Wei answers the call and says, "Speak little Sangji." Chen's voice comes from the other side. Boss Zhang. Long time no see. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Zhang Wei frowns and thinks, that's not Sunji's voice. He asks, "Who are you and why are you using Sanji's phone?" Chen replies calmly, "Boss Zhang, your memory is really poor. Just a few days ago you tried to shut down my business. And now you don't even recognize me." Hearing this, Sean Wei realizes and says, "Oh. So you're that useless son-in-law of the Wang family. What do you want?" Chen replies coldly, "You sent people to cause trouble in my restaurant. I should be asking you, what do you want?" Zhang Wei becomes nervous and asks, "Did you buy Yunnan restaurant?" He thinks to himself, isn't he just the Wang family's son-in-law? How does he have so much money and power? Then he says arrogantly, "You want revenge, kid? I've been in the food industry for decades. You can't defeat me," Chen replies. "Then just wait and see," he thinks to himself. "If he used dirty methods, I have no problem doing the same." 20 minutes later, the scene shifts to Luo Bai Luo restaurant. We see Gui and his master, Lord Lu. Gui asks, "Lord Lu, everyone has arrived." Lord Lu says angrily, "Young master said we need to cause some trouble. At Luo Bai Luo everyone remembers what to do, right?" Everyone replies yes. At that moment, a staff member rushes to Shang Wei and reports, "Report. Many guests have arrived and they are all foreigners." Hearing this, John Wei becomes very happy and says, "Excellent, tell the chefs to cook with full effort and serve them well." But after some time, another staff member rushes in and says, "Bad news, all the guests are foaming at the mouth and have collapsed." Hearing this, Zhang Wei panics. What? He quickly rushes forward and shouts, "Hurry! Save them!" We see many people lying on the ground. Seeing this, the smile disappears from his face. At the same time, Qin and Qin Han Yan walk out of their restaurant. Seeing the huge crowd at the opposite restaurant, Qin Han Yan asks what happened there. A voice responds, "They're saying it's a case of mass food poisoning. Hundreds of Southeast Asian guests have been poisoned after eating there. Oh God. Even the ambulances aren't enough." Chen walks forward and says calmly, "Luo Bai Luo is finished." He thinks to himself, for any restaurant, if someone dies from the food, the business is ruined, and here, hundreds have been sent to the hospital. Luo Bai Luo is completely finished. Zhang Wei's condition worsens because of this incident. After that, Chen opened several high-end KTVs. Those who had threatened him at the Wang family birthday go bankrupt and disappear from Yangchao. Half a month later, the scene shifts to Shushan Villa. At the Wang family banquet, all members of the Wang family are talking among themselves. Old Madam Wang says, "Have you heard? The owner of Golden Mine KTV ran away last night, and Zhang Wei's Luo Bai Luo is about to be transferred. They were once big names in Yunzhou, and now look at their condition." Wang Jin says, "A few days ago, Zhang Wei even came to borrow money from me. He said Chen took revenge on him, and even claimed he was helping our Wang family. What a joke, Chen is just a bodyguard. How could he do all this?" Yuan looks at Wang Jiachi and says, "All right. Sister has been quite popular lately. Feng Chao has proposed to her 9 times already. The whole is talking about when she say yes. I heard he spends millions each time." Old Madam Wang says the Feng family is well off, and that boy is truly devoted. His father even called me, saying that your repeated rejections are hurting their family's reputation. Hearing this, Wang Jiachi thinks they're right. I can't delay anymore. The Feng family will be my stepping stone. I can't let Qin ruin my plans. Then she says, "Grandma, tomorrow at the God of Songs concert, when he proposes for the 10th time, I'll say yes." Hearing this, All the Wang family members raise their glasses and say, "Excellent happiness will return to our Wang family. Let's celebrate Jiaxi's new marriage in advance." Yuan looks around and says, "Hey, where did brother go?" We then see Wang Ziji outside calling Jin. He says this is Ziji. Brother at the family banquet. Wang Jiachi just said, she accept Feng Cao's proposal, tomorrow at the God of Songs concert. Do you want me to ruin this whole thing? As we saw earlier, Wang Ziji had already called Din and told him everything in the present moment. He is still on the call while talking to him. He thinks to himself that even Brother Gul and Lord Lu are so afraid of him, which means that behind him lies an extremely unspeakable and terrifying background. He decides firmly that he will never let that girl anger him. Then he continues saying that Wang Yueqi is extremely stupid, and if Jin wants he can teach her a lesson. With just one word from him, he can completely destroy her way of thinking. From the other end of the phone, a voice replies coldly, "Don't stop her. Let her agree to it." Hearing this, Wang Ziji is shocked and asks why Jin is letting that guy, Fang Qiao, win. He says that both of them had offended Qin, yet Qin still helped him rise so much. If he doesn't beat Fang Qiao, his heart won't be at peace. Chen replies in a cold voice, telling him not to worry. Wang Cao's condition will end up even worse than his. The moment Wang Xiaoqi hears that Wang Qiao will suffer even more than him, he can't help but feel pleased. Smiling, he reassures Kun that wherever Wang Jiaqi lives, she always sleeps alone, and even during the day, she only goes to public places or her company. Jin responds indifferently that even if something has happened, it has nothing to do with him. One Ziji then says that they are all men, and even if Qin claims it doesn't matter, deep down he must want nothing to happen between them. Hearing this, Chen remarks that Ziji's words are becoming psychological. He is really progressing, and is no longer the same as before. Shuji then says that his next line will be even deeper. Chen, slightly amused, tells him to go ahead. Shuji boldly suggests, what about marrying his sister? He claims she is perfect wife material, even adding that their grandmother says, girls with bigger hips give birth to sons. Hearing this, Jin suddenly recalls Wang Yuan, and anger flashes across his face. He immediately tells Ziji to hang up, and the call ends right after. Ziji sends a message, private selfies of his sister, that he secretly stole from her phone. Qin starts looking at Wang Yuan's photos. Soon another message arrives asking how he liked them, saying that although Wang Jiaqi is beautiful, his sister's figure is even more amazing, and Qin will never be able to forget her. Seeing these photos, Qin becomes furious and directly blocks him. After some time, he sits back in his chair to rest and thinks to himself, Jiaqi, now you are finally going to marry Fang Qiao. Now the two of you can openly be together. The scene then shifts to the God of Songs concert. The entire stadium is glowing with dazzling lights. A person comes onto the stage and announces that the new song is for a fan who wants to admire a girl, and then begins performing. He declares that he wants to dedicate this song as a love letter to his girlfriend, Wang Yeqi, and at this very moment, he also wants to propose with that. Fang Qiao kneels down in front of Wang Jiaqi, holding out a ring, and asks her if she will marry him. The crowd around them erupts into cheers, telling her to accept, calling it romantic, admiring the diamond ring, and praising how wonderful it is. Wang Jiaqi accepts Fan Cao's proposal and takes the ring from him. At the same time, Qin Hanyan is also present at the concert. When she sees Wang Jiaqi accepting the proposal, she smiles with satisfaction and walks away, thinking that everything between Wang Jiaqi and Qin is now over, and that she will take a good man like Qing for herself. The scene shifts again to Rose Villa, where heavy rain is pouring outside. Qin opens the gate and calls out Qin Hongyan's name. She arrives drenched, apologizing and explaining that she lost her ticket while returning from the concert. The traffic was terrible, and it took half an hour just to leave the stadium. Chen lets her inside. She sits on the sofa and he brings her a towel. As she dries herself, she tells him another piece of news. Fan Qiao proposed to Wang Jiaqi today at the concert, and she said yes. Hearing this, Chen's eyes widen in shock. Then he looks outside and calmly declares that, from today onward, his revenge against the Fong family officially begins. The Fong family is a first-class family in Yuzhou. Preparing for the wedding will take time, but before Fang Chao and Wang Juqi get married, he will bring them down from first-class status to second grade. He then asks Shin Hongyan to tell him everything about the Fong family, since she knows them well. She explains that the family is currently managed by Fang Suzu, Fang Cao's father. Their biggest business is Yaji Express Hotel, which has a nationwide chain. In Yuzhou alone they have 28 hotels, and including surrounding areas like Kishan and Haodai, they own many more a few years ago. Their brand went public and reached a value of 10 billion, but now it has dropped to just 3 billion. Chin analyzes that their focus is on the light, luxury segment between economy and star hotels. In the beginning they expanded rapidly, even entering small cities. Without Uncle W's help, they would have already gone bankrupt. Hearing the name W, Shin Hongyan wonders if he is referring to the world-renowned hotel master lover W, and questions why Chin seems so familiar with him. Chin quickly calls him and greets him warmly. After a long time the man on the other side W also responds happily, calling him Chris, and mentioning that he heard Chen has completed his living son-in-law trial and is about to step into the business world. Chin confirms and says he is calling to talk about business. He asks about a brand called Yajia Hotel in China. W recalls it and mentions that the Fang family's hotel business has been struggling, and they had asked him for help multiple times. He asks if Chin wants him to help them again. Chen replies coldly no. Instead he wants him to push them toward destruction. W laughs and says it seems that unlucky man has offended the wrong person. He agrees and decides to take action, thinking that, since the family's next heir is asking for help, he must step in. Hearing all this, Zhang Hanyan is stunned. She realizes that with just one phone call, Shin can destroy the entire Fang family. She approaches him and says that, even if Fang Suzu follows W's advice, it will still take time for the investment to fail. Meanwhile Fang Chao and Wang Jiaqi's wedding could happen within 2 months. Chin replies that he already knows, and has already prepared people to take action. Jin Hanyan is left shocked by how far ahead he has planned everything. The scene then shifts to another place, where Lord Lu is sitting. He says that it looks like everyone has mostly recovered. Everyone nods in agreement. Lord Lu then orders them to either bring girls themselves, or go alone and book rooms in the hotels he listed in the group chat. While booking, they must check for pinhole cameras. If they find any, they should extract the recordings. If not, they should install cameras themselves and leak recordings of couples staying together. In his mind he thinks that the young master has ordered him to destroy these hotels by any means, and this method will be the most effective. Meanwhile, Chen Hongyan brings some documents and says that, as expected, Chen had already planned everything in advance. She adds that Fang Chao does not work in his father's company. Instead, he took a huge amount of money from his father and started his own investments. He also has an elder brother, but he is not very capable and is simply waiting to inherit their father's property. However, she warns Chin about one important person, Fang Cao's mother Lu Rusi. She is the daughter of the first-class Lu family from Tianhai City, and her background is extremely powerful. Chen must be careful around her. At that moment Lu Rusi is shown stepping out of her car and walking toward a hotel, where the staff respectfully opened the door and welcomed her inside. Chen immediately looked at Li Yu's photo, and he even commented that Fenno hadn't inherited even a bit of his mother's looks, because she was actually very beautiful. Vice President Nungun said that it seemed like everything about Fengo, from his face to his behavior, came from his father. Before Fang Suzu and Lai Rui got married, many people had objected, because aside from not being a good match, their lifestyles were also too far apart. Fang Suzu had only gotten Li Rui through unusual means, which forced the Li family to allow her to marry him. Upon hearing this, Aiken said that if that was the case, then they didn't need to make any moves against the Li family. Besides, the Liao family was just a low-level family in Aiken's eyes, so there was nothing to worry about. A week later, Fanko could be heard shouting while he was driving. He had heard from the person he was talking to that the kitchen company, one of the businesses he had invested in, had gone bankrupt. He couldn't believe how this had happened, since the company had been doing well, and its stocks had been stable in recent months, so he couldn't understand why it had suddenly filed for bankruptcy. Aside from the kitchen company, almost all the companies he had invested in had also filed for bankruptcy. So he was very confused about what was happening. If this continued, he would surely end up in the gutter, because he would lose all his assets and hard work. He called his father to report what had happened, and to ask for help. He had also not expected that all the companies he had invested in would file for bankruptcy at the same time. So he asked his father to give him another 100 million in capital, but his father refused, because they currently needed a large amount of money. A few days ago his father had spoken with Mr. Dublo, who had suggested reopening their other hotels that had previously shut down, and continuing to expand their business to different cities. Fango was surprised to hear this, because back then it had been Mr. Dublo himself who had opposed doing these things. But now he was the one urging them to reopen their failed hotels. But instead of answering, Fang Suzu scolded Funko for questioning Mr. Dublo's plans. Fang Suzu added that he had poured almost all of the family's money into this new project, because he had great trust in Mr. Dublo and was sure it would succeed. Upon hearing this, Funko became even more worried, because if this project failed, he was sure their Fong family would go bankrupt. Because of this, he advised his father not to pour all their money into this project, because if it failed, their downfall would be certain. But instead of listening, Fang Suzu scolded his son even more for trying to lecture him. To end the conversation, he simply offered to give Fanko 5 million. He told him that he should just keep quiet about the worthless things he was saying. Upon hearing this, Funko was overjoyed, and he even promised to turn the 5 million his father had given him into 5 billion. After the call, Jay asked Fango why he seemed so happy. Fango answered that it was because his father was giving him 5 million to start over with his investments. He also asked Jay how it felt to be engaged to a wealthy man like him, and he promised Jay that he would show her how he would turn 5 million into 5 billion within a few months. Upon hearing this, Jay praised Fango. She said that money was never a problem for Funko's father. Funko laughed and compared his father to Yen's father, who couldn't even give a single coin to his son. He also asked Jay what they would call each other now that they were about to become husband and wife. Jay stammered and said that they could call each other honey. She also remembered Ekin because for 3 years she had been used to calling him that. If only Ekin hadn't been a freeloading, living son-in-law back then, she might not have needed to look for someone else. But if this was really their fate, it was better to just forget about it and move on. She then called Funko and asked him to go with her to the Hunan group, because she wanted to personally deliver the wedding invitation to President Yi and Vice President Hung, and Funko agreed. But he wondered why she hadn't mentioned Yen. Jay answered that Yen was her ex-husband, so it wouldn't be appropriate to invite him to their wedding. But Funko just took out an invitation letter, because in his opinion, their wedding would be more interesting if Yen attended. He even wrote in the letter that should show up on their wedding day. If he really was a man this way, he would let Yen experience what a high-end wedding banquet was like. After writing the invitation letter, Fanko smiled because if Yen attended, he would make sure to humiliate him badly in front of all their guests. Fango then put his arm around Jay and invited her to sleep together that night, since they were about to get married anyway. He also wanted someone to sleep beside him, so he could release the stress he had been experiencing in recent days, due to what had happened to his investments. But Jay refused, using the excuse that her grandmother wouldn't allow it, because they weren't married yet. For now, Funko needed to wait until after the wedding, before they could sleep together in the same bed. Upon hearing this, Funko just sighed, because that old woman's beliefs were so old-fashioned. But in his mind, he thought that he would really devour Jay, and when he got tired of her, he would leave her. In Jay's mind, her love for Iken hadn't faded yet, so she still felt something inside her that resisted being with another man. But since Ichen couldn't give her a good life, He shouldn't blame her if she chose Fango this time. Even if she still loved Ekin, she couldn't deny that she would have a good future with Fanko. But compared to Yen, Ekin actually surpassed Fanko in almost every aspect. To be honest, there was only one thing Funko had an advantage in, and that thing was the most important of all. When it came to looks and behavior, Yen was the clear winner, but when it came to money, Yen was no match for Funko. The scene then shifted to the Huishan group, where Vice President Ungen wondered why Ji seemed to be getting even more beautiful. Jay thanked Vice President Jin for the compliment, and informed her that she had come to personally deliver a wedding invitation to her and President Yi. She then handed the invitation letter to Vice President Ungen and said that her wedding to Fango would take place 1 week from now, on May 1st. Upon hearing this, Vice President Ungen wondered why it was being held on the same day as Kan's birthday. Jay was surprised because she hadn't expected Vice President Angin to know Yen's birthday. Vice President Angin made up an excuse, saying that it was also her father's birthday, which was why she had remembered it when she saw the birthday on each Yen's ID. She also told Jay that, even though she and Ichin were separated, they had still spent 3 years together, and it was impossible for no emotions to have formed between them, so she wanted to know why Jay was going out of her way to hurt Ichin by scheduling their wedding on his birthday. Maybe Jay had simply forgotten that it was Yichin's birthday, which was why they had decided to get married on May 1st. Upon hearing this, Ji remembered what Fango had said about wanting Chin to suffer, even on his birthday. Because of this, she told Vice President Ungen that the Fong family had scheduled the wedding, and no matter how many times she tried to oppose it, she couldn't do anything, because Fanko was even more eager about this date. Following this, Ji asked Vice President Ungen if President Yi was in his office, because she wanted to personally hand him her wedding invitation. Vice President Ungen smiled and said yes, and if JY wanted she could go there, since President Y wasn't doing anything else. In Vice President Ngan's mind, since JY was about to marry Funko anyway, there was no problem, even if she found out that Ichin and President Y were the same person outside the president's office. Jay knocked on President Yi's door. He let her in, but she stopped in her tracks when she noticed a familiar presence. She wondered why President Yi looked exactly like Yen from behind, but she thought that maybe President Yi had left, which was why Aiken was here. Jay called out to Yen and asked if President Yi had left. Instead of answering directly, Ichan asked Jay what he could help her with. Jay immediately handed over the invitation letter and instructed Aiken to give it to President Y. When he returned, Aiken opened the invitation letter. After reading it, he realized it was a wedding invitation. What was worse, it was scheduled on his birthday, causing him to clench his fist in annoyance. Jay bowed her head and weakly explained that her wedding to Fango would be held on the same day as Ichin's birthday. Because of this, Aiken got even angrier and said that Jay didn't even need to tell him, since it was clearly written on the invitation. Jay immediately explained that she wasn't the one who had scheduled this day. It was Fonko who had arranged everything. Aiken calmed himself down and quietly said that it seemed like things were working in his favor. Since Funko had scheduled his wedding on his birthday, it seemed like he wouldn't have a hard time figuring out how to humiliate him on that day. Following this, Jay also took out the invitation letter meant for Aiken. Aiken immediately opened it and realized that this bastard was really challenging him. Following this, Aiken started to walk away and told Jay that she could leave now. He also sarcastically told Jay that he hoped she and Fango would be happy together and that she wouldn't regret choosing him. Jay suddenly stopped each and suggested that he should just not attend her and Fango's wedding. She said that she knew Aiken still had feelings for her, and if he attended he would only get hurt even more. She also didn't want Yan to get drunk at the banquet and cause a scene. Aiken pulled his hand away, because it seemed like Jay was being too presumptuous to think that he would do those things just because of her, since it seemed like Funko really wanted him to attend the wedding. He had no choice but to go. Out of respect he would go, but Jay shouldn't worry, because he wouldn't cause any trouble there. Following this, Aiken immediately walked out of his office. Jay felt something strange about his decision, as if he had another reason for wanting to attend the wedding. Strolling confidently past the towering skyscrapers, in her tight skirt, Wang Jilin remained entirely oblivious to the scheming happening elsewhere. Inside a sleek high-rise office, Hunjin glared out the window and told Yan, with a hint of disdain, "Fanko is really asking for it. Choosing to get married on your birthday of all days. He is clearly trying to ruin your mood." Chen simply smirked, finding the attempt pathetically transparent, and he replied, "Trying to overshadow my birthday with a wedding. What an idiot." Hung in. "Notify the company's partners about the date of my birthday." Her eyes lit up with utter excitement as she agreed yes. This was the perfect opportunity for her to throw a grand birthday banquet for Yan, and finally let him understand her feelings. Early on the morning of May 12th, the day of Fanko and Wang Jian's wedding, Fanko stood outside his estate, clutching his phone in sheer panic. "Damn it, I lost money again. How is this happening?" he cursed furiously, throwing his arm down in frustration. Over the past week, more than a dozen of his companies had suddenly gone bust one after another. Stock index futures, commodity spots, even the underground casino. No matter what he invested in, it had all failed. This was way too unusual. His 500 million was almost completely wiped out. His blonde friend, I looked at him with deep concern and asked, "Brother Ko, did you offend someone? I feel like you are being targeted. Even if you invested with your eyes closed, the failure rate could not be 100%. Gritting his teeth in a cold sweat, Funko muttered, "That is actually possible. But I have not offended anyone in the past 2 years. Except for someone named Ichin, your sister-in-law's ex-husband. I stole his wife, but he is just a useless nobody. How could he possibly be behind all this?" I rationalized the situation and suggested, "Brother Cole, think about it. Sister-in-law is the #1 beauty in Unia. Ikin is not the only one who likes her. There could be others who are jealous of you." Believing this excuse instantly, Fanko cursed, "Damn it. It must be some old pervert in the Yingju business circle who has his eyes on Wang Jilin and is targeting me. This woman is really costing me. Even before we are married, I have already lost 500 million because of her." I quickly comforted him, noting, "You cannot say it like that. Your farm family does not lack 500 million. If you lose it, you lose it. At worst, you can just go work at the old master's listed company and live off the family business." Smiling slightly, I added, "The important thing is that beautiful wife, Wang Jilin, is in your hands. Now you can do whatever you want with her. That old pervert might be powerful in business, but in the game of love you have definitely won." Fankyo's ego inflated immediately as he declared, "You are absolutely right about that. I need to call my beauty right now." As the phone rang, Wang Jilin, looking gorgeous in her pristine white wedding dress, answered the call while her makeup was being done. Funko. He asked what she was doing, and she replied, "Getting my makeup done, trying on my wedding dress." With a dirty smirk, Funko teased, "Hey honey, you better get some rest now. You are going to be exhausted tonight." Jiang blushed deeply and remained silent in embarrassment. Hanging up the phone, her short-haired friend Hung asked, "Was that Funko? What did he say?" Looking incredibly annoyed, Jiang snapped with filthy words, saying Funko was so vulgar. If his family was not rich, she would not marry him. Ikin was still better, and he spoke so gently. Hung raised an eyebrow and mocked her lightly, saying that she was wearing a wedding dress to marry another man, but was praising her ex-husband, which was inappropriate, feeling a wave of anxiety. Jilin adjusted her veil and confessed that she was afraid that, if she got married today, there would never be a future for her and Ikin. What if she got divorced in a few years, and he was already married to someone else by then? Hans simply grabbed her arm and pulled her up to face the mirror, telling her to look at her face, and asking what man could possibly refuse her. She reassured her confidently that Ikin was destined to be her backup plan for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa area, Fankyo's parents were dealing with their own stress. His mother adjusted his father's Zhu's bow tie and expressed her worries, saying that the company's recent expansion plan was too aggressive, pouring all the company's funds at once, and even taking out a massive loan. She said he should not trust Paul this much. Zhu snapped back defensively, saying that if he had not trusted Paul back then, their company would not have had the chance to go public, and he had not used a single cent from her Lee family. Trying to clarify, she said that was not what she meant, and suggested that if he was really confident, she could ask the Lee family to give him money. Refusing out of pride, Zhu shouted that he did not need it, and that her Liu family had always looked down on him, but this time, he would show them how he was making a comeback. She then calmed him down, and said that today was their son's wedding, so they should not talk about this. She also mentioned that Fengko had invited Wang, Jilin's ex-husband, and even wanted to humiliate him in public, which she felt was inappropriate, but Zhu dismissed it, saying that he was just a low-class person, working as a bodyguard, and if he got humiliated, so be it instead. They needed to focus on another distinguished guest. Zhu revealed that he had heard from Qin Hongyin of Wang Group that President Yu would definitely come to the wedding, and if they saw him, they must entertain him well and not neglect him. Back at the Rose Garden Villa area, Qin Hongyin approached a red sports car and informed Yan President Yi. It is time to head out. Stepping out in an impeccably sharp white suit, Yi Qin commanded, "Let's go today, I want to let everyone in. You know that President Yi of Wang Group is that abandoned son-in-law of the Huang family. It is me, Yi Qin." A devilish smile spread across Hong Yan's face as she agreed, saying she could not wait to see Wang Jian's terrified face. An hour later, outside the Grand Portman Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Fang Danzu enthusiastically greeted a line of powerful men, welcoming them repeatedly. Standing nearby in her exquisite wedding gown, Jilin gazed in awe, thinking that the Fang family's social circle was so impressive, filled with big shots from the business and political circles. She felt it was wonderful to marry into such a wealthy family. Suddenly a wave of gasps spread through the crowd. As President Mao arrived, people whispered in disbelief that he was #1 in the country and a top 20 existence in the entire world. And they wondered what right the Fang family had to host a wedding with such a big shot attending. Flattered, Zanzu rushed to greet him, but President Ma calmly explained that he had come to bless the newlyweds and also to meet President Yi of Wang Group. Hearing this, Zanzu was shocked and wondered what kind of background President he had, that even President Ma wanted to meet him. Soon, news arrived that President Yi had reached the entrance. The entire Fang family hurried to welcome him. As a flawless white Porsche stopped, Qin Hongyin stepped out first, followed by the man everyone had been waiting for, with all eyes fixed on him. Yi stepped forward in a perfectly tailored white suit, carrying an aura of absolute authority, completely shattering the Fang family's reality, as he revealed himself to be President Yi. Upon hearing the shocking revelation, directly from Vice President Ungun, Jackie accidentally dropped the flower she was holding. She nearly collapsed to the floor, her knees weakening at the truth that Qin and President Yi were one and the same. Even George Chen couldn't believe what was happening, because he had always thought Yan was just a jobless freeloader. Since Zuzu had never seen each in person, he quickly believed Vice President Ungan's statement that he was indeed the president. Zuzu thanked President Yi for attending his child's wedding and considered it an honor to see him in person. Rosie commented that she hadn't expected President Yi to be so young, and on top of that, he was very handsome. No woman could resist those looks. Icon smiled and thanked her for the compliment, and he asked if she was Susie's wife. He also said that Rosie was beautiful in person and still looked like a young maiden. Rosie blushed because Yi Chen's praise seemed excessive, but in her mind, she suddenly felt something strange toward Yan, as if she wanted to marry him because of the sweet things he had said, which was a dangerous thought for the mother of the groom. Fengko shouted and angrily asked Aqen why he was pretending to be President Yi again. He said it would be better for Yan to stop pretending, because almost everyone there knew he was just Vice President Eng's bodyguard, but no one paid attention to what he said. Instead, President Mao approached Yan, because apparently President Yi was even more handsome in person. Yuchen was surprised to see President Ma at Fang Qiu's wedding banquet, and he hadn't expected him to be connected to the Fang family. President Ma shook his hand and explained that he hadn't come because of the wedding. He was there to see Yan in person, after finding out that he would attend the Fang family's wedding. It was an honor for him to see Yan in person, because he had only seen him in photos, when he spoke with his grandfather. In fact, he greatly admired Yan's grandfather, and wanted to meet him again, but he was too shy because he might disturb him. Upon hearing this, Jackie and Feng were stunned. They hadn't expected President Ma to know Yan's grandfather. Jackie was even more shocked, because during the 3 years she and Yan were together, she hadn't met a single member of his family. Meanwhile, President Ma took out his phone, because he wanted to get Yan's number, so he could ask him for a favor in the future, if he wanted to speak with his grandfather. Each and immediately agreed, so they exchanged numbers. Everyone was very surprised, because they hadn't expected the richest man in the country to be the one initiating to ask for President Yu's number. After getting each Yan's number, President Ma immediately excused himself, because he had a meeting to attend. Suzu tried to stop him, but President Ma ignored him completely. Meanwhile, everyone's attention turned to a person who arrived in a hurry and went straight to Icon. This person was Ma Ken, the regional agent of Tian to delivery. He repeatedly bowed and begged for forgiveness from I. Ken. The guests couldn't believe it when they saw Mocking kneeling directly in front of each, and Fango also broke out in a cold sweat. Finally understanding why Mr. Mocking was doing this, Mr. Macken said that he had gone to the capital city to beg for forgiveness from Boss Wu and to get back the franchise for their delivery service. Boss Wu had told him that the reason they had lost their franchise back then was because he had offended Yen. The only way to restore their service was for Yen to accept his apology. Following this, he repeatedly apologized to Iken and admitted his great wrongdoing. He explained that he had only done those things because the Wang family had asked him to. If the Wang family hadn't pressured him, he wouldn't have humiliated Iken in front of the guests at the banquet back then. Jason raised an eyebrow and asked Mr. Macken if he wasn't mistaken in his judgment. He wanted to know if Ichan and President Yu were truly the same person. Mr. Macken shouted in anger upon hearing Jia King's voice, because he was the root cause of all the misfortune that had happened to him. He said Jia King had no right to question what he was doing now, because Boss Wu himself had told him that Ican was the reason they had lost their franchise. Upon hearing this, Jia Qing broke out in a cold sweat and realized that Yen hadn't been pretending back when he had called Boss Wu. Jiang Wei arrived and, like Mr. Macken, immediately knelt and begged in front of Ikin. He admitted his mistake and his blatant threat to destroy Ichan's livelihood. If he had only known Yen's true identity back then, he wouldn't have said such things. He repeatedly slapped himself and explained that the Wang family had forced him to do those things. So he begged Iken to forgive him and return the Lu restaurant to Fanko. Fan Kyo's whole body trembled at what they were doing. He was gradually becoming convinced that Yen and President Yu were one and the same despite what had happened. Shiroji immediately showed off in front of everyone. She told everyone that if they didn't want to believe that Yen and President Yu were the same, they should just look at the Sky app and see the name and face of the president of the Hunan group. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately opened their phones and were shocked by what they saw, because Yen's full name and photo were displayed there. Funko dropped his phone after confirming that Yen and President Yu were the same person. Old Madame Wan immediately pretended to faint after learning the truth, because she had no face to show to each, and after what she had said to him back then. Seeing old Madame Wang faint, George Shen saw it as an opportunity to escape this situation. He was afraid that Yen might take revenge on him right then and there, so he needed to get out before each, and started going after them one by one. He immediately took old Madame Wang and rushed her to the hospital, and he ordered Wen and Swan to stay there, because their child was the one getting married, so it was more important for them to be there. Swan was very nervous because it was clear to them that Chao-Ching was just trying to escape this place. Once Ichan started his revenge, the two of them would most likely be the ones to face it. On the other hand, Jakey looked at Yen and wondered if he had come here to take her back and stop the wedding. Yun approached Yichuan and couldn't believe that he was actually President Yi. She also hadn't expected that her future husband had been someone she had known for a long time, so she was very shocked by this event. She also understood that the reason her life had been peaceful in recent years was because of Yan's protection. Vice President Angan raised an eyebrow at Union's approach. She hadn't expected that aside from Jakey, Union would also become her competitor for Ichin's heart. Because of this she angrily stepped between them and scolded Union for harassing President Yi. But Union didn't back down and scolded Vice President Unjin, saying that old women like her were no longer suitable for young men like Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen wondered when he had ever developed feelings for Union. He also couldn't understand why she had the idea that he liked her. Yun immediately reminded him of what Jolching had said back then, where his grandfather had supposedly planned to marry Iken to her if her father hadn't objected. Upon hearing this, Yan was speechless, because Yun actually believed the worthless things her father had said. Following this, Iken ordered Vice President Unjin to take this woman away from him. Vice President Angan immediately agreed, while Union kept shouting that she was the rightful betrothed to Iken. On the other hand, Suzu and Ruzi understood that President Yi was actually Jackie's ex-husband. In Ruzi's mind it seemed that the reason Iken had come to their wedding day was to stop the wedding and take Jackie back. Because of this she approached Yan and asked if he wanted to get Jackie back. If so, they wouldn't hesitate to return her to him. And they just didn't want him to get angry at them. Jackie smiled when she heard this, because she felt like she was in a novel where the groom takes back his bride after she almost got taken by someone else. She also believed that, since Iken was now President Yi of the Hunan group, he must really be here to take her back. But her fantasies were put to rest when Yan said that he no longer cared about Jackie. In fact, he said that he was here to respect Fan Kyo's invitation, but he hadn't expected that his visit would cause such a commotion. The scene shifted to Jia Qing, where he was urgently ordering the driver to go straight to the hospital. Old Madam Wang suddenly shouted, causing Jia Qing to be very surprised, because he had thought she had fainted. Old Madam Wang was trembling, because she now understood why her late, wise husband had insisted on marrying Ichin to Jackie. Back then, she thought her husband's decision had been a mistake, but now she realized that she was the one who had truly been wrong. Because of this mistake, she was sure her entire Wang family would pay the price. On the other hand, Ruzi angrily slapped her son. Even though he was the one who had invited President Yi, he still had the nerve to accuse President Yi of pretending Funko apologized. But in his mind he really hadn't expected that Yen was actually the president. He had invited Yen to his wedding today because he had planned to humiliate him, but it seemed the situation might backfire on him. Despite this, Iken didn't pay him any attention, and instead just walked into the wedding hall. Funko gritted his teeth in extreme annoyance at what had happened, and despite everything he still had doubts that Iken and President Yu were the same. Meanwhile, Suzu called Funko and ordered him to give President Yu a drink to show his sincerity in apologizing. Funko became even angrier, because if he did what his father said, his dignity throughout Yun would be completely lost. But then he suddenly realized something. What wealthy family would agree to marry their child to a low-status family, like the Wang family, because of this? His suspicion that Yen was just pretending to be President Yi grew even stronger in his opinion. Since President Yi didn't want to expose himself to the public, Vice President Angan had most likely used this opportunity to help Yen. Because of this, he angrily cursed Vice President Angan, because he was now sure that Yen was just pretending. He also thought about the Sky app, which Vice President Angan could easily have tampered with. Given her high status in the Huasheng group, she could also have hired a hacker to temporarily put Yen's face out there. Since she had the money on top of that, President Ma's appearance earlier seemed a bit different from the President Ma he saw on television. Compared to the President Ma he saw earlier, the President Ma on television was taller. Because of this, he had a feeling that the person pretending to be President Ma was just paid by Ichan to act. As for Mr. Makan and Juanji, they could easily be persuaded to pretend in front of everyone, since their businesses had already gone bankrupt. So, they would definitely cling to anything to make money. Because of this, Fan Kyo's arrogance suddenly returned. After piecing together the information behind the revelation he had witnessed earlier, Fan Kyo shouted and directly asked Iken why his arrogance had no limits. He told Iken to stop pretending to be President Yi because he knew he was just Vice President Ungun's bodyguard. In his opinion, Vice President and Gun had just helped her bodyguard act as president and had paid off those people earlier to make it more believable. Rosie I shouted at the worthless things Funko was saying, since even President Ma himself had recognized Yen earlier, but Funko just laughed and asked if they hadn't noticed anything strange about President Ma's stature earlier, compared to the President Ma they saw on television. Upon hearing this, the guests started speculating, because they noticed that the President Ma they saw earlier was a bit shorter and thinner. Besides, it was impossible for President Ma to come here just for one person, since they all knew how busy that man was. Vice President Angin shouted and asked if he was crazy, or if he really had no brain. If Yi Chuan and President Ma earlier were just pretending, then how could he explain the Sky app, which was impossible to fake? Funko answered that the Sky app was just an application that could easily be modified or hacked within a few minutes, so it wasn't enough basis to believe that Yen and President Y were the same. Mr. Mackin shouted and warned Funko that if he continued like this, he would soon end up just like them. In fact, his life had turned to ruin because he hadn't believed what Ken had told him back then, so he hoped Funko wouldn't repeat that mistake. Jianji added that it seemed like Funko was just forcing himself not to believe, because he wanted to take President Yi's wife. They all knew that Funko was no match for President Yi, which was why he was desperately convincing himself that Yen was just pretending. But instead of listening to their warnings, Funko just called security to remove this trash. As the security dragged Mr. Mackin and Jianji away, Jay wondered if Yen was really just pretending. Because of this, she advised Yen to stop pretending before the real president took action against him. In her mind, if President Yu really was Yi Chen, then her going to Funko for money was useless, because Yen was richer because of this. She desperately convinced herself that Yen was just pretending, because she couldn't accept that she had thrown away a diamond for trash. Chin smiled and announced to everyone that if it made them feel better to believe he was just pretending, then they should just assume he was pretending, to put their minds at ease. In his mind, since he had repeatedly admitted his true identity to them, he wouldn't waste any more time explaining himself to these fools. Upon hearing this, Swan shouted loudly because she had suspected for a while that something was wrong, and now she felt like a thorn had been pulled from her chest. After getting some clarity, Wen immediately pulled her and warned her to stop talking if she didn't want their situation to get even worse. Swan frowned and asked why he seemed to be defending that trash and pretender. But instead of answering, Wen just warned her that if she didn't stop, he would file for divorce today. Upon hearing this, Swan got worried, because she didn't want to lose her husband, as she didn't know where she would end up if that happened. Meanwhile, Suzu played it safe, saying that it was still too early to judge that Ichin was pretending. It would be better to observe the situation first, so he asked everyone to take their seats, because the wedding would start soon. Vice President on inside, because it seemed like these brainless people actually dared to question Yen's true identity. Yen said that aside from Jay Fan Ko and Swan, it seemed like everyone else there believed that he really was the president. He also covered Vice President Angin's mouth and reminded her that today was his birthday, so he wanted to know if she had anything to say to him. Upon hearing this, Vice President Angin smiled and wished Deacon a happy birthday. Meanwhile, another staff member arrived and reported that more distinguished guests had arrived. Zuzu immediately went to greet the new guest, who was President Hong of the e-commerce group. Currently, President Hong's e-commerce group had a net worth exceeding tens of billions, so he was not an ordinary person. President Hong greeted Suzu, saying that he hadn't expected Suzu to still remember him, even though they had only met once before in the capital city. Suzu laughed because he hadn't expected President Hong to bother visiting his child's wedding and even bring a gift because of this. Suzu called his child and Jay to welcome President Hong, but President Hong clarified that the gift he brought today wasn't for Funko. Suzu frowned and asked if he hadn't come to his child's wedding. President Hong smiled and said he was there to have a drink with an important guest. As for the gift for Funko, he had only left a cash gift because he hadn't been able to prepare a proper one. Funko wondered about the gift President Hong brought and asked if it was a cigarette case. President Hong didn't deny it and even praised Fonko for his sharp eyes. He opened the box and said that these were GK cigarettes that he had personally asked his assistant to prepare. Fonko was very surprised when he learned what was inside, because each piece was worth 7 million. Following this, President Han walked over to where President Yi and Vice President Angin were sitting. He gave the GK cigarettes to each Yin as a birthday gift. The onlookers were very surprised, because President Han had casually given such an expensive gift to Yin. The guests began whispering because they heard that President Han's cash gift to Fonko was only 20,000, while his gift to Yen was worth millions. In short, President Hong had really come because of Ekin. Ekin stood up and shook President Hong's hand, saying that they had been business partners for a long time, and such gifts were no longer necessary. Upon hearing this, Jay began to doubt in her mind. If Ichin was really just pretending to be President Yi, then how had he managed to convince President Hong and receive recognition from him? What was worse, President Hong had even prepared a gift for him, and it was impossible that President Hong had also been paid to act, because he was too influential a person. Meanwhile, a loud commotion suddenly broke out outside. So the guests wondered what was happening. Vice President Angin immediately understood that these were probably more of Yi Chen's guests, because she had also publicly announced where President Yi would be today, aside from announcing his birthday. A staff member arrived and reported that many people outside wanted to come in, but they didn't have invitation letters. Suzu immediately ordered them to be kicked out because they didn't allow nobodies inside. But the staff member hesitated because these people claimed to own large companies. In fact, they were even willing to bribe the guards outside with hundreds of thousands just to be let in. Suzu was surprised to hear this, because if these people were truly influential, he shouldn't make enemies of them. Because of this, he ordered his staff to let them in and to bring additional chairs and tables for their new guests. Funko smiled and boasted to Jay that she should get used to these kinds of things, because many businessmen really did grovel just to have a connection with his father. Jay wasn't entirely convinced by Funko's words earlier. In her mind, it seemed like these people weren't here because of Suzu, but rather because of Yi Chen. Ever since Ekin had arrived at the wedding venue, commotions had started, and many unexpected guests had arrived. After a while, the guests finally got in and offered their congratulations on Suzu's child's wedding. Suzu asked them what the names of the companies they ran were. Meanwhile, Funko raised an eyebrow because he recognized the faces of these people. The newcomers introduced the names of their respective companies, and Funko weakened at the knees. These companies were exactly the ones he had invested in, which later went bankrupt for unknown reasons after he had given his investment. Because of this, Funko shouted angrily, because these business owners had the nerve to show up at his wedding after wasting his money on them. Upon hearing this, Suzu realized that these business owners were the same companies Funko had invested in and suffered heavy losses from. He also asked about the $500 million he had given him last week and how much was left, or if he had grown it. Funko lowered his gaze and stammeringly admitted that he had already spent $500 million and nothing was left because of this. Suzu couldn't hold back any longer and immediately slapped Funko in extreme anger. He hadn't expected that the $500 million he had given would just disappear without a single cent left. What was worse, only a week had passed, yet he had managed to spend it all. Even Jay was surprised to learn this, because Funko had even told her back then that he would turn it into $5 billion in a few months. Funko pointed at Ekin and said that Ekin had been targeting him, which was why all his investments were going bankrupt. Upon seeing Ekin, the newly arrived business owners immediately rushed over to beg for forgiveness from him. Because of this event, the guests also understood that these business owners were here not because of Funko but because of President Yi. The business owners' grievances toward Ekin could be heard as they begged him to stop tormenting them, because they had almost run out of money. If they had known that Funko had a grudge with President Yi, they wouldn't have accepted him as their investor, but President Yi could rest assured that they would cut off any relationship they had with Funko. Suzu got angry at what they were doing, because if this continued, his Fong family would surely be placed in great embarrassment. Because of this, he ordered the guards to kick them out. But the business owners refused, because they had paid hundreds of thousands outside just to get in, so there was no way they were leaving without getting something. Because of this, Suzu had no choice but to order that their payments be returned and doubled as compensation. He was also angry because they were already suffering a huge loss, and the wedding ceremony hadn't even started yet. He then approached Shijin and asked how big his child's grudge really was, that he had to torment them like this. But he also knew that if his child had lost money in investments, Iken must have suffered even greater losses to pay off the companies where his child had invested. Iken smiled and said it would be better for him to personally ask his child what his grudge was, as for the billions he used to shut down those companies, it was only a few billion, but even if it was several billion, it was no problem for him, because billions were just small change to him. Upon hearing this, Jay lowered her head, because if billions were just small change to Iken, then how much money did he actually have? She deeply regretted breaking up with Iken just for Funko back then. She thought she had made the right decision to choose Funko over Iken, but it turned out to be the biggest mistake of her entire life. Suzu answered angrily that even if President Yi was richer than their Fang family, he still shouldn't look down on them like this. Iken should remember that even a small ant could still cause pain, so he shouldn't make enemies of them. In fact, the only reason he had managed to survive in a bitter city like Yuncheng was because of his connections and friends from the underworld. So Iken should start praying from this day on that his brothers from the underworld didn't find out about it, because if they found out what Iken had done to them, he wouldn't be able to face the consequences. Vice President Ungen clenched her fist, because this bastard's arrogance truly had no limits. Now she truly believed in the saying that the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. Meanwhile, Ichin calmed her down and told Suzu that if he really wanted to teach him a lesson, he should just call his brothers from the underworld himself. He also wanted to know who these people were, so he would wait there to face them. Upon hearing this, Suzu didn't hesitate and immediately took out his phone to call his underworld brother. Ruzi, I tried to stop him, but Suzu pushed her away because she had no say in the matter. Suddenly, someone reached out a hand to help Rosie I stand up. That person was none other than Iken, who gently asked her if she was okay. Rosie I's face turned red, because even though Iken was so young, she could feel his deep respect not only for women, but also for the elderly. Because of this, Funko shouted in anger because it seemed like Iken was even planning to take his mother. Meanwhile, Suzu went outside the hotel after finding out that his brothers were already there. But the problem was that he seemed to be the one at a disadvantage, because the underworld brother he was talking about turned out to be Master Lu. Suzu went back inside and arrogantly warned Iken to prepare himself, because his brothers had arrived. But unexpectedly, Master Lu and his men just walked past him, without even acknowledging him. Following this, Master Lu quickly walked into the hotel, so Suzu ran fast to catch up to them. He told each other to blame him for what might happen, since he was the one who had asked him to call them. But he was shocked by what happened next, because Brother Ghoul suddenly knelt in front of Iken while giving his gift. Even Master Lu bowed while handing over his birthday gift and apologized if they hadn't prepared it well enough, since they had only found out yesterday that it was Ichen's birthday. Iken immediately accepted the gift from Master Lu, while Suzu's jaw nearly dropped at what he was seeing. Iken smiled and asked Suzu if these were the underworld brothers he had been boasting about. He wanted to know how they were going to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing what Iken said, the two got angry because they hadn't expected Suzu to dare try to teach their young master a lesson. But Iken immediately calmed them down, because he was there to attend a wedding, not to cause trouble. Master Lu immediately calmed down and excused themselves to leave. As he passed by Suzu, he warned him not to do anything to their young master, even if just a single hair fell from their young master's head. At this wedding banquet, Suzu should prepare himself, because he would bury the entire Fang family alive. On the other hand, the attending guests were speechless, because they hadn't expected each and to have so many connections. His connections weren't limited to legal businesses, because even people from the underworld recognized him as their young master. Because of this, everyone understood that opposing Ichen was like a death wish, so they shouldn't dare to oppose him in the future. Others wanted to have a good relationship with Ichin, because his background was clearly not ordinary. So they took turns greeting Ikin on his birthday. Ikin thanked them for their greetings, but he reminded them that they were all there for the newlyweds. He didn't want to steal their spotlight, so it would be better to start the wedding ceremony immediately. Besides, he said that he was there to witness the top-tier wedding that the groom had wanted to show him, and that was the reason he was there to experience it. Funko couldn't speak, because it was clearer than daylight that Ichin was really there to take revenge on him. On the other hand, Jay's regret reached the heavens because of her choice to pick Funko. What was worse, her breakup with Ichin had spread throughout Yunqing because he had no money, and she had chosen Funko as her husband because he had a good future. But now it seemed like the opposite was happening, and her choice of Funko appeared to be the biggest mistake of her entire life. If she went through with marrying Funko, she would most likely become a laughingstock, not only her but the entire Wang family, because they had thrown away a diamond just